What is up? I am unceremoniously live. No intro. I'm very late. I'm very hot. Possibly more ways than one, depending on who you ask. So here we are for my show and stuff. And I will pee eventually. I don't function as a human anymore. I discovered this today. It's really exciting. I'm all about that life. And yeah, generally, I'm here. I'm a guest, I guess, because they need to come here. So the rookie critic or not. Oh, life is hard sometimes. At bless me. I was gonna ask you guys something, possibly a weird, tasteless something. I had a funny thing I wanted to. Oh, it was a poignant and just kind of possibly offensive thing I wanted to tweet. So I just will later. But I gotta do this. I gotta start doing this. So I I'll acknowledge you. You'll understand in a minute what I see when I say I'm not anywhere. Kakoshi's here. Phil Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is here. McFrozen Nuggets is here. Big Doug is here. Flaming TP is here. Appears mid-sentence. Was I really mid-sentence? I probably didn't even wait just for it to say you're live. I probably just started talking. I was like, let's go live now. I don't know. Jeff is streaming in the bathroom. Kakoshi, yes, just for a little bit. It's alive. Greg Kirby is here. Digital Viking Jesus. Other people whose names I may or may not have read yet, accidentally highlighting a chat, but it's probably cool because it's from Kakoshi. And the James Baker's here, all the wonderful people, all the regular people who like me better than the High Council. The plug 78. Now is not the time to let me know that you're lurking in the chat while actually still watching the High Council also. Just, leave me to my illusions and my fantasies and press the like button. And in the meantime, you're going to watch me start a note on my phone that says, tweet this. Because I do this. I'm like, that would be a good tweet. And then I forget about it. And, sorry. I'm not writing the full text of the tweet because that would take too long. But, it's okay, Greg Kirby. We happened. It was fun. Now it's over. Immortal. I just think it's funny, and by funny I mean sad. It's like, so 2 weeks, less than a week before not very long. Oh, you're done already?
Yeah, I was that close to being
done. Shit, you should just stay here. I didn't know you were that close to being done. Yeah. Oh, okay. You bring the fan back?
Keep it quickly.
Does it keep bring the fan back in? Because it's hot.
I could bring the fan back in.
I'm in the middle of inviting guests. Also, somebody or I saw a headline about how George Floyd's family thrilled that his legacy is going to be immortalized forever, and stuff like that. And I'm like, God, what does Ahmaud Arbery's family think?
Exactly. What about? Here's the thing, though. As a country, we always keep getting to that, and then it's like we wait till the next one and we forget about the people that died in the past.
It's true, and it's just kind of sad because it's like you have this family that's also in the spot. You're sending them well wishes and all these things and whatnot, and you got George, Ahmaud Arbery's Florida family down there in Georgia being like, well, shit, we were hoping we could change some real laws in this state, but who cares?
Well, I felt like that wasn't the Ahmaud Arbery stuff. You were very passionate about that.
I was.
And I felt like a lot of people brushed some of that under the rug quickly.
They did. We walked right past that because people felt it was more It wasn't quite as cut and dry. People, and yeah, there were complicating factors, but I think it's one of the things we all got to remember too is at the end of the day somebody lost their life that in a way that could have been avoided. I think that's the takeaway at the end of the day of all this. In general, I think all as a people, as a society, we are and should be in favor of preventing wrongful loss of life. And it'd be great if we all just decided that was what we wanted in life and realized that was more important than other mitigating factors or our stupid opinions, political opinions and stuff like that. That's where I'm at the end of the day. I hate humans and I wish they would all die, but if we're gonna treat them all equally, then let's treat every life as precious and sacred. And because that's again the thing, I just be consistent, people. Stick to have your morality and stick to it. Today I was leaving my friend's house and I was crossing a crosswalk with a green light. I totally have the right to cross as slowly as I fucking want to in that crosswalk. I usually don't. I happen to be sending a text message at the time, which I usually don't do when I'm walking the street, but side street, not a lot of traffic, later at night, etc. So I was, breaking my own rules a little bit. And someone was trying to turn right, and I don't think she honked or anything like that. She might have just said, like, "Hey, can you hurry up?" I don't even know if she was speaking to me. I just heard her voice. Right about the same time I looked up, realized I was walking really slowly and sped up anyway, which I would have done whether or not she said something. And I said sorry, and I was like, sorry, in my little internal road rage moment, which I didn't say out loud at all. But I had a moment where I was like, I'm not going to yell. I'm not going to say that. And I was like, shut up, Jesse. This is you. You don't like it when people walk slowly in crosswalks and they're texting and not paying attention to the traffic and not being considerate to people around them. So when you got called out for doing that, yes, you did the right thing, Jesse. You said, sorry, now get over yourself. Get off your high horse about you're grumpy. I have the right to whatever, because you walk the walk, you talk the talk. If I get mad at people, I had a moment earlier today too, where it was like, I was parking and my rear window was a little foggy. You're attempting to make your way in here.
You're gonna have to move the water for me.
The water, okay.
Yeah,
anything else? I'm gonna put this down too.
Do you want a buzzer or anything?
Oh, sure, you can have a buzzer. I will hop on a buzzer. I still need to invite my guests on here because it's like,
I'm your guest. I feel invited. That's good enough.
I'm inviting you, exactly.
I'm inviting myself.
But like earlier today, I remember you were moving the shopping cart. So we saw a spot in the thing, and it had a shopping cart in it. So Jeff jumped out of the car to move the shopping cart so I could go park. And I almost backed into the guy behind me at first because I couldn't quite see where he was with my, crappy
That's
windshield.
Why he was yelling?
Was he yelling?
Oh, I heard he yelling. That's why I kept looking back at him, because he yelled at us.
But when he was driving by?
Yeah.
No.
When he backed up, he started screaming.
He honked. That's enough. I stopped. Calm down.
It wasn't enough. He wanted to yell.
But that's the kind of thing also. Oh, yes, thanks, Papa. That's the kind of thing also where, like, if I'm in that situation, like, I was technically in the wrong. I shouldn't back into another car. Obviously, yes, I could. And he backed up and I moved. I got the spot and everything was fine. But it's like, I'm not going to start yelling back or get butthurt about it. Like, the first thing I'm going to do is say sorry. If I had heard him, if he had like wanted to confront me and I said sorry and then he kept yelling, fuck this guy. But, he has the right to yell and be mad about this. If I was him in that situation, I would have yelled too. So I took that moment. I was like, I'm grumpy and I'm going to grumble at myself, grumble to myself. But I'm trying to walk the walk. I'm trying to talk the talk. I'm refining more and more my very specific opinions on the world and how it works and how it should work. And I'm really trying to be consistent. There's a lot of things that I really believe in.
Come aboard, Captain.
Permission granted. Soldier.
Tinker, Tailor, Soldier, Spy.
Person, guy.
Jeff.
Bringer of berserkers. Hey, let's crack these because we got a super chat from Edmondodo.
Was it Edmondodo?
Edmondodo.
I'm probably butchering his name. I apologize. He sent a couple at the end of our streams. Thank you.
If he has ever told me how to pronounce his name, I clearly have just not paid attention to the chat at the point when he did. Oh, I got the group together. You have the link. All right, Rookie, Mongo, Tom, come on for movie talk. We're going to get started right away. We're going to get it cleared out, bitch about anything you want to bitch about in the world. We'll have a nice little bitch fest. And then tonight's Cinephelia stream is going to be some hardcore cinephiles talking movies. What we like, we don't. We're going to get specific. We're going to get technical. We're going to get deep dive. So if you're not a movie nerd, strap yourselves in.
It's going to be a fun night.
It's going to be exciting. Edmondoto says, does it feel like we had multiple 9/11s this year?
Yeah, he's not exaggerating.
He's not at all. I read that message at first and I was like, eh. And then I was like, no, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I don't mean to be like one of these people that's like, oh, the world's coming to an end. But if you told me, like, this is our last year, I'd believe it.
Well, yeah. Are we under attack by foreign peoples? No. Are we not
at
war with the country? Not at this
yet.
moment. But are we undergoing catastrophic, life-changing events? Absolutely. All right. Bam. They're rolling right in here. We got Tom. What's up, Tom? You're here. You're a person.
Hello.
Gloss right over your existence. Not. I'm just kidding. There's a very specific reason we have you on this stream with us tonight, Tom. It's because you are a super. Oh, let me. I know. Mac Ryan had another stream to be on.
Yeah, she was on. Right. I think Creepy Little Book or something.
But yeah, that's her nighttime dream. Tom, of course, is going to be here. We had a great. We actually part of the reason we're doing this stream is because after the High Council last week, Tom and Rookie and I got into this long discussion backstage. We didn't even intend to. We were just talking about Rookie's project because we're both involved. And it became this long discussion of filmmaking because Rookie's, in one place in this filmmaking trajectory, and I know certain things about filmmaking, and Tom knows certain things about filmmaking. So we're all kind of sharing knowledge and swapping movies and having a great time. So like, let's do it. Let's do a cinephile stream. because we like movies and fuck the world. The world's stupid. Let's not talk about it anymore. And we've got a brand new guest here. He's been a long time regular in the chat. He's got his own channel now. He's super awesome. He's always
Godzilla.
been super supportive.
And he knows Godzilla, yeah.
Godzilla or Gojira. What it's called.
Well, some people would say that.
All right, Mongo. Welcome. Mongo's Big Things. Welcome to Mindless Entertainment.
Oh, hello. Nice to be here. Nice to be here.
We are excited to have you. We're thrilled to have you. And
You got a cool voice, by the way.
You do.
Oh, thank you.
Just loving it. And
it's the sexiest.
Yeah. We got the smooth talking Mongo, and we've got our rookie critic as well in his Subway hoodie.
This is a good turnout.
Yeah.
So far, so good. I guess people are here for some good old movie talk. And we've got a super chat from Greg Kirby, who says, riots started with Joe Biden's racist comment towards black voters, then protests and riots. George Floyd was an excuse for Antifa and Black Lives Matter. Can't speak to that.
You can have a drink for it.
I will drink for it. Can't speak to it. Didn't hear these comments. Honestly, was really tapped out until the world started ending over these protests, because I was like, really, as Jeff pointed out earlier, I got very passionate about the Ahmaud Arbery issue, and part of me too was like, you know what, the world is taking on the case of George Floyd. I don't need to do this.
Well, another thing too, and I'm just trying to say this so people don't think you're trying to get away from the question or the topic. We've been kind of living in our own bubble, like heavily in our own bubble. Yeah, you see our videos and our streams and stuff, but like we have to schedule swim time, we have to schedule this crap, and we've been watching Parks and Rec and TV shows and stuff. To be honest, I mean, with the exception of like the big stuff with the riots and stuff like that, we didn't hear about it because you used to do a lot of news in the morning and we talk about it, take a shower, and do our stuff. Now with the way schedules are, we get up and we don't do the news. We don't talk about. We talk in the shower. We talked about making a movie today, like other shit like that.
We're planning on one. It'll be exciting.
Don't tell anybody else besides.
Of course, I'm not telling anybody. I'm telling anybody. This is our big thing. We don't want to steal our ideas. Hey, Salvador is here. Cool.
What up, Sal?
And I noticed another listener,
Larry.
Shunding, says first time seeing Jeff's face.
Oh,
it's a nice face, isn't it? It's very.
I wish I would shave.
Even scruffed up and stuff. Still, a very kissable face. You are. So yeah, honestly, I don't even think I knew how widespread the protesting was until we got the curfew alert.
And the Joe Biden comment, the only thing I know is people have been turning it into memes.
I don't even know it.
Because I think the meme was, if you don't vote for Joe Biden, you're not black, and that was it.
Oh,
that's the only joke I've ever heard.
Like that. Yeah, I don't follow. I haven't been following, because the reality is, like, it's pretty much a foregone conclusion that Joe Biden's getting the Democratic nomination. This is a race I'm not very interested in. It's two candidates that I'm not particularly passionate about. I feel even more so in the last election, we're voting for the lesser of two evils. And a lot of people felt like that last election. And last election, I really think we were at a crossroads of ideology in a big way. And I think both of our candidates were flawed candidates, obviously. And we voted, whatever your judgments were, opinions were. I know everyone thinks, one candidate or the other was literally Satan. But for me, it was just like you're voting for complete ideological differences. And part of the problem, I think with the last race was that neither candidate, even though they stood there for very drastically disparate things ideologically, neither candidate really captured the bulk, that central core part of America that's more on that moderate side. I don't think we had a candidate that spoke for our needs so much. But yeah, Anthony Shelley, thank you for the super test. I hope my BMP-CC6K has enough dynamic range. Is that a
piece of electronics?
What is the BMP?
Is it TV? Because high dynamic range is an HDR is a TV setting, like the new one we're gonna get.
I don't know.
Down the road.
Do you guys?
No idea.
No clue at all.
I just love this one. Can you highlight that for a moment?
Go you, NFL guru. Packers suck, but not as much as the Cowboys, so it's fine.
Hi, drunk as fuck watching you guys. Fuck Batwoman. I love you both. We love you too.
That's a great.
I just want to do it just because it's the nicest thing we've heard all night. Like, you talk about nice messages. That
we love you too, NFL Guru 22, and fuck Batwoman. God, the super chats. We're not even at this show tonight because you guys won't stop sending super chats. What a problem! I'm so mad. Look how mad I am.
For you.
I know. God, my life is so difficult. Stratos Radio Blue says, rewatching The Fly makes me push for Jeff Goldblum's dream of insect politicians.
I think it's a camera.
Oh. Mm.
That's actually a movie I haven't seen.
We'll watch it.
I know it's bizarre and like really weird.
The Fly? Oh, it's a good movie.
Oh, great. Wonderfully disgusting.
Massive fingernail chips off, or he's trying to arm wrestle a guy and bone pops out of his arm. He doesn't know his strength.
That's like, I hate it, but I love it.
You'll like it. You'll love this movie.
Can't look away. Mongo and Rookie, have you guys seen The Fly?
Oh, yeah. Great movie. Great movie right there.
Funny with me, with a lot of films that are popular and classic, I haven't seen a lot of them.
Hey, dude, I have gaps in my education. We all have. Look, don't be ashamed, because when I was your age, but I mean, like, we all have various gaps in our education.
I just saw Lord of the Rings, all of them.
Yeah.
For the first
You've
time
never
this
seen
year.
any
Yep, I heard of that, Jeff. Which is that? Yeah, that's impressive to have missed out on that for a while. So,
Well, to be fair, Rookie, I saw the first one in theaters, fell asleep, and then Jesse knows this about me, for better or worse. A lot of times, people will tell me how great something is, and they go on, and I just lose interest. So
I'm the same way. That's actually why I avoided seeing Alien for a long time, because everybody's like, it's so orgasmically great. I'm just like, I don't know.
Dude,
the thing with for me and Alien, I told this the other night on Jesse's show. I watched the making of like 5 times before I ever saw the movie. And I saw Aliens first, so that's what I want going in. But
I do love Alien.
The Fly is one of those I would recommend, Jeff, you actually watch the original and then watch the remake, just for a good example of how to remake a movie well.
Interesting.
I'm down, because his head's like a big. I'll show you a picture of it from the original one.
What year was the original one released?
Back in the 60s, I think it was like 61.
58 is.
Or was it in 58?
Yeah.
So Anthony Scioli says Blackmagic Pocket Cinema Camera 6K. That sounds incredible. That sounds like a nifty little
is
point.
Is he coming to help us make our?
He has to say, Anthony, what are you doing with this, and where are you? Because let's make some cinema. You got the camera, I got the sound of it.
You got to watch the original Fly. Vincent Price is in it.
Oh, cool.
That's fucking cool.
That looks neat.
There's actually like 3 sequels to it too.
Thank you for that super chat, Anthony Scioli. Oh, we got Mongo on screen. Hi. Nice to officially, face to face you. Tom is rude and he hates you, so that's why he's not on camera.
No, I don't want to scare the kids.
Nah, Tom is.
We appreciate that.
Yeah, he doesn't say to any kids, go away or lie about your age in the chat.
I think your youngest viewer is Beth, and she's in her 20s.
I've had teenagers before.
One of my most dedicated listeners is a teenager.
Jobu's Rum. Thank you for the super chat. That's a new name. I'm not familiar with you, but I love it.
He's been popping up lately.
Hey, bartender, Jobu needs a rum. It looks like he does. Also, it looks like Jobu might need to make better life choices. But
Jobu needs
who am I to judge?
Hydration, moisturizer,
possibly some anti-frizz.
What would happen?
Yours, Jobu.
You know how they make those tiny shrunken heads, right? You know they put the hot rocks. I wonder what happened if you took one of those and just moisturized the skin every day.
Do you know that somebody stole the original Jobu?
Really?
Yeah, like how bad do you have to be to do that? Like I hope they got some bad juju off that.
I feel like you would. I don't see how you don't. Like
I don't care if it's fake. It's still just one of those things. Like I wouldn't want to fuck with Jobu.
Nope.
We don't want to bring that kind of juju.
Exactly.
We don't want Jobu juju. We don't want Jobu juju. Jobu juju. But anyway, Jobu's Rum. After we spent all this time discussing your name,
I love Jobu.
Do you love Jobu or do you love his rum?
I like Major League. I'm a big fan. So just the whole. Fuck you, Jobu. I do it myself.
But he says Cronenberg's The Fly is God. Is that the?
It's really good.
Jeff Goldblum one.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Let me show you a picture.
The sequel's actually not even that bad. It gets kind of a bad rap, but
is who's in that? Is that Eric Stoltz?
Yes, it is.
Oh, it is Eric Stoltz. Shit. Okay. So I
and-
showed you that picture of the mouth of fly head, right? This is what the.
Oh God.
Oh, it gets worse.
Whoa.
Help me.
Yeah, that shit's terrifying. Oh God. What is up, chat? I see a bunch of you. I know a bunch of you joined us.
Isn't that nasty?
That's cool now. Since I said my hellos, so I just want to say hello to everyone else who's joined us since then. We love you. You're the best. Make sure you subscribe to all of these fantastic people. We've got Jeff from World Class Bullshitter sitting right here. Tom from Midnight's Edge After Dark. We've got the Rookie Critic down below, and a first-timer on Mindless Entertainment. Mongo's big thanks, and we're all here to talk film. So
Hell of a lineup.
we're gonna have a lot of fun. We're gonna get our last. So there's only one thing I want to bring to the table. Is actually something Sean Firefart sent me a little bit ago, because it's funny. And yet still some people manage to get butthurt about this very non-controversial, just stupid thing. So he sent me the updated stay-at-home order for a county in the United States. I don't know where this is. This is just from his hometown or not. He can let us know.
Me that too.
But it's the updated stay-at-home order. It says social outdoor gatherings of up to 12 people are permitted, and protests of up to 100 people.
Convenient. What's the difference?
Let's go around. Let's do a round. What is the stupidest thing about that statement? Let's Mongo, you're new here, so we'll give you the first. You can take the obvious if you'd like. What is the statement? What is wrong with those guidelines?
Well, it's funny, because just thinking, a couple months ago, back when we were kind of in the peak of this whole kind of, quarantine, social distancing thing, I had a family member who had a birthday. So, we got together, really small thing, about 10 of us. And, we were like, okay, we're all good. We're all good, guys. We're all safe. And, now you're seeing, pictures of just streets just full of just blocks of people just moving nonstop. It's like, well, nice while it lasted. I don't know.
We're all gonna die. Well, apparently, I guess coronavirus doesn't infect protesters because it respects the
What did I say to you the other day when we were talking? Didn't we have this discussion? Didn't I say if all the riots happen or the protests and we have no kind of uptick in coronavirus, then it seems like it's a little hokey.
That'll be interesting. But they're saying right now already.
I would say that there's been an uptick. Yeah,
a lot of states are already on the rise from from premature reopenings and from Memorial Day. So.
In my state there was a plant that had over 100 cases of COVID kind of out. It went from 40 to 60, 120 in case of a week. Yeah, about a week or two ago. So yeah.
Wow.
It's thin. Mongo, what region of the country? I don't know. I don't know if you talk about where area you're from or whatnot, but if you want to.
Oh, I'm down in San Diego County, down in Southern California.
I didn't know you were that close to us. Dope.
Yeah.
We could have movie nights sometime.
We should.
When movies are allowed.
No. We'll have a movie night protest. We can have it now.
We're going to protest. We're protesting not having movie nights. That was the follow-up comment that Sean highlighted for me was, I'm having a protest in my backyard. We'll be grilling and arguing and having a good time. Bring your own topic that you're mad about. I was like, have a great with that. We just go to a giant park. Just everyone take a sign and just stick it on the ground. Be like, we're having a protest. This guy just brought hot dogs. I don't know why. That guy brought lighter fluid.
By the way, Sean, sorry I didn't get back to your text as in the High Council, but I did see what you sent me too.
But Rookie, what do you think is the most wrong with that statement?
What was the statement again?
Updated a stay-at-home order, social outdoor gatherings of up to 12 people, or protests of up to 100 people.
That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
It's like,
so I'm going to have a party, but I'm just going to say we're protesting if the cops show up or what?
So, I don't understand. I mean, if anything, protesters, are they staying in one place? Are they marching around? Because that also comes into effect. Are they all social distancing in their gathering? What are they doing? What's the point? It almost makes it to have restrictions in the first place if they're going to go, well, you can do this too. Well, you can do this too. Well, you might. I don't understand.
So here's the deal. At a protest, everyone needs to wear 6-foot beams that stick out of their arms, their shoulders.
Show enough.
And if you spin around and you hit somebody, their punishment for not socially distancing is getting hit with your giant shoulder arms.
Can I just use my arms?
Yes.
That works for me.
Back from one of these is going to hurt.
Fine.
I'm not going to hit you.
Tom, anything else in particular bother you about the statement?
Other than it's asinine?
Yeah.
I'm sorry you live there.
I am too.
Yeah, just actually have a thingy to show you.
Yes.
They're talking about
Kill.
a social distancing table.
Oh, fun times. We were making jokes about that earlier too, weren't we?
Yeah.
So in addition to the idiocy of this statement, because as most of us are already aware, but apparently not all of us, a protest is an outdoor gathering. Not all outdoor gatherings are protests, but typically speaking, almost all protests are outdoor gatherings. Every now and then, I suppose protests happen in buildings, but most of the time,
You got 100 people in a building, though. That's
That'd be
way
more
over
like a sit. That'd be in the thing. Like, we're not gonna leave, so you can't tear it or something.
Yeah, right. I guess that would be my protest. If I had a big party outside and the cops came to bust, I would protest the police presence at my party, and then I would be protesting, and then my gathering would be allowed.
You tell them this is the pre-protest. You're getting ready for it. You're getting the numbers to build.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, just throw a big party. If anybody says anything, you're protesting.
Exactly. We already knew you were going to come here and be mad at us, so we preemptively prepared to protest your eventual presence.
So that actually makes it even funnier when they give a restriction number of like 100. So count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 99. Nope, disperse. Can't do it, guys. Got to be 100.
That is not enough. It's not enough.
Nope.
In addition to all the regular idiocy, sorry, I was reading the private. In addition to the regular idiocy that comes with the contradictory statement like that, there's also the additional point that we can discuss before or after we discuss the merits of Mortal Kombat Annihilation. Thanks, Obi-Wan 27883.
Can people send in shit like this to talk about, please? On my stream, on her stream, whatever. We will discuss merits of shit.
Oh yeah,
it will be so fun.
This is our last topic on current events, and then we're going all to movies.
This is Cinephelia, by the way.
This is Cinephilia. We really like movies.
A podcast called Cinephelia where we like talk about like an unnerving sexual way. Like
we could do Star Wars. We could do like no, it would be really fun.
I'll turn my microphone from the different setting. We can sit across from it. We go like, have you ever been turned on by Luke Skywalker's female? Oh, I'm trying to tell you real quick. Your birthday week is this? It could be the Vegas thing. Could be the same week as the new Star Trek convention. They moved it, so you might have an even bigger turnout.
That would be cool.
If you pick the 9th.
I might have to plan to have my birthday weekend coincide with Star Convention weekend. Yes, that may complicate things like the hotels weren't an issue, availability or prices or whatnot.
Jesse, I bought one. I got a room 10 days beforehand because
just book a room now.
Full transparency. That's when we knew we wanted to be a thing. Yeah. I was like, I'm coming to Vegas.
I mean, I'm not ever worried about Vegas filling to capacity or anything.
Is it even possible?
It's not really possible. I don't think a convention really has much of an impact whatsoever.
Did it last time?
Not really. It didn't affect us. Before we discuss the merits or lack thereof of Mortal Kombat Annihilation, my additional issue with the nonsensicalness of the statement is that it's one thing to impose restrictions on our lifestyles that are for our safety or in the interest of public health, etc. Okay. That's fine. I don't care how on the nose your interest in public safety is. The right to public assembly is protected under our First Amendments. Imposing a specific limit on the number of people allowed to protest is an infringement on our First Amendment rights. And since, the Constitution is a little bit important or something, things like telling people how many protesters are allowed to be in an area or, gassing protesters who are being peaceful, which you can deny or not, but there is ample video evidence to suggest that in various cities in the country this has in fact happened. All of these things are an infringement on our right to assembly. So peaceful protest, we have a right to do that as people without being attacked, assaulted, persecuted, or limited in any way. So fuck you, county who is stupid and can't figure out how math works to begin with. You can't take my rights away.
Coronavirus is branding.
So, how do you guys feel about Mortal Kombat Annihilation?
Am I the only person here that saw it in theaters?
No, is this the second one? Yes. This is the second one. That's the one that's arguably the worst movie ever made, even though I've never seen it.
Yeah. We can watch a video that shows you where the special effects are broken.
I got it for free when I bought the first movie.
Oh.
Yeah,
that's the way I look at it anyway.
That's good.
Got it in a movie pack.
Yeah, I was going to say that's the way I look at it.
Yeah, I'll Rookie. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead, buddy.
No, you're good. I was going to say, go. I'm pretty sure.
Rookie, you're beep booping out on us.
Domo arigato, Mr. Rabato. Domo.
I'll come out and come back in.
Okay, all right. Well, we caught like 2 words of that. So, Jeff, why don't you go ahead?
All I was going to say is I am a proponent of the first Mortal Kombat film. I say to this day, because I haven't seen Sonic, Mortal Kombat is the best video game movie ever made. I saw it in theaters. I loved it. Honestly, the main reason I remember it and love it so much is because the Dumb and Dumber videotape had a commercial for it. Long story short, though, I went and saw Mortal Kombat Annihilation in theaters in '97. I didn't like it. So 1 year for Black Friday, I bought it on DVD, and I realized what a piece of shit it is. You want to talk about the merits, Obi-Wan? Maybe some of the music. James Remar is a good actor, but he's terrible in that film. Honestly, the best part of it is Robin Chow. That dude that played Liu Kang should have had a bigger career. He could have been the next Jackie Chan or the next Bruce Lee or something big, but he stopped. He didn't. I think he did, 5 movies, Tom, or some small amount? He's in Mortal Kombat, both of those. He's in Beverly Hills Ninja, and maybe something else.
Yeah, something like that. I mean, I vaguely remember the movie. I have it, but I've watched like it 1.5 times. But I saw the original film twice in the same night in the theaters.
You like it that much?
Yeah, I mean, as far as like, is it better than Sonic as far as the video game thing goes? That's pretty debatable. I mean, the original film still has its merits. Mortal Kombat Annihilation, outside of certain members of the cast and whatnot, not really. I mean, I guess you could give it some credit for trying to pick up the story and where it should go, because I believe it stayed pretty true to the game story at that time, but I could be mistaken.
Tom, it was all goofy shit back then.
I know, yeah. Like, I remember it just coming off real piss poor. Yeah, like, it came off like a TV pilot or some shit.
Shit, that show would never get picked up, dude. You know that.
And then they had a TV show after that, by the way. I don't know if you remember that.
I do. Dude, Mortal Kombat.
And I think the same guy played Liu Kang in the TV show.
What else is he going to do? Dude, Mortal Kombat's one of those properties that it's still around, but it was so big at one point that, like, your average person's not even... Like, did you know there was a Mortal Kombat cartoon?
Yep.
And the Mortal Kombat live-action show, and the movies, and the soundtrack, and the game.
The live-action show being a thing.
It was just so much.
It was a big deal. I mean, it was like... It's pretty pervasive. I think most people who are alive know what Mortal Kombat is. Rookie, you're back, and hopefully not beep booping. So
yeah, do I sound okay now?
You sound great. So what were your thoughts? Why you wanted to weigh in on our Mortal Kombat?
I was going to say I thought Mongo might have a bit to say on that. I know he's more of a kaiju guy, but I'm not sure if I don't know. He and I on Twitter sometimes we comment on some movies. Sometimes I don't remember if Mortal Kombat was one of them or not. With some of that, it could be confusing to somebody else. But no, I'll say real quick that no, I think that it's better than people give him credit for Mortal Kombat Annihilation. A weird start to the movie for actors, and effects were goofy as hell. But it's one of those good bad movies, I'd say.
All right.
Well, Jesse,
doesn't Jeremy unironically like it?
It's Jeremy.
I think he does.
Unironically likes ketchup.
Yeah, he does. He also unironically liked The Last Jedi the first 2 times he saw it. So.
Yeah, the acting from the guy who plays Liu Kang is hilarious. He's just like, I don't remember all his lines, but it's funny. He always sounds so serious, but he's so goofy.
Well, he's coming from the first one, man, where actually the people took it seriously. Because I'm not here to rip on every actor ever, but like the cast of the first movie, Christopher Lambert, Bridget, what's her name, Wilson, was pretty solid in the mid 90s. And then you had the guy that played Johnny Cage, and they all left. You had new actors for all those characters, and he's the only holdover. And everyone just treated it like a big goofy video game movie, which is what it was. But it's dumb in my opinion. I think it's shitty, but I'm gonna leave the floor to you guys because I'm super enthusiastic.
Oh no, this is great. This is awesome. I was just thinking, I feel like I'm just moderating this discussion, and I love it. I think I'm perfectly happy to sit here, chime in on stuff I know about, bounce on stuff I do. Moderate the chat and the super chats and the floor, and this is awesome. I'm freaking loving this.
We're talking about Ninja Turtles 1990 in the chat. Better get away from that before I start going.
Well, we do have. I want to give Mongo the floor because I do want to know his thoughts. If he has any particular thoughts on Mortal Kombat Annihilation. Also, our next super chat is a question for him directly too. So we're going to yield the floor to Mongo for a minute.
All right. So, yeah, like Mortal Kombat Annihilation, for me, that was one of those movies that watched a lot growing up. And, it was It's one of those movies where, you watched it as a kid and you thought, holy crap, he turns into a dragon. He gets to fight this freaking like Hydra thing, and just watching it now, it's like a cheese pizza, it's just cheesy. And, as a guy who loves watching Godzilla movies, you learn to love a lot of that cheesy stuff, just, oh gosh, just a lot of the decisions were hilarious. Shao Kahn was great, he was just
Now
the
you will
world was made in 7 days, and so it would be destroyed. It's just a big meme movie, so many jokes, just great to watch with friends, I think.
Love it. I haven't seen it yet, so I think one day I'm gonna have to get hammered and do it. I also haven't seen the first Mortal Kombat movie, so I'm quiet on this topic.
We can watch that tonight if you want. I love, dude. It's like Enter the Dragon, but
She's like, no, we don't have to.
I'd say you should. I don't even know if there's a boring moment in it because there's just cheese all over the screen.
Yeah.
It's like
Just
almost
one
every
act.
line. The mom Selena or something. You will die. It's just like,
oh, mother, you're
oh,
alive.
God.
Strata, I'm excited now. You guys got me on board. I'm fucking stoked.
Yes.
A couple of reminders before we read this next super chat. First of all, press the like button if you haven't done so already. We're 30 away from 100. We always like to get there. That's our first, I'm going to say, and I'm going to hate myself for it, milestone of the evening. And I was hoping you could just gloss on past that one. Cool. That's right. I even let Kelly make puns today because it was her birthday.
Of course.
So if I was quiet, a little quieter, your usual peanut gallery and the High Council wasn't particularly present. I was at my best friend. It was her birthday. And if I hadn't already last week before she had set the time for her Zoom party, etc., I got to be there in person because I'm special. Prior to having already booked all of you wonderful guests, I probably would still be there. But I love you guys. This is how important you all are to me. And so we're here. The other quick thing, I just noticed a couple little comments here and there in the chat. Just a reminder to you guys, be nice to each other and to the people on the streams. We ask for that. You can disagree to high hell. You can disagree vehemently and adamantly. I do ask that you guys be kind to each other and kind to my guests. I did notice a couple little comments that I did not appreciate directed at one said guest. I think you were trying to make a joke maybe, but it was not reading very well. So just a reminder, guys, everyone who comes on my channel are people I want here and people I invite here. Unless I have never invited someone on just to bash them. But they're all people that I like and respect and want you to like and respect as well. So,
except for me, Jesse will let you make fun of me all day
that's
long.
true. You can make fun of Tom all you want. I'll join in probably.
He's like Freddy Krueger in that unmade movie.
There you go.
Only you get that reference. So.
Son of 100 maniacs. Son of.
Yeah.
And this is why we're all here. I love it. Okay. But yeah, so my policy too, if you are in the chat, I do have mods in here. Tom is one of them. And I believe Obi-Wan's a mod as well. So my policy, when just so everyone knows on the same page, I haven't put this out there in a while. Actually, I've had a really good chat and I haven't had any issues. So just so you all know, my policy is if you are doing something shitty, if I see it, I'll call it out. If a mod sees it, they'll call it out. If you don't stop, somebody's going to put you in timeout. I remember when I discovered I could put people in time. I was just excited to have that power.
You're nicer than me.
If you continue I give people chances. I'm really big on freedom of speech. I give you a lot of chances to speak your mind and say what you want. But if you're just going to be an asshole, if you're just going to use your power for evil, I'm going to give you the boot, ultimately.
Well, why would you not want to use your power for evil? Because good is dumb.
Good is dumb.
Good is dumb.
Stratos,
Why don't you just go get him? Don't you have the Schwartz? Yeah, but I got the downside. He's got the upside. There's two sides to every Schwartz.
Of course.
No excuse.
Stratus Radio Blue says, question for Mongo. Who was your favorite kaiju other than Gojira? And why is it Jet Jaguar? Kidding. I'm a Gigan fan myself. Gigan? I don't know these things. But I would love to know yours. Also, while you're answering this question, Mongo, you should probably also tell us what your favorite Godzilla movie is. So,
man.
I know. Big question. So we yield the floor to you. Your favorite Godzilla Gojira kaiju and your favorite Godzilla movie. Go. Everyone else can answer this question too, but it's more important for Mongo to answer this.
All right. Now it's really tough, especially in the Godzilla series. Lots of great giant monsters, lots of great kaiju. I mean, King Ghidorah, he's always great. but I think, after Godzilla and like maybe King Kong, I don't know, maybe not King Kong, but I mean, I definitely say this guy here, Gamera, he's a great monster. He's a giant turtle. There's giant turtle. He breathes fire too, fireballs. He's great. He can fly. He's basically, he's like a ninja turtle, a ninja turtle that can, as a giant monster. He's great. He's got some really great movies too. But I guess coming back to Godzilla real quick for the favorite Godzilla movie, it's kind of hard to say, but well, actually, no, it's not that hard. Actually, I'd probably say Shin Godzilla back there. It's it's a movie that I can watch like on repeat and not
It's
have
hilarious.
a problem with. It's a movie I can watch on repeat there.
So that makes sense. Rookie, same question. Do you have a favorite non-Godzilla
Kaiju.
I know
Kaiju.
that. I was thinking about synonyms. I was like, we can keep saying
Oh.
kaiju.
I was letting her say.
Monster sound
Monster.
pedestrian.
There you go.
Monster sound of pedestrian.
Monster.
I was gonna go with opponent. Opponent. Oh, not at all. I guess some of them work with Godzilla too. So fine. We'll
You're
just
good.
go with a Godzilla kaiju or any. Yes. What?
Okay, yeah.
Name
Well,
the question. Yield the floor.
yeah. I never Godzilla stuff, though. I did grow up with like Power Rangers and some of the Japanese shows here and there that would come on, and I did like the 1989 the Matthew Broderick Godzilla as a kid. Loved that as a kid. But I know it's not that great. I just recently watched some of the old King Kong versus Godzilla where it looks so hilarious to me. Like he's literally got King Kong on helicopter strings, like taking him to fight Godzilla, and I'm just like, what?
Well, what else are you gonna do?
That was pretty funny. Mongo actually a long time ago he sent one of my first PO box things was what was that? It was King Kong versus like Metal King Kong or Mecha one.
Mecha
Yeah,
something.
King
Or
Kong
Mecha Kong.
Man,
Or King
Mecha
Kong
Kong.
escapes. Yeah.
I'm planning on watching that very soon actually, and I'll probably bring you on to talk about that with me because it looks like one of those fun cheeses. So
Well, that's
my
actually
favorite.
kind of a pilot to a cartoon that exists too.
Oh my god, I don't know about it from all these movies, Tom. That's funny. So I don't have a favorite, but I am gonna explore the kaiju verse at some point.
Cool stuff.
Oh, I gotta go Kong all the way. I'm a Kong lover.
really?
Oh yeah, I've always been a Kong lover. 1933 Kong or 38's Kong's original. You gotta go
Oh,
with that.
yeah,
so.
that's a great one. That is a great movie. Yeah.
I mean, it all starts there. If it wasn't for that, we wouldn't have any of this stuff. So, I mean, of course, Godzilla's got his merits as well. But since we have to pick somebody other than, definitely got to go with Kong. I mean, he's the king.
I do love Godzilla a lot. He was always
Oh, we
no.
lost our
She
host.
just cut herself.
Oh.
She canceled herself.
Oh no! The haters have struck her down.
sorry,
And-
guys.
oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
My fucking track. I need to figure out how to disable this. I know I can do it, but my tracker pad is designed so it's like if I accidentally swipe too horizontally with two fingers, it's like let's go back a page. I'm like, no,
Its sensitivity is just super high.
not. Yeah, it's just an asshole, basically. You were saying, can I? Were you
Can
gonna
I
answer?
cheat? My favorite is Mecha Godzilla. No, it's joking.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't know. Mongo sent me every damn figure, so I can't even decide which one I like. Movie-wise, what is the one? Is Mechagodzilla the one with Planet X where the space people come down?
Man.
Because
Well, that's the thing. There's a lot of movies with like aliens coming down.
whatever the one with Planet X was, and they're like all riding in the. I think it might be Mechagodzilla, the Terror of Mechagodzilla, or something like that. I used to watch those. Mongo, you remember in the 90s when Godzilla had that weird resurgence before the Matthew Broderick film and they were putting out like new toys and all that stuff? That's when I got into it. And those movies are fun and campy. And I'm with you, Rook, about the whole Power Rangers stuff too. That's what I grew up on.
So fun.
So Power Rangers kind of introduced me to the giant kaiju stuff. But
Can we count putties as kaijus?
they never get giant, though.
That's true.
No, you could say the Green Ranger. Goldar would probably be your best bet on that, or the Dragon Sword. Of course.
What about Pine Octopus?
Is there like a size requirement? One must be official kaiju.
I think it's just the giant city tall monsters.
You have to be city crushing.
I know your
size.
favorite one. The Beastie Boys video for Intergalactic.
Oh, how did you know?
What date you want?
That is
How
cool.
did you know? You're so right, though. That is my favorite. Thank you for answering my question before I even got to answer it. Did you answer your favorite Godzilla movie, though?
I'm just gonna pick Mecha. I was gonna make the joke
yeah.
say Matthew Broderick in '98, but that movie's dog shit. I do like the 2014 one pretty much. I bought it on Blu-ray. People shit on it. I think it's fun.
One. I had fun with that one. I liked because it was sort of reminded me. It was built like because there wasn't so much of a main character and a people story as much. It was much more about the monster than that. Kind of like a lot of the old ones. Really, I mean, the older ones were much more centered around the monsters. And this, like, I don't even remember. I'm sure there are characters that were important. King Kong versus Godzilla, which is the one I had the most as a kid. But watching these movies, and maybe also because I was young, you were just more focused on the monsters and the stuff.
I would wait till that shit happened.
Oh yeah, and the people and their stories and whatnot were sort of irrelevant, and they were just whatever. They kept you in between the monster moments, but 2014 felt like that to me. It wasn't just like, let's make this human story about people, and oh yeah, Godzilla. It really felt like, yeah, the people are here and doing stuff, but Godzilla.
Hey, Mongo, what were your thoughts on the 2014 film? Because I learned it's more divisive than I realized.
I mean, me personally, I liked how it was kind of serious, I guess. You know, it's like a serious take on it. I guess the characters were fine. I mean, it was a shame Bryan Cranston died. And after Bryan Cranston, the characters weren't really that interesting. But
Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch.
But I don't watch. But I don't watch this for the characters. So I was fine for fine with the spectacle and the creative.
The part at the end when he rips open the thing's mouth and breathes the blues, whatever. That was
a cool shot.
I like the 2014 one. The problems I had with the 2014 one were fixed in the sequel, but also made worse.
Oh.
So you have problems there. That was my issues. Like Mongo was just saying, I hated that they killed Cranston off so early in the story. I wanted more monsters, which we got in the sequel, and the humans were at least believable and followable for the most part in the first film. The second film, though, I didn't like all the nonsense with the one lady siding with the bad guys and them awakening all the kaijus. Like that whole thing is
like
just
humans had too much involvement in that in a way. Like I didn't even see it, but just from what I've heard about it, it just sounds like
they could have cut 20 minutes out of the movie. All you had to do was have her at gunpoint, wake up all the kaijus, or just do it on accident. One or the other.
I have a question. Does the Tyrannosaurus Rex from the Lost World count as a kaiju?
Ooh, that's a good question.
He is made up, technically. He's a genetic freak, mutant freak, or she, I guess, is a mutant genetic freak that was created in a lab, so she's not like just an animal. And she's tearing up a city. So,
well, wasn't it the dad in the city?
Oh yeah, it was the dad because it was the dad and the baby. Yeah, because they got the.
But that's still cool. I like that you like that because I was talking about that earlier. I think that doesn't get enough credit. I love that whole scene.
I thought all the dinosaurs were women, and then they just evolved.
Not in the Lost World though. The Lost World that was Site B.
This is Site B, and they've also this is also, as you find out in the first movie, they're able to talk to gender.
Finds a way.
Most progressive creatures ever because they can change their gender. What else?
What was that, Jesse? The last time I saw that movie, Bill Clinton was president.
And you gotta watch it again. I love that movie. And plus, they figured out how to use food to supplement their lack of that amino acid.
I don't know. That movie was like crack to me when it came out for some reason.
It was to me too. It may be also because what year was that one?
97.
I might have convinced my parents to take me to see it in theaters. I would have been, was it a winter release or a spring?
Summer, I think it was.
Oh, that makes sense. Because I would have been like 6 or something, but I've already seen the first one and loved it. I think I convinced my parents to take me to see that one in theaters. And she pancake. He's so chill. That one, it didn't scare me. None of them scare me per se, but I never had nightmares about those. The only dinosaur movie I had nightmares about is Planet of the Dinosaurs. That's a deep track for anyone who's really likes dinosaur movies. Anyone here or in the chat? Also, guys, sending super chats. You're sending amazing super chats. Bear with us. You're sending such good ones that they're sparking these incredible discussions. So bear with us. We're going to get to them all.
I love that icon, by the way, of Anthony's there. That's hilarious.
I'm gonna read the super chats so I can make his scary ass thumbnail. No way. He says, "I live where Mexican Iron Man Mike lives." Like, as in literally, like in his bed.
Cool. Mexican
just
Iron Man
like-
is a big listener of the
Or
Phantom
just,
Menace.
oh no, this is cool dude. I've seen Mike's.
He has his own theme song when he super chats us on Midnight's Edge After Dark.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh.
City? Does he live? Do you guys live in the same city, in the same town, the same room, the same body,
The same planet.
the same body? But yeah, any of what
Are you Mexican Iron Man? Is that what you're asking?
maybe you're trying to tell us something.
And I'm Ron.
But Land of the Lost. I remember that one.
Ew, that movie was terrible.
I don't
The
know.
movie's terrible, but the show was awesome.
The show was cool, and there were books, right? Then were they books first or were they books afterwards?
I'm sure they did a tie-in series or something. I'm not sure on that.
There were books, and my brother used to read all those books, and I don't remember if it was if I don't know if they came before or afterwards. Yeah, James Baker knows Planet of Dinosaurs. It's
James Baker.
The James Baker. It was like all of the dinosaur action was like stop motion and
Is it Ray
claymation.
Harryhausen?
We put it on once while we were in space, and it was terrible. 'cause
Oh,
it's really
that
boring.
fucking movie?
But there's a couple key moments, like when the T-Rex just gores a dude, even though it's like clearly claymation, it just haunts me forever. And the T-Rex in that one, for some reason, I had a recurring nightmare that I had a pet. Well, it was a good dream that I had a pet T-Rex and it was awesome. And then it became a nightmare when my brother fell into the gigantic meat grinder that the T-Rex ate out of. It's just like his dish. Like the bottom of it was a massive meat grinder. He ate the freshly ground meat. My brother fell in and was dying, and it was terrible. So because my T-Rex, that's the thing. When my T-Rex went rogue, he didn't eat my brother. He threw my brother into his meat grinder.
So now, how long have you been a fan of this film?
Well, he's got standards.
But what?
How long have you been a fan of this film?
Fan is a stretch. We've had it on a VHS since I was a little kid.
Were you aware that the Millennium Falcon is on the box art as well as X-Wings from Star Wars? They ripped it off directly.
I didn't have that box.
That's
no.
the poster, but yeah, the poster rips off. That's the Falcon.
Yep, that is the Millennium Falcon for sure, and that looks like an X-Wing.
And
Yep, those are all X-Wings.
Now I got to see this movie. What was it called again?
Planet of Dinosaurs. Strap yourself in. There's a lot of
There's the Millennium Falcon. Folks.
I'm so watching this.
Oh, wow.
flying in a weird moodscape.
I love them kind of movies. Like I was just telling Jeff before, there's somebody who re-edited Star Wars and made it like a B exploitation movie, like back in the day, like for drive-ins and stuff. So it's really cheesy sound effects, and they took other lines from James Earl Jones to make him sound like he's from the 70s and stuff like that. So it's pretty kind of funny, actually.
The first image that comes up of Planet of the Dinosaurs is the dude hanging out of the T-Rex's mouth.
Is it on YouTube or something where you can watch it, or Amazon or anything?
Probably is.
She bought it on Amazon.
Did I buy it?
No, but Jeff, you'd get a kick out of that Star Wars movie I was just talking about. It's called the War of the Stars. You should.
Where can I watch it?
The War of the Stars.
I've only seen clips online. If I ever find the whole movie, I will definitely send it to you. That's for sure.
Yeah, Planet of Dinosaurs is a 1977. Interesting, Greg Kirby. It's the last movie, but
it looks like it is on YouTube, Tom.
Awesome.
It says VHS 1977.
Oh, so that means it's never been released since, probably.
Probably not. Yeah. Ooh,
The one I'm talking about, Dr. Coffinails, is called The War of the Stars.
back on Arcadia for just a quick second. I always forget the actual name. I just knew the American title was Godzilla versus the Smog Monster, and I do think that the Smog Monster is an inspired villain. So he's pollution embodied.
Putting the link to that in the chat for you, Tom.
Also, I like to think that the Flying Spaghetti Monster is loosely based on the Smog Monster, because they kind of the whole when I first saw the shape of the Flying Spaghetti Monster, I was like, ooh, that kind of reminds me of the big old Smog Monster flying around. And
yeah, they fly around. Yeah,
right. You guys are all familiar with the Flying Spaghetti Monster, right?
Oh yeah.
Been touched by his noodly appendage. That's I love the more. Oh my god, Pastafarian lore is my favorite, or myth, whatever. Their mythos and all that shit is my favorite thing ever. Oh man, Ricky, you're gonna share the link. Is that the link for the movie in there?
It's
a little private chat.
It's
Do you
not
want to see it in the main
copy,
chat?
but
I'll put it in the main chat too.
Sure. Yeah,
you guys
I
all see.
can drop it in the main chat too. But, yeah.
How is the quality on
could be worse, I guess.
Let's get back to some of those super chats, because we had a lot of people want us to talk about a lot of different things. So we'll see if we can give every subject our best.
The next one's going to be out.
This one's going to take a minute. I kind of actually want to read the one after it, because I know, you know what? I'm gonna read a couple. I'm gonna read the next couple because they're nice, juicy ones that are comments rather than ridiculously long discussion topics. Right. So we have one from Mad Mardigan who said, "Did Dion ever forward my email to Jeff? Also, I have a new book recommendation." So I don't know is the answer to that one.
I'm checking for you right now, Mad Mardigan.
Also have a new book recommendation, Beyond Woke by Dr. Michael Rechtenwald. I have an early request for DJ Mead, Gotham City by R. Kelly. How about them Cowboys?
Well, I actually got shut down this morning, fuckers. What? Yeah, they shut me down this morning. But it's funny. I'm going to give you your $10 worth for that super chat. I got a story that goes with that song. You know, we used to sing to that song back when it was on the radio. She got them titties. Titty of justice.
Titty of peace. Sorry, I remember that song.
And the funny thing is we're not even as perverted as R. Kelly. So there, go ahead and.
I just want to say.
I've never peed on anybody.
I personally just want to say that the Cowboys suck, and nobody likes them. So
I haven't peed on anybody that didn't ask me to.
So thanks, Matt Martin, for the super chat. I love you and respect you as a listener, but the Cowboys suck. And if you think that Dak Prescott is your quarterback of the future, it's a joke. Dak Prescott is a joke, just like the rest of the Cowboys. The Cowboys are a joke, so I guess it's the perfect resting place for him. Oh, sorry, I get feelings.
Hey, Mad Mardigan, could you send that email to Jesse?
Yeah, just send it to me. Me.mindlessentertainment at because they probably get a lot more traffic on bullshitters, and it might be harder to find. But if you shoot it over to me at mindlessentertainment@gmail.com, I'll make sure that Jeff reads it because he lives with me and he can't escape me. So it's probably I probably should not say this because people are going to start doing it. But if you want Jeff specifically to see something, you're probably better off sending it to me than the World Class Bullshitters email. Because
if you don't mind it, yeah.
I don't care as long as it's like important, you know. If it's stupid. Oh, Matt Marty, I'm actually going to delete your email because you're a Cowboys fan. I'm not going to do that. That'd be but fighting words can't escape it. I have my actual social my like coronavirus mask because whether you believe in it or not, you kind of need them here. Whatchamacallit? Mine is the Eagles mask because the Eagles rock and are better than the Cowboys.
Mine's J. Jonah Jameson because I also want pictures of Spider-Man.
It's not. His is also an Eagles mask. So the topic that's going to get us. Oh, well, I was going to read this one. Christopher Richard. When I think of the second Mortal Kombat film, it reminds me of B films that are just hard but still enjoyable on some level. That seemed to be the consensus from you guys, is that it's pretty god-awful, but it's kind of fun to watch the train wreck.
Do you ever want to question life? You should watch Mortal Kombat 2 at times. Because you'll be like, why does this exist?
Okay. Greg Kirby, some people are making lots of profits on masks. I purposely bought mine from a source I'm going to donate to. Where?
What the hell was that?
Oh, I was going to highlight that chat, actually. I purposely bought mine from a place that gave its money to like good causes. Oh, there you go.
Got Subway official ones now.
Oh. I'm still going to put my fingers in your sandwich, but I won't breathe on it. That's awesome. That's pretty baller. I was wondering when, masks were going to get corporate sponsorship.
You know what we should do? Is we should make friends with people that have jobs where they get sponsored masks. And
we should collect them.
Yeah, when they go away. Because like we have your mask, we'll buy it.
I'm sure most people get, people get more than one depending too. So, yes. People are making apt points earlier that the cheerleaders are the only good thing about the Cowboys. And that's probably right.
Did you know that in 2017, when The Rock debuted or showed up at WrestleMania, the whole Dallas Cowboy cheerleader team came out for him? It was pretty funny.
Chilpin, first of all, he spells it like a regular person, so without those extra gajillion letters. Two.
I like how a gajillion is two.
And with a J instead of a G. And yes, he is hung. He has a nice, very large thing, and he uses it very well, since you asked. But back to that super chat that's going to get us off for a while. That sounded wrong.
We're getting us off. All right.
But thank you, Christopher Richot. Accurate super chat. Sounds like you're in good company here.
Oh, he's a big fan of the Phantom Menace.
And Loquacious Primate says, is Wrath of Khan really the best Star Trek movie?
Yes. unless it's 4.
I say yes.
Yeah,
You didn't drink
for
on
the
this
most
movie.
part.
I didn't for one time, but
But I agree with Jeff that 4 is probably the most universal.
It's such a fun movie, dude. It makes
Because like I make the point a million times over that you can sit somebody down and watch Star Trek 4 and they have never seen Star Trek in their entire lives and still enjoy that movie. Because all it is about a bunch of people from the future who need a whale.
transparent aluminum. Or was it? Yeah.
Transparent aluminum, yeah. But I mean, like, you don't have to know who the characters are just to know that they're guys from the future, you know?
I watched Wrath of Khan as a kid and really enjoyed it, like repeatedly.
Oh,
and
it's a great movie.
And I don't even remember Galaxy Quest is the best Star Trek movie. Oh, that's a tough one to refute. Honestly.
Never give up.
Never surrender.
Well, see that movie right there, Galaxy Quest, just supports my argument. So
That's fair. I would say Wrath of Khan is pretty accessible if you're not a super. And I'd seen a bunch of original series and Next Generation by that point too, which is on all the time. But I was definitely at that age, like a casual. I watched this because my dad watches it, and I asked my dad questions about it because it's a bonding thing we do. I always had an easy time accessing it. It was actually cool for me as a kid because the Animorph books came out when I was young and they were huge and I loved them. And it was obvious that the writer borrowed that concept of like the slug going into your, because that's the whole premise of Animorph, slug goes into your brain and takes over and stuff like that.
I didn't realize that, and I read one of those books.
Yeah, and you didn't.
Just didn't remember that
Okay.
part.
Oh, you didn't read the first one. It might have been less apparent. You know?
Oh, I don't. How many books were there? 90?
54.
Jesus Christ.
Plus spinoffs.
Too many.
All of which I read. I read every Choose Your Own Adventure, every the This Creature Chronicles, every regular canon book, all the Megamorph books. Oh yeah, I was deep into that. I still have the full collection somewhere. It's probably worth $1.
It is. I'd give you $1 for it.
And Kakoshi's.
I'd buy that for $1.
I've never said this publicly. I kind of want to watch RoboCop now.
Rookie, have you seen Wrath of Khan?
I have not seen any Star Trek movie.
Oh, okay.
The better question is, have you seen one of the greatest cinematic masterpieces of all time, RoboCop?
I probably have. And forever.
Probably. You don't forget if you've seen RoboCop, dude.
Well, because I know I've seen bits and pieces like from stuff, but I don't really remember from beginning to end.
You're coming with me.
Everything. For Star Trek, I saw like a little bit of the Christopher Lloyd one, but that's like the only thing.
That's 3, right, Tom?
What's that?
Is Christopher Lloyd in part 3?
3, yeah. Cook! I killed your son. You Klingon bastard. You killed my son.
I can imagine Tom doing a stage show, like playing all the characters at once.
Killed my son.
Oh, look at Tom go. Pulling out the chat.
Nice.
Or do you want older Shatner?
No, please go back.
Older Shatner's much sexier.
Maybe.
Oh,
it might be.
The younger Shatner's.
It might be there. I went to I ended up being really happy when I had involvement, but I specifically went to a con in Philly because of him. And like the day of or the day before he canceled. He is correct me if I'm wrong, Tom. He has a habit of not being where he's supposed to be. Tom.
What did I do?
Not you, Shatner. Shatner is known for is notorious for his inability to commit to appearances that he is committed to.
That's because I got too much time to do other things.
Apparently, like write poetry and read words.
Offer Nave, I'm with you. I don't like when Murphy gets shot. It still bothers the piss out of me. Want to watch RoboCop get killed? Ooh,
that's one.
So violent.
I want to watch that movie again because that's one of those ones that it's been so long. I want to see what I remember.
Which cut? You want to watch the super?
I've probably never seen that. I think I only watched it on TV.
You might not have. Oh, you only watched it on TV?
Yeah, I think I've only ever seen it on TV. Actually,
cable pay TV or just regular TV? Because
I don't know.
We were talking about gory shit. The uncut death of RoboCop. They fucking take a shotgun to his hand and it shows it. It's nasty.
I've definitely never seen it.
Shoot him in the head. Oh God, I don't want to talk about it. Let's never talk about RoboCop.
And watch it.
Honestly, it's Dion's favorite movie. Even he looks away at that part. He's like, dude,
I got to see it at least once.
RoboCop's fucking amazing.
Mm-hmm.
And it's so relevant right now. It's what we're on the verge of becoming. It's not even funny.
You're not wrong, especially with the shit. Oh my god, I never thought about defunding the police. Who's going to take over? Well, privatize it.
Omnicorp.
Yeah, we haven't even discussed that horrible possibility. We're stuck
Old
in
Detroit has a cancer.
private.
We're not even probably take just the
And
police.
Omnicorp has a cure. The cure is
Because
RoboCop.
Have the world class bullshitters police patrol.
Oh my god, if I was
now.
the cops, if I was in charge, I'd be like, I'm gonna let this one slide. That's a heinous crime. I don't really feel like chasing the bug down. File an insurance claim.
Go kill people.
You have the phone to answer the call, but just to go, what's your favorite movie? No, okay.
You just made me think of a funny skit.
I'll talk all the criminals down from committing crimes. Like, hey, why don't you come on our live stream and we'll hang out? Don't do this.
14.
What about if RoboCop had to deal with all the mundane shit, not just all the
He
cool actions?
gets demoted, slapped by his superior officer, and demoted.
Oh my god! Can you imagine like standing like if he was in like an episode of The Rookie?
Yeah. But here's the joke though. He can't hold a pen because of his robotic hand. So every time he writes a ticket, he just scratches a lot.
You were speeding in a 25-mile-an-hour zone.
I want to
Or
see
he has
him
a job
like,
at McDonald's.
like, sidewalk dispute between like neighbors who are fighting at each other and just being like, I can't punch any of you into submission.
I can't turn my head either.
He's got to do customer service or something.
What seems to be the problem?
Oh my god, these would be great sketches. RoboCop in ordinary situations. Was that
Exactly,
yeah.
yeah. Like
He's
getting a cat out of a tree and
going
shit.
back and forth to the people, and he's just like,
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Noise violation.
yes, sir.
Comes up and knocks on the door. Boom, boom.
Attempting to assess the crime here. What is the crime?
And like some kids like jamming out, and he's like, what do you need, man? We have a report of a noise violation.
He's sitting awkwardly knocking on the door.
Yeah, he busts the door in when he
Oh my
does.
god. There was a noise complaint. Cease and desist, citizen.
And he makes like a bunch more noise than the kids are.
Or he like blows up the door.
Yeah, that's what I say. Yeah, he knocks in the door and then
you should like fire a rocket at the door.
and then he shoots like the stereo or something like that with his gun. He's just like noise violation taken care of. And then
Oh my god, we have to do this.
Do we know how to get a RoboCop costume? Because it only works if
you
the
do it
RoboCop
animated too. If not,
You could animate it. That should be we gotta. But I think live action would be so
I
hilarious.
just want RoboCop and the skit to go. I wish they never revived me.
They should.
RoboCop versus Karen.
Oh, that's what defeats him.
I want to speak to your superior.
And he freaks out. He's like, I want to speak to your manager. And he
He's
just
got to do it.
and that's
No, because you've never seen how the movie ends. The original RoboCop, he would kill Karen. Because remember what happens about you're fired. Thank you. It would pull some bullshit like that. It's like, I want to talk to your manager. I don't have one.
Great.
Thank you.
I would talk to your manager, and he shoots her head off.
Or stabs her with that fucking thing in his wrist.
Oh, boom! Like right through the neck.
That's
on
how.
the other
That's
side.
literally how he kills.
He'd be like, "Look over there."
If you did a crossover with Ash versus Evil Dead and RoboCop, I don't know, that'd be a funny combo of people.
I like it though.
It's weird.
I want to watch RoboCopulation hardcore.
RoboCopulation. I'm naming Chili Peen as our official resident edgelord for the night.
Well, the thing is, we couldn't, Tom, due to the whole free copyright law, we could make a RoboCop porn parody.
Ooh, there you go.
Technically, yes.
RoboCop is the basic title. I think RoboCopulation is a better title.
RoboCopulation is pretty good. RoboCop is also good.
Hard or
You can
soft,
sell
you're
that as
coming
the
with
next
me.
sequel. You can sell it as the next reboot.
The city of Detroit defunds their police department, and RoboCop is the only cop. So the whole skit is him going to every fucking call.
Oh my god, that'd
it's
be
like
so
it's like a
funny.
domestic abuse situation.
Yeah.
Fucking
He's gotta
malfunctions.
get like a kitten out of a tree.
Like Superman.
That's what I said. Yeah,
Oh
yeah.
my god. That would be
It is
so.
Chip Pancake.
The tree. He's like, I don't want to be here. I swear I can get down by myself. I swear.
And he just knocks the tree down.
The chat's liking the name of this parody.
RoboCock. Okay, there's another character. You have a bunch of characters because you could have RoboCock, you could have RoboCuck in there for some weird sex.
I want to
stuff.
watch a movie called RoboCop where it's just this
And
little
then you
skinny
can have
dude.
Dildo Cock. Dildo Cop.
Dildo Cop. just
You can
like-
have Dildo Cock too. I was
You
going.
can.
I was going for Dildo Cop, but you know,
I would watch
the sworn nemesis of RoboCock.
a butt plug.
Officer butt plug.
Orifice butt plug.
Police chief vibrator.
Got a right to remain silent. Come in
And
his mouth.
You have the right to remain naked. Oh God, that's what Jeff says to me every morning when I wake up.
don't put anything on.
You have the right to remain naked.
I'm gonna say it to you every morning now.
Please do. This is great. I'm excited for our porn. I'm also excited for the 13 additional likes we need to get to 100. Woo! And for the next super chat from our good friend Go Big Boy or Go Home, who will be on the channel tomorrow to talk guns. It sounds like we're also going to be bringing on our also good friend, Flaming TP, another Sean. That's not going to be confusing at all. Because he also likes guns, and he also he's wanted to demonstrate something for a while. I think he's still down to do this, but this came up in the Ahmad Arbery discussions. Flaming to me wants to demonstrate what you should do if someone's pointing a shotgun at you. He wants to a little. So we might actually see a gun on the channel tomorrow, and I will get demonetized forever. So I'll have to talk to them separately about. No one's firing on. Sean did hold up a gun on my channel, and it was fine. So,
Are you doing cop left meow? Excuse me, citizen.
Did you say meow? No. We got to talk about this issue right now. Right now. No. Why are you making fun of me? Are you resisting arrest, citizen?
No.
Okay. Well, come with me, meow.
Now, one thing before we stop talking about RoboCop, he shoots a guy in the dick, and there's a famous T-shirt that says, "Remember the time RoboCop shot that guy in the dick?" I'm gonna show you this shirt. It's hilarious.
All right, guys. In the stream and in the chat, Doomcock versus RoboCock. RoboCock. That says RoboCock. Okay, so this is Doom. This is not Doomcock versus RoboCop. This is Doomcock versus RoboCock.
Who's got the bigger?
Greg Kirby. First of all, who has the bigger cock? Second of all, if they just went head to head in a villainous battle of villainy, who wins? That's amazing.
Do you want one?
That's the B story.
We should. See, Greg Kirby says Doomcock would sing RoboCock to death. I think RoboCock would cock slap Doomcock to death. So
Now, how do you feel about Codpiece? Do you know who Codpiece is? He is a superhero who punches you with his dick. That's a real comic book. That's not a joke.
I feel like you're getting doubly assaulted.
Oh my
The
god!
Marvel or DC.
Oh my god!
That's like extra.
The DC After Dark.
So, guys, in case you weren't already excited, by the way, Flaming TP, two cocks going head to head. This is the same person who's also delighted us with such things like, I think Kobe's helicopter pilot was a leaf on the wind. So he will be live with us tomorrow and hopefully bringing his wit with him.
He's onto something too with the head thing. Just throw in Robot Head as his name. Robot Head.
There you go.
Yeah,
Oh gosh!
There you go. The trifecta.
Let's see. Doomcock, RoboCock, Robot Head. I think we're onto something. I think they're all the same person.
And then Ryan Johnson's the villain because I don't know.
Roundhead.
Throw it in.
Mr.
Roundhead.
I think it's a dickhead, but that's just me.
There you go. And that goes back to cock. So dick cock. We're all on the same thing here. So before we got all this amazing tangent, Go Big Boy Go Home says, "Can we discuss the merits of Blade Runner?" Which he's probably
just like no.
Just apparently not. Now I know he's doing this to antagonize Jeff, and I support this. Yeah. Blade Runner, seen it, like it, hate it? Mongo.
Never seen it.
Interesting. Rookie.
Wow. Can you guess if I've seen it or not?
You
I'm
have.
gonna say no.
I've been recommended that a million times, and I don't remember, Tom, if that was you that told me last time that I need to see the older one or the newer one first. Some people
That wasn't me.
Okay, some people have been saying the newer one or both, but
I'm one of those that I'm not I respect it for what it is in cinematic history, but I'm not a huge fan.
I'm not the only one that doesn't really love fucking Blade Runner, finally. A whole panel of people that either haven't seen it or don't love it that much.
The effects are great, but it's not a movie that I pull out all the time to watch or anything.
Everybody says it's a slow burn. You have to kind of want to see them develop it, I guess, but I don't know. So.
I think you have to like a lot, because the thing is that it's a sci-fi neo-noir, so you have to, I think you really have to be on board with neo-noirs and sci-fi, and that's not necessarily for everybody, because because they really lean into a lot of the neo-noir tropes and the storytelling style of noir films. You have to like that genre to appreciate what they're doing, some of the choices they're making in Blade Runner, like the much maligned voiceover. Does it work? Does it not? A lot of context debate. I don't have any really. I really enjoy the film. I love the film. I love the concept. I love neo noirs. I love genre mashups. So it's really fun for me for those reasons. I haven't watched in a while. I also have not seen all of the cuts, so I don't have a lot of commentary to say. I'm like, watch the final cut, watch the director's cut, watch the theatrical release. Sure, I do want to go through and watch them.
Big box set.
But it's things like, does the voiceover work? Debatable, but you understand why it's there if you're familiar with the noir genre and you watch you like a lot of film.
Wait till you hear Harrison Ford deliver. Have you heard the version with the voiceover?
Which one is that?
Just the original cut, the first
cut.
I
thought the theatrical release.
I will say this.
I think I've seen.
I respect it, but like I've told you countless times, I don't like the theme of what does it mean to be human? A machine wants to be human and feels. I've seen the Twilight Zone. I've seen it 20,000 times after. I just don't like that fucking trope. I'm tired of it. Like, you could have me in my own movie. I wouldn't like it after that.
I get where Jeff's coming from, obviously. I mean, it is very pretentious.
That's fine.
And the thing is, it was marketed as this big Harrison Ford action film. It wasn't. People didn't like it at first. People respect it now. But isn't it, Tom?
But I also think now it's still hard. It falls into the same problems that it had then in terms of people hear all the hype about it. I don't think there's a lot of discussion. I think because it's so specific to try to break down what it actually is. You
did a good job though. What is it? Sci-fi and neo-noir.
But not a lot of people are that, especially people who are into sci-fi or Harrison Ford or blockbusters. A lot of those people aren't necessarily into noir, so they don't know.
Yeah, I could settle noir, but that's not go-to. It's fine, but it's not. Yeah, it's not one that I'm eager to see necessarily.
Watch the Maltese. Murky, if you want a fucking noir, watch the Maltese Falcon.
I still haven't seen
That's one of the best movies I've seen.
I think the classic neo-noir film, which I love, which for those who don't know a lot about noir films, film noir started, brief history of film noir, feel free to jump in and correct me, anybody. For those who aren't super into film noir, was a type of cinema that emerged during World War II because it was expensive to light things. It was the most expensive, one of the most expensive costs they realized they could cut was the lighting. And for those who make film, this is our cinephilia thing. Yeah. Lighting is, and as those of us on here who have worked in film before, who've worked on film projects before, can tell you, lighting is hugely important. It can change the entire tenor of a film, the entire mood of a scene, et cetera, et cetera. So
I was just thinking, like, she's so into lighting. Like when we first live streamed together in Columbus, literally the day before we ended up becoming a couple, she pulled out fucking lamps, all this shit. She's like, I gotta light. I'm like, what are you doing? It's just for a live stream.
The master of lighting hotel rooms, dude. I know how I figured out, because they make this difficult on purpose. They make lampshades in hotel rooms really difficult to take off because they don't want you to. Obviously, I have figured out how to remove almost every hotel lampshade of the hotels I've been in. I figured out how to position lights, how to work with limitations like, height of the light, direction of the light, time of day, curtain coverage, your natural light, your natural space where you can position the lights to create 3-point lighting in hotel rooms all across the fucking country. So
one thing that you brought up, noir, I was in college, I took this German film studies class, and the lady was talking about neo-noir. She brought up Beverly Hills Cop. I'm like, oh shit. So there we go.
You're one of those people who pronounces noir as a 2-syllable word. And
noir.
Let's say it again.
Noir?
Anyway, I'm from Philly. We make things as few syllables as humanly possible.
Noir? Film noir?
Film noir.
No.
You're lucky film and noir are still 2 separate words in our lexicon. Jeez. Noir. That's the joke, the one that always comes up when people talk about like Philly speak is for blending things. The two ones that come up. The biggest city in the country. How do you say it?
New York?
Mm-hmm. Rookie. How do you say
York?
It? Yeah. Mongo?
New York.
Tom?
New Jersey.
Screw you.
New York. Yeah.
Now, if you're from New York, you might say it like
New York.
If you're from New Jersey, you probably definitely say it like that because you're an idiot. And
you'll say, hey, fuck you.
Fuck you, Flamey TV. What is film noir? Noir! Noah.
Can you also do me a favor and say the word water?
Water.
Get a cup of quart.
But when we talk about that stupid city that is slightly north to the in far inferior to Philadelphia, which doesn't have we say New York. A lot of people on the East Coast, New Yorkers tend to go New York, kind of that little hippity hoppity syllable like New York. Yeah, New York. No, fuck that. That's too much work. New York. It's a one syllable word. Single word, one syllable, maybe an
like Mark.
Apostrophe.
Not
Y-R-K,
even. I'm pretty
York.
sure it's just NYRK. New York.
So basically, it's like an airport designation call sign. It's like, oh, we don't go to this. We go to New York.
New York.
So are you saying Newark or
Newark.
New York? I could
Exactly.
say New Jersey if you'd like.
Oh, don't. If I was saying Newark, I wouldn't be, because why would I ever talk about New Jersey?
So we want to visit Ethan?
Or Dr. Steven.
He'll come to us.
But this is true. The original P-Dog 90, they do say it differently in New York too. But New York is full of a bunch of different stupid accents. But Philly, we also say things like, we elide anything we can. Why would you say Broad Street when you could say Broad Street?
Like for garments?
No, Broad Street. You just drive down the Brushy Bullies, as what the Flyers used to be.
I have no clue you're using. Is this English anymore?
Broad Street Bullies. That was the nickname for our hockey team, because all of our sports are full of jackasses who fight people, not just football. What are you putting on my head? Is it a cap? I can't
Crown.
see. You did it wrong. Put it on the part of my head that's flatter. Anyway,
Flathead theory.
what are you, Rookie? What are you looking at? Because you seem really interested in it.
I was looking in the chat. They're suggesting movies in the chat, and they said Rob Zombie's 31. So I was looking at that.
We'll
seeing
get to
what
that.
is.
That's on the deal. We'll get to that because it's in a super chat.
Actually, think it-
But I like Tom's answer. Porn. Where are we super chat wise? Okay.
This goes without saying.
That was a sign.
Sorry, Sean. You just got shit on.
Good talk. I like Blade Runner. I don't know. I think, does John like Blade Runner too, or not? Or
Sean?
what?
It was
Yeah.
a super chat.
Yeah, no, I'm saying, assuming he says
He loves
discuss
it.
the merits.
He was on the show with us talking about how much he loved it.
Oh yeah,
because
I always remember how much you don't like it because you're dumb. I'm gonna read my super chats, Beth. I'm gonna read. We're having a really good chat though, so I'm working.
you melted Santa Claus on Christmas. Philly fans are the worst.
Um,
Yeah, wasn't it for fucking batteries?
No, we threw snowballs at Santa Claus. We threw batteries at someone else, or maybe we threw batteries at Santa as well. We might have thrown batteries at Santa as well. There was a reason for that, Matt Mardigan, and also it was 50 fucking years ago. So get over it, because people have gotten stabbed at the Oakland Stadium far more
Your filler
recently.
showing, Jesse.
Get over it.
Yeah, the
You
way
want to
said
talk
Oakland.
about shit we've done recently? Talk about the two different people 2 weeks in a row during the playoffs when we went to the Super Bowl who punched police horses. Or the one who actually ate horse crap during the I watched that, by the way. That like ended up, everyone, watch Philly's vid, Philly dude eat horse poop. In this, by the way, everyone's like, oh fuck Philly, they're eating horse poop. No, this person, I was there, I watched him do it. I was at the riot. So y'all don't know what a fucking riot is. Y'all looking at these peaceful protests and like someone breaks the window and y'all are like, oh, rioting's happening all over the country. Bitch, when we won the Super Bowl, not when we lost, when we won the Super Bowl, we flipped cars, lit them on fire, and tore down signposts and light posts and paraded them proudly through the streets. Nothing was illegal unless people were getting hurt. They collapsed the awning of one of our fancy hotels. It was like the Plaza Hotel or some shit like that. Just collapsed the awning on that crap. This was a thing too, because they preemptively, before one of our first postseason game, they Criscoed the light posts, because this has been an issue. Climbing light poles has been an issue before in our city. See 2008 when the Phillies won the series, which is why they knew it was coming, because we rioted then too. We're the only city I think that riots harder when we win. Like, we don't just party when we win, we riot when we win. So for the Crisco didn't work at all. So they got industrial lube to grease our poles, and that did exact shit. I can show you pictures on my phone of bitches hanging off a light post.
Hashtag grease the pole.
Yeah, grease the pole. But anyway, my point is that person eating the horse poop was doing a service. He understood the wrongs we had done to our delightful police forces, who have only recently come back into the city, by the way.
You can't explain eating a horse turd.
The horses had only recently been brought back in our city, by the way. We had sold our horses to New York and changed our mounties to mounted motorcycle police officers. And
I love Mad Mardigan. He's just trying to fucking like, that's you.
And at least Wentz knows where to throw the ball, Mad Mardigan. Yeah, R1, at least it's in my living memory, and it might happen again in our living memory, because we know how to. We even have, might as well be made of glass. That's why we keep getting backup quarterbacks that are starter caliber. It's just kind of sad, but whatever. It's fine, because you know what? I was alive the last time we went to the Super Bowl. I was there, present, and old enough to enjoy it. So screw you. But
what if he's a Patriots fan?
He's a Cowboys fan. Because he said that super chat earlier. He said, "How about the boys?" And
aren't they America's team though?
Says nobody ever. I think they literally paid for that honor.
I don't know. Hank Hill, a good, hardworking American.
No, Hank is poor and misguided.
He's not poor.
And like in spirit, this is a Cowboys fan. He's morally bankrupt because he's a Cowboys fan. In spite of being the most morally savvy character on that entire show. We're talking about King of the Hill, in case for those out there who are like,
I forgot you actually enjoy when I turn that show on. Like every time you sit and watch it, I like this show.
I love the show. You got me completely on board. If you ever were like, let's go back to the beginning and watch through the whole thing, I'd be like, cool.
The first episode's about child abuse.
Great. But sorry, this is just
I wasn't made for you, okay?
You party time.
Is that a personal attack?
I don't care if you're a 40-year-old white dude.
Nobody wants to objectify you anyway, so that's fine. And
why are you objecting me?
Because no one would objectify you because you're too ugly and skanky. Saruta has a round head. What?
Oh, you're talking about Brie Larson.
Brie Larson, not
I'm like, Tom is not ugly.
Tom is neither ugly nor skanky.
Oh yeah, he is. He's got a face for radio.
Oh, he could be a skank. Yeah,
I'm a total whore.
We love you for it, though. I probably would still be a total whore if I didn't have this love.
It's not gay if you get paid.
True. I think that's accurate. Sir Ruin of House Roundhead said everybody who ever sucked a drug dealer off for meth, by the way. You got paid.
I didn't get paid.
If you were the person sucking someone off.
Engage in any of that.
And I mean literally you, obviously. I know you don't suck dick for meth, Jeff. Yes. I live with you.
Coke or bust.
Ugh, God. That was, oh my God, I didn't realize this was a Cards Against Humanity card. I was at a party earlier, we were playing it, and I got the card, changing your diabetic friend's insulin with heroin. I'm like, yes!
You're either the best friend or the worst friend.
Probably the worst, because they're
so true, Steve. Steve Kenobi in the chat there says, I'm not as much as a skanky hosebreed. I don't know. I might not be, but...
You got to work at it.
I would never drop a taco, okay? In times like these when the world sucks, there's very few things in the world like tacos that let us know that Mother Nature doesn't completely hate us.
And beer.
And beer. And boobs. So let's celebrate all 4 of those things.
Should we just leave this? This is just going to be the chat for the rest of the night, guys. Any objections?
Jeff's like, no.
Censorship.
Guys, go ahead and 1 in the chat if you're okay with this new framing, 2 if you object. So
nobody dislikes this. Just press 1.
You're gonna spam it with 1s.
So press the like button. 11 more to go, and we'll get that hundy that we're seeking. So please and thanks. But what are you doing? Holding up 1s.
Oh, sorry, I'm covering the goods.
Yeah. Put over my like
1. There we go on the sides. It's like a goalpost. Score.
So we got some 1s, no 2s.
Lots
yet.
of 1s.
Let's let my tits read a super chat.
Wait, I thought those were nipples, not
you need to give them a voice now.
Tharuna had my tits are not nerds.
Look at Jeff, he's all red.
Tharuna had says, since you were talking about Mortal Kombat, now it's the perfect time to go dressed as Sub-Zero or Scorpion because you have a face covering. We always have face coverings. Well, not always. But not on 9 because that is illegal on YouTube. Okay.
Now it's believable.
I think the news should be read that way.
It is.
point
It's
out
called
also-
Naked News, Tom. Google it.
Also, I just want to point out that I am stone cold sober right now. So this is just Jesse's talking tits are a factor of
That
sober
needs
Jesse.
to be
That's
a Twitter
character.
There's
Jesse's talking
Jesse's hair,
tits.
there's Jesse's big butt, and Jesse's talking
Guys,
tits.
if there's enough support for it, I will come on once a week and do like a 30-minute live stream as Jesse's talking tits. I don't really care. So if you guys want this, if there's support for this, let me know. And
Pun intended.
happen. Okay, so tits.
Numbers are still going in the chat, so I think they approve.
I guess so. My chat likes to just type numbers sometimes. I always have one. It's not even always the same person because, like, I've definitely seen multiple different people. It's always one, but it's always a different person every time. I'm like, press 1, where one person is like, let me press every number. Oh, yes. If we're gonna say things like Jesse's Jiggle Cam or Jiggles or whatever, I just want to make sure I'm in the business because I personally don't think it's right to take somebody else's work as a YouTuber without giving them credit. I would like to credit Mecha Random for the jiggle, for super chats, etc., and stuff like that. So that's a good.
As long as you don't get a writing crop, I think should be cool.
Mm-hmm.
I lost count.
Well, I just want everyone to know that Mecha Random, I'm giving credit. She's the first person in the fandom that I saw doing the jiggle, and stuff like that. So I just want credit where credit's due. Mecha, and that's kind of like a bold thing too. I mean, women were, of the bigger channels, because there's still a very small quantifiable number of large channels in this group, and of the women, Mecha was the first one to lean into her sexuality live or just in her videos. And I think it's really cool. I have something I said to her when it happened, something I say now. I think it's really cool and great that she's not afraid to, come out here and be like, I'm a nerd, I'm attractive, I'm sexual, and I'm okay with that. And I can be both of those things. You can respect what I have to say about Star Trek, and et cetera, Star Wars, et cetera, et cetera. I respect the hell out of it. I think she's full of passion and brilliant. And also is 100% comfortable just leading into sexuality and being like, yep, tits, riding crops, the whole 9 yards, sex, etc. Ooh, I didn't know Rob jiggles now as well. That's exciting.
What was Sir Ruin of Roundhouse?
Roundhouse.
You know who I'm talking about.
Sir Ruin of Roundhouse Kitchen.
He says, I'm pretty sure nobody was paying attention to what my super chat was.
I'll read it again since I want to take this away from you, Sir Ruin. Since you were talking about Mortal Kombat, now is the perfect time to go dressed as Sub-Zero Scorpion because you have a face covering. Perfect. I wonder, especially if this is still lingering in the fall, how if there's gonna be like a rise in costumes with face masks.
I think every costume.
You should, if you make your boobs talk, you need to give each of them a face mask.
They already have a shirt.
Boobs have face masks right here. They have boob masks, nipple masks.
Boob mask.
Little nipple masks, little pasties. Be like, these are my nipple masks.
Can I design them for you?
Sure.
We'll say Leslie Note 2012.
Kokoshi, I don't think you're going to get there with Hannah. And I don't blame Hannah either. Also, that's one of the things that's I don't envy Anna. She has definitely the problem more so than Mecha or I because she's cute and she's got a cute little voice and she's so young looking. Anna. She definitely has an uphill battle in certain ways. Worse than any of us with new people convincing them to take her seriously as an adult person with opinions who's smart. And it's even worse because if you want to catch her in her live stream because of her dyslexia, straight up. I'm gonna read it again, Mongo. Don't worry. I'm gonna read it. I know you. Mongo's like, we're talking about tits and women. I want to talk about.
I was like, we're gonna talk about. I was like, dude, we're gonna talk about the movies and all this stuff tonight.
No.
About Godzilla and movies. Screw these tits and women.
Nobody ever said that.
Nobody wants to, unless they literally said, screw these tits and women.
Yeah, that part.
I say that all the time.
But anyway,
you mean never mind.
But yes. Also, yes, Anna's boyfriend.
Embarrassed.
To these things. Did we hit that Hundy? We're 10. We're 8 away from Hundy. Wee! And that super chat read, since you were talking about Mortal Kombat, now is the perfect time to go dress. Oh, I read it again. Sub-Zero or Scorpion because you have a face cover.
What about
So,
what about Ermac? What about Rain? What about Noob Skywalker?
Yeah.
Almost all of them have face
Rainbow
guards.
Adventures.
Ninja, you can't be Batman.
Those are all-
Batman has everything except for his face.
Batman's biggest mistake, he is covered from armor from head to toe. His mouth is fucking...
He is
Yeah,
susceptible
you
to
do the
coronavirus.
inside out Batman.
That's
Do the
I'm
inside out.
not made up for the whole COVID thing. I wasn't thinking it through.
So Batman, what adjustments are you going to make now that you need to protect yourself from coronavirus?
Nothing. I'm just gonna stay inside.
So what about all the crime?
Well, as you can see, shit's gotten crazy without Batman. So next time I want to hear lots of positive things instead of, oh, here comes Batman again to be a vigilante and do the cop's job. Boo-hoo-hoo. You're not doing anything right now. Okay, Batman should be out there kicking some ass,
So guys,
taking some names.
since we've been graced with Batman's presence on the stream, Rook, Mongo, Jeff, anything you want to ask Batman or say to Batman since he's here?
12. That's my answer.
With the defunding of the police department in Gotham City, 1, are you still close with Commissioner Gordon? And 2, are you working overtime?
I'm working from Skype.
How does that work exactly?
How effective
Batman?
is that at stopping the bad guys?
Oh, I just call up Joker. I'm like, hey, are you going to go do some crime? And he's like, no, Batman. I don't believe him. And then I call up Two-Face and I'm like, hey, are you going to be cool and stay inside like you're supposed to? Half of me believes him, but the other half's not sure. And then Catwoman, well, she just keeps trying to come over. And I'm just like, social distancing.
Isn't a condom like a mask for your dick, though?
You can't. Never mind. Anyway,
I never thought of that before.
you would suffocate from the. Never mind. Condoms aren't supposed to have holes to breathe.
No, they're not.
you
You
seen
don't.
the
Your
first-
dick doesn't need to breathe, Jeff.
Well, have you ever seen the first Naked Gun?
No.
Because there's a scene where it's like, I brought protection, and they put on full body size condoms and then just rub on it.
I haven't seen that scene. Like, or
That's a
seen
lovely
it.
beaver. Thanks. I
I
just
think
said it stops.
I think I saw that the condom people gift. Someone said you sound like Cartman,
It
and
kind of is. It's
Greg Kirby says you killed Kenny. So
it's yeah, it's quite the character. Yeah.
we do enjoy.
I love the flamey TP line. Two-Face, get out of my face, Joker. Which one?
So Maga, Rook, and Tom and Jeff, guys, pitch your your coronavirus appropriate Halloween costumes. What are you guys gonna go as?
Obvious one could be the Subway Ninja, I think, slinging sandwiches with cookie ninja stars and nunchuck footlongs or something at the end of a stick. Serving tomatoes and all that on a sandwich.
I dig
on
it.
On a fresh bun. Yeah.
That should be a skit.
And I'll be like, can you handle the 6-inch? Or, you behave or you're gonna get the footlong or something. Like,
Rook, this says it's not a sketch already because you know it needs to be, right?
well, I do actually have a character.
I know you do, yeah.
Jeff Rowe is is the Subway employee, and he actually, you might have some things like this in the neck that I do for my, So
Well, actually, because what you could do, since you have your Ninja Jeff as well, is it could be, Jeff Rowe teaches the Ninja Jeff how to be a Subway employee, and this is his spin on it with the cookie stars.
that's possible. When they morph, I know Jeff shade it because it's like Power Rangers type. From his green, I have the old green uniform that we used to have for Subway, and then it's morphin time, and then it goes into the black that we have now, and then it's like ha ha ha, like it's like making a sandwich. We're gonna beat you together, guys.
Since it's mostly black, you can put your Subway mask on him.
Yes, now I can add that to the wardrobe. We just got our masks in yesterday. So
perfect. Oh my god.
I can add that to his.
I want a writing credit. I'm just saying. I don't need to be internet.
I just want to say, if I have to die by a cookie, the Subway raspberry cheesecake cookie is not a bad way to go. Just put that out there.
All right, Mongo, you're coronavirus savvy, you're coronavirus conscious. Let's call it coronavirus conscious Halloween costume. COVID.
I think a beekeeper, beekeeper would be good. The whole thing. You want to go the extra mile, you get a little, you get that little smoke can thing, you know.
Ooh, yeah.
You had some smoke, you had some particle effects.
If you really want to go
the
extra mile, you get a bunch of bees and you slowly release them as you're walking around.
Of course, you know.
And then no one can complain because if you get a bunch of
can't ignore you. Yeah.
You're just releasing honeybees into the wild then, and it's a good thing. You know? Tom, you're COVID conscious Halloween costume.
I'm gonna go as a nurse.
Ooh.
Oh.
Or Dr. Giggles. There you go.
Dr. Giggles. That's a deep cut. Holy shit. Didn't he die this past a couple recently?
I think so, like 2 or 3 years ago, yeah.
That's good.
That was a movie poster that kind of creeped me out as a kid.
Yeah.
I'll show it to you. It's not scary at all. My answer would be Darth Vader.
Perfect.
Rebreather and everything.
Oh, yeah, perfect.
What you do is you want to make it accurate. You put on a fucking scuba compressor and don't talk because that's how they capture the sound.
Yeah.
You just walk around. You're like, God, that's so accurate. You're
like, yep.
People would not go near you, man. They'd be like, "You've definitely got the corona now."
You got the Rona. Mine is I go as the God Empress and cough on everybody and tell you to go fuck yourselves.
Halloween's going to be very interesting this year.
I would never actually do that. That's
whatever
terrible.
happened to our couples costume? It's not.
No, I think you probably. Oh, I could. Well, he doesn't have his mouth covered. I was like, I could get Wesley, but he doesn't. Could you talk about?
We should just keep busting our ass so we can be famous enough to go as ourselves for Halloween.
Oh my God, one day.
Look, if I was Keanu Reeves, I'd be like, "Where are you from?" I'm Keanu Reeves. Oh shit! Give me candy. And then he donates it.
If he knocked at my door, not my door, I would. It'd be like, hey, give me candy, and then he like for everybody who gave him candy, he donates like X amount to like a children's hospital. So shit, because he's so fucking classy. Fuck you, Keanu Reeves, so classy. I love him so much.
Like, if he just wants to come hang out with us for a little bit.
Yeah, I'd be like, can you come in for just like a song?
Can you check out our cat Pancake? He's adorable.
You'll fall in love. You'll come back just for Pancake.
If Keanu Reeves asked you to buy Pancake, would you sell it? No. Me neither. I'd be like, sorry, dude.
Like, you can come anytime.
Spend here, Ted.
Like, you can come here anytime and visit with him, but you can't take a long time. He's just too precious. Just napping right in front of us, being cute. All right. So we have from Obi-Wan 27883, discuss the merits of Spaceballs and its relation to being more Lucasfilm Star Wars accurate than Disney Star Wars. Oh wait, that's it. Just two quotables.
that was a fun conversation.
Perfect, Obi-Wan. You covered all the talking points. All right, quotables, favorite quote.
When will then be now? Soon.
Oh, classic. May the Schwartz be with you. Anyone else?
Spaceballs the T-shirt. Spaceballs the coloring book. Spaceballs the doll. The kids love this one.
I think my favorite line is, "What's wrong, Colonel Sanders? Chicken? Ludicrous speed, go!"
Spaceballs the flamethrower.
We can't stop. It's too dangerous. Bullshit.
I love it. You got to buckle up, sir. Yeah, I can buckle this. Go.
And guys, drop anyone else who isn't already doing it.
Have you ever hit the bleeps, the creeps, or the sweeps?
The what? The what? And the what?
Thank you. Thank you. I was hoping.
Oh, wait. No, it's too long.
That's not all he's got.
They've gone plaid. Pizza the Hut.
Well, if it isn't Lone Star and his sidekick, Puke.
I can't breathe this thing.
Whatever.
Where's my money?
Dude, you sound just like him. It's creepy.
You do, actually.
I can kind of do Dom DeLuise, yeah, if I get in the right.
Tom needs to set up a stage show where he just plays as every character in whatever movie he's in, just as all of them.
Cool. This is right in a row, by the way. I think this is perfect. That Greg Kirkman's Xena works are on the same page here.
Have we stopped?
There we go. We went plaid. There we go. You can keep going. You don't have to stop.
No, I was doing the line.
Really, I need to go back and rewatch because
what's your name? Barf. Not in here, Mr. It's a Mercedes. No, that's my name. Barf.
How about a 5-minute break?
You idiot. You captured their stunt doubles.
Smoke them if you got them.
Only person though who has always been vaguely unsettled. For some reason, I've always been vaguely unsettled about them rolling the Luke and Han character into one. I don't know why, but it's always bothered me.
I like it because it's also Indiana Jones.
That's true. I mean,
it's easier to do in a movie that's already chock full of shit.
That's true. It makes sense, and Lone Star's a great choice for a name, parody name in that situation. But it's just, I don't know. There's something about it where I'm like, I just want them to be. I'm like, you're doing it wrong.
You know what though? At least Luke's identity
is preserved. He's honestly, to be fair, Lone Star is more true to OG Han and OG Luke than either, and then the Disney interpretation of either character's husbands.
Why didn't someone tell me my ass was so big? I love the whole fucking beam me up. He beamed me last night, sir. It was wonderful.
I don't know about this beaming stuff. Is it safe?
That's one of my favorite parody moments because it's just like, oh god, I love this.
But your helmet is so big. Oh,
I think that's what this film does well, and I think what Mel Brooks in general does well, and is that type like good parody. You know, good parody is not as easy as people think it is. No. Because you have to understand the thing you're parodying and understand what makes it great and iconic or important in order to properly riff on it.
Like Dr. Max Schlanken.
Yeah, sure.
That was just the plastic surgery.
Most of those an old sci-fi TV show. I assumed it was just.
Never call me on this wall. This is an unlisted wall.
Clearly we could do this.
Oh, and she says that she looks down too. Did you ever notice that?
I like how well Obi-Wan 27883 knows us in the audience.
Hey Tom, do you want to go on a spoken word tour of the two of us? We were reciting 1980s films just in front of college.
God, we could do that forever.
Yeah, we never run out. We can do Back to the Future tomorrow if you want.
But you got to do the whole film start to finish.
Yeah, we would. We would
divvy up characters and we're alternate line. Oh yeah, alternate every other line for the next person. So that's perfect. You guys, that'd be hilarious.
Read my lips. I need $5,000. $5,000.
This is bullshit.
You guys should do that. So you should just like try something without any preparation and whatnot. Just pick a film you think you can do that with and like go live or pre-record whatever it is and be like, let's see if we can do this whole thing.
Stupid cop thing. It was working. Guys just had to go and fuck up perfectly good. Why?
Yes.
I once discovered that I could.
You two are off the case. Foster McCabe, your turn. I think that's what's next.
I went
the coffee and donuts compliments of the Axel Foley is how he's referred to in that scene.
The last time I knew that I could recite a movie start to finish was Fellowship of the Ring because I started quoting the intro to somebody and then just kept going and realized an hour later that I can literally quote that movie.
The fact that movie's so goddamn long is impressive.
Because
like Beverly Hills Cop's like an hour and 40 minutes. You could watch
and this is the extended cut too.
You can watch every Andy Murphy movie by the time you watch Lord of the Rings.
I am a man who has never wiped his own ass.
Jesse finally saw it for the first time.
I did.
A man who didn't wipe his own ass.
I did. It was. You know what?
Yes. Fuck you.
Now he has a joke. Stuff. Flaming TP says friendship test. What did you think of True Lies? Interesting choice for a friendship.
Good movie.
Never saw it actually.
I actually have. That's the Arnold Schwarzenegger with Eliza Dushku, right?
You're fired. There you go. That's from the movie. Actually,
cool.
Yeah, actually, I've seen that.
You know what's funny? Just like the movie Goldeneye, right?
They
changed the movie Goldeneye because the script was too similar to True Lies.
You would probably like it. Do you like Jamie Lee Curtis?
Yeah.
Then you'd probably like it.
You want to watch it? I love that movie.
I'll watch it gladly. Definitely a classic I would say it's classic, a level that I haven't.
25 years at this point.
So I don't know if it mentions
the basic outline without giving too much away is Arnold Schwarzenegger's a spy.
Fuck. Obviously, yes. Flaming TP did give me a copy. He gave me that was in his Wrath box, and I still haven't watched it because I'm a bad person.
Okay, yeah, and basically, yeah, it's a really cool setup. It's kind of a comedy action kind of thing. James Cameron directed it.
Yeah, I'm so down. So that should be because it's either in that flash drive, which I can pull out and do that, or I might have even copied it over to my desktop. But he gave me a copy of it. It's probably
it's the biggest movie of 1994, isn't it?
But
yeah, because I think you're right.
Should I make her watch and hide the bedpost?
It's either that or Forrest Gump. I can't remember which.
I want to look it up just real quick because I'm curious because it sure as hell wasn't Clerks.
Thank you, Flaming.
No, it was either that or Forrest Gump. I think you're right.
I will rectify this soon and probably enjoy the movie so we can stay friends too.
Isn't Google wonderful, Tom? I'm going to Google oh shit!
Amazing.
It's number 3. The first highest grossing film of 1994 is The Lion King.
That's when that came out. I forgot about that. Yep.
It's a great fucking movie. I think it was the first movie I ever saw in a movie theater.
They all came out back. So June was Lion King, then July 6th was Forrest Gump, July 15th was True Lies.
I want somebody to take all the lines that James Earl Jones says in Coming to America and put them in Mufasa's mouth, so that he can ask Simba if he has sex with his bathers.
My son, what?
I can just imagine the line.
Do you have sex with your bathers? I know I do.
I could see that would be actually one when he finds out about like him, Simba running off, and like if he was still alive and found out about Simba running off to live with Timon and Pumbaa.
They bent the knee. Sorry.
Once I was just gonna finish.
Oh, HBO Max. Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah. It was gonna be My Son Eats Bugs. Anyway, let me read that whole thing.
Because of all the shit that's going on right now. Fuck you, HBO Max. Fuck you. I hope you fail.
That's some pussy ass bullshit.
Don't ever bet. They're not even subscribers to your goddamn service.
HBO Max is guilty of the Looney Tunes thing too, right?
Yep.
Which, by the way, that's the central point of tomorrow's discussion.
Well, that could be Warner Brothers itself too. That I don't know. I've been kind of trying to look into that, but now I'm really getting pissed because I retweeted Doomcock's tweet when I seen this a little bit ago. Yeah, it's bullshit.
That is utter bullshit. But we will be discussing some of these HBO Max alterations, decisions, whatever, tomorrow, especially in the lens of Looney Tunes and this media campaign against guns. Violence is still totally cool, but guns are the devil. So join us tomorrow with the Seans. We get Sean Firefart of Go Big War, Go Home, and everyone's favorite jokester in the chat. I don't know, person who says funny things in the chat.
Who?
Flaming TV, who will also be on. So that's our panel of Sean's tomorrow. Anyway, everyone's favorite dude who says stuff that makes us laugh sometimes. That's a person, right?
Totally.
Beth says, "Hey Jeff, what color do you want your mug to be?"
Preferably like a darker blue.
Thank you for that super chat, Beth.
Thank you, Beth, for the mug that might be coming.
There you go.
Or black. I mean, I'm one of those guys, you can buy me anything in black, I'm going to be happy with it.
There you go.
Notice, it looks like I never changed my shirt. I do. I just have like 40
a lot of black
shirts.
It's true. I can vouch for that. Dr. Coffin Nails, because apparently this long ago, this was relevant. Dr. Coffin Nails, thank you for the super chat, says King Ghidorah is pretty boss. Thoughts on King Ghidorah?
I like it when he's like the Mecha King Ghidorah too, with the mechanical golden head or whatever.
I wonder if HBO didn't make this call.
Yeah, I don't know.
Not
I was going to say Mongo would probably have the most to say on that, but
he disappeared.
Don't know if he's having troubles.
I just want you to be.
Well, I just say that because I know we've been hearing rumors about it, and there's actually kind of been confirmed in basically in all the media is that there is kind of a rift between Warner Brothers and AT&T. They've been resistant to AT&T taking over from the start. And the only reason we're getting the Snyder cut is because of AT&T.
Interesting.
Oh wow!
A lot more about this than I do for sure. This is
So I'm starting to. I wonder what's going on here. It's interesting because HBO also dumped all of their sex shows when they got called out for being sexist or whatever. So they dumped all of any like Cinemax type stuff, their softcore porn stuff.
They got rid of real
Cinemax.
sex.
Oh,
Yep.
wow.
That was the greatest show. It had a Leonard Cohen intro and everything.
But 50 Shades of whatever is okay.
In the meantime, Mecha King Ghidorah.
Purdy.
Mongo, what are your feelings on Mecha on King Ghidorah as a three-headed dragon guy?
He's pretty great, He's pretty great. I mean, he's kind of doofy when you first see him. In the older movies, he's kind of doofy when he's flying around and his heads are all just kind of waggling around. But it gets better, every suit flops around a bit in the older movies. Even in the newer ones, they kind of flop around a bit. But no, he's great. He's great.
Aside from Kong, Ghidorah is probably my favorite. Ghidorah. Yeah. I always said Ghidorah, and then everybody always freaking corrected me, so I don't know which.
It's so weird sometimes with the pronunciation. Ghidorah, Ghidorah.
Yeah.
Ghidorah. It's like ooh.
It's not even really Godzilla if you want to get technical about it.
Godzilla.
It's Gojira.
And Mongo, I also wanted to say, don't feel free to chime in on anything at any point. I know we're big, loud talking people and whatnot, but you feel free to.
He likes to sail in all smooth, and then we all be quiet when he does, because then it's like, all right, I'm gonna tell you how it's going down.
Oh yeah, you pull that wall. Be like, yes, please use that voice. Tell us more things with that voice that you have. I don't really care what it is you're telling us. Just read the phone book or something. Thanks. And Anthony Sholey clarified. Thank you for that super chat. Same city, San Jose. So Anthony Sholey, Mexican Iron Man, are up in San Jose.
Oh,
Do you know the way?
The Sharks.
Do you know the way?
Do you know the way?
Anyway.
Like Ugandan Knuckles. So
I was
tweeting. I never
in,
angrily tweet. I'm doing that.
You do not know the way.
You don't know the way. Do you know the way?
I didn't know that was a song. Do you know the way to eBay?
No, do you know the way to San Jose? And I unfortunately became far too familiar with this because this went around way too much in the fencing community when we had Summer Nationals in San Jose. You guys know where Summer Nationals is this year?
Here.
Nowhere. It's canceled.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Oh no.
Biggest fencing tournament in the world. And it is not happening. It is 10 days of me slowly wanting to gouge out my eye. Actually, last year I had a weird reverse. I had a weird reverse nationals. Typically, it's 10 days of my soul slowly dying and me wanting to gouge out my eyes. And I discovered 2 years ago, after having the net least, most even keel summer nationals I've ever had, that there is just no way for nationals to not suck. It is not physically possible for 10 straight days of refereeing to not suck.
Until.
I'm just saying, it's still there were a lot of elements about those 10 days that sucked. But I have my reverse nationals because usually it starts out and you're like, I can do this. Just take care of myself, pace myself. It's a sprint. It's a marathon, not a sprint. Don't start drinking heavily until after the halfway point. We have all the kiddie events anyway. And who cares if you're hungover to Y10? But that this one started out horribly with the worst news ever for me, job-wise. And then in the midst of this was also when Anna lost her sister. I remember exactly where I was standing. I was on the floor, technically working, and I took the call because I knew what she was, going through her missing and all that and shit like that. So that happened, and then, but Jeff was there, and Jeff was there for me, and is that
I was just Jeff from the internet back then.
Jeff from the internet, and that's how I introduced everyone. This is my friend Jeff from the internet, and by the end of that time, we were, maybe not just from the internet anymore.
Yeah, we were.
So, but anyway, that's that. And Beth says, do I hear a kitty?
I hear a cat.
Yeah, my kitty's being annoying, joining me on the table now.
You're
annoying. She hates to get picked up, but she hates to be held.
I think
she's like,
you don't touch the princess. Don't touch the princess.
Lovely in my terms only.
Yes. I also want to take a moment to make kitties to shout out to a fellow YouTuber who's tangentially related to us. He's been on people's channels and whatnot. I know people have different opinions of him, but the Quartering did post earlier today that he's in the process of losing his puppers. And so I just want to shout out to him. I feel for him. For all, those of us, for us, for her parents, they're a part of the family. They're your best friend and your child and your sibling and all of the above. It's just
I know. Trust me, that's part of the reason where I'm moving. I'm paying a lot more for a smaller place just so I can keep my mutt. So she better make it worth it. My ass.
Mutt. Mongo, any pets?
No pets really. No.
Allowed. You have to come up here and play with their cats. I don't know if you like it.
If you can handle shit pancake, you are a strong person.
That's not true. He loves every. This cat literally loves every. Well,
Shit Pancake sounds like he's related to my cat Asshole.
You have a cat named Asshole too. Wow. Asshole Cat has been a rotating nickname. The only cat I own who has not at some point been known as Asshole Cat is Jane.
Because he's the goodest.
Because he's the goodest. He's always good. He's never bad.
You gave him the worst voice, though.
I love his voice. Why don't you like his voice?
What
even
boy?
Now that it's
he's a boy.
He's a
named
boy
Jane.
named Jane.
And he sounds like
but his
Carol
voice
Channing.
is lower now. So it's not.
You haven't lowered it today at all.
Yes, it is. This is no. It's with the old Jane voice. Yes, you don't remember, but this with the old.
Kitty's stealing your thunder, Jeff.
I don't remember.
The new Jane voice is much lower in my red.
You're right. I just didn't remember the old Jane voice as well.
I told you the old Jane voice is more manly. Anyway, I'm just saying the new one. Osmosis is the coolest cat I ever met was named Zodiac. I've definitely met a cat named Zodiac before. Wouldn't it be weird if we met the same cat? That'd be crazy.
That'd be cool. Like secretly Osmosis, like Bill.
Yep. I named mine after Pokemon, so this one's Chikorita or Chica for short.
Oh, nice.
Chica.
Is Chikorita not one of the original Pokemon, right? It's the newer, the second wave.
Chica's the second gen, I think, with like the little leaf on her head. That was that one.
Oh, I remember Chikorita. It's over there, isn't it? Chikorita. See, Rookie. I remember the first wave of Pokemon. I was super invested, but once we got to the next,
yeah, it started getting kind of crazy. The more they added, they have like 900 now, man. They have like ice cream.
Never on I'm one of those people. Once anything like Power Rangers, once they switched the suits, I stopped watching the show. I'm all about like I get into something. Hell, I wasn't even too keen on Don Johnson's shitty haircut in Miami Vice season 4. So it just depends. If I like something the way it is, I kind of get locked into it.
Yep, which makes sense. But I would say on the Power Rangers, Time Force, if you're going to check out any other one, was pretty adult, I'd say, compared to the rest of the shows. Had some cool stuff.
You know, Jesse's seen me watch an episode of Power Rangers. I'm like a little kid when I turn it on. It's not a great show, but it reminds me of being 5. And it makes me very happy. That's why.
I'd say it's a show full of corniness with like 5% of like, that was actually pretty good that you could see as an adult, but 95% of cheese.
Oh, dude, I still will buy Power Rangers merchandise depending on how good it is. Like last year when we had a big windfall, I was like, I'm gonna get myself this Megazord. So I bought that and this Dragon Zord, these metal Hogan ones, and I love it. Oh, Mongo, do you collect the big robots too, or you know what's up with them?
Oh, I know some of them here and there. Yeah,
I'm just
That's good.
Yeah, Jesse's. We don't have enough space here for all the crap I own, so we have to get
We don't have all the
house.
space for all the crap I own, so.
That's cool.
We will. Where did my okay? Sorry, I was just filling that out because Beth said for Mad Libs Flying Purple People Eater, it's in there, Beth. It is in there, and we found Indiana Jones, so we can do Indie and After Dark. So what?
I went.
I thought you were shushing me. I was like, why can't I talk about Mad Libs?
You've never seen the episode of It's Always Sunny with the Mad Shusher? Dylan Toback?
We're 4 likes away from 100. Raging Rhino, thank you for the super chat. Oh, so that's yes, that's sent for Mad Libs Flying Purple People Eaters. That's in there. Thank you for the super chat. Raging Rhino sent a super sticker. It's a little fox saying, "How's it going? How's it going, Raging Rhino?" I totally, when I saw that you were in the chat and sent a super chat, I was going to be like, "Hi, Raging Rhino," but then I forgot because I've been having this problem finishing thoughts.
Did you realize we finally learned after all these years? What does the fox say?
He says, "How's it going?"
Yeah.
Thanks, Raging Rhino. It's better than.
Hail the Rhino.
I forgot to tell. I was going to tell when we were talking about Blade Runner earlier because Rook mentioned the newer one.
2049, right?
I was going to tell the worst. I was going to tell you guys the worst joke I ever told on stage, and by worst, I mean I'm ashamed of it, but people laughed. So, you guys ready? All right. Well, I personally have not seen Blade Runner 2049, but I also missed 2 through 2048, so I'm kind of behind.
Hey.
I'll see myself out.
All right, folks, let's see. Up next in the chat, we had our friend Osmosis. You're the MVP of the night. Thank you very much, buddy. Anyway, though, back to these super chats.
You're the MVP of the night, and you highlighted chat that just says ready.
It's Osmosis. Good dude.
We love Osmosis. You're just like, a random thing from Osmosis. Okay. Ooh, Stratos Radio Blues. Great question. What's your iconic scene of your childhood? I remember being terrified of the skeleton battle in Jason and the Argonauts. Great film and effects. For the time, the effects were outstanding.
For Harryhausen, I think.
True that.
Fun one.
Great film. Have you guys all seen that one?
I actually have, yes. Remember that one.
Good scene.
I haven't seen it.
You've never seen
I've
Jason
only
and the
seen the
Argonauts?
famous scene. I've
With
never
the
seen
skellies
Yeah.
rising up and so
It's fun though. Like as a kid, it's so otherworldly. Like that's claymation and stop motion stuff worked back in the day. Obviously, it was the pinnacle at one point, but it works for weird, like non-real stuff.
it definitely does because that's the thing is if all of your non-real creatures are consistent with how they're animated or created or whatnot, you can buy into your word, the verisimilitude.
Yeah.
You can buy into the verisimilitude of the world. So
Yeah, I'd say it has to be kind of silly when it's with stop motion, but you can make it serious still. You can still make people care. You can make people care about stop motion tomatoes. It's a thing.
Yeah. And Chili Peas is a stop motion, kind of didn't age well. Well,
I agree that didn't age well, but
that and Jason the Argonauts.
Speaking of the tomatoes, I gotta ask Rookie Critic real quick. Considering you do all the tomato shit, you have had to have at least seen the first Killer Tomato movies. Please,
I haven't seen any of those movies.
You need to rectify that.
The Killer
I only made the stop motion tomatoes because of when Rotten Tomatoes was getting really.
I get that, but
around Brie Larson.
You have no idea how like close you're honing in on the whole the Attack of the Killer Tomatoes thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like you should really watch at least one or two of them just to kind of.
There's more than one.
Oh God, there's 4 or 5 of those bastards. There's 4 of them in a TV series.
Yeah, don't forget the cartoon. The cartoon was the shit.
There's a cartoon. Oh my god,
that was my favorite. That's what I've actually still haven't seen the movies yet. I've seen the trailer for the first one, and I loved the show as a kid. It was so ridiculous. Even as a kid, you knew how ridiculous
the show really spins off the second film quite a bit.
Nice,
like to where they even have what's his face, Sean Astin's dad. What's his name?
John.
Yeah, he I think he plays the same part in the cartoon he did in the movie.
Oh, cool. That's neat.
If I'm not mistaken.
Well, I'll watch it before the next one. And Tom, since you brought it up, I will be returning to some of the stop motion tomato stuff soon. And then another month or two, I should start filming it. So
nice.
Hell yeah.
Works. So well, there you go. Chili Peanut earlier was asking if we had any ideas and such. Our resident edgelord actually has toned down, I guess, his nope. But he did ask earlier, which I think is a great question that we're already touching on, and we'll touch on more if our ideas for our problem. Actually, you're in good company because you're with people who all love to create. So Rookie just told you a little bit about his tomatoes. He's got a huge project coming up, a big multi-YouTuber spectacular. So I don't know if you want to say anything about that, Rookie.
I'll say it right now. Because of the C virus and because of the riots and stuff, I decided to postpone it. It was going to release this summer in July, but there's just not enough time for everybody to do it. So I decided this too. I tried to pack a lot of stuff into that project, so I'm going to split it in like a 2-series thing, kind of. So we're going to get one. I'm aiming for December, like is when it'll all be done and ready to release for the part. It's going to be like its own little series there around December. And then sometime in 2021, early around that time for the second part, that'll have the majority of the cameos, have more of the stuff. It'll all be kind of leading up to it. Jeff Apocalypse will be the first little series of stuff.
For it. I'm really excited for the Jeff Apocalypse. I think it's going to be so much fun to watch. For those who are not familiar with the Rookie Critic's work, he wanted to make films. And he was like, well, shit, I don't have anyone to make movies with. And I don't have a whole lot of stuff, to I've got my house and the places that I live and such. And he went, okay, cool. I will be the writer, filmmaker, producer, actor, actors, actresses, if need be. He does it all. So it's really impressive. Talk about this a lot. He's a great example for someone who doesn't let the obstacles stop him, but decides I want to make films, went out and did it. So definitely check him out. And then Mongo, you have how long ago did you start putting up content?
Oh, I think probably about 9 months ago I put out a video.
Nice.
I think something like that. 9 months ago, something like that.
Nice.
But it's been fun, just pretty casually, it's it's a fun hobby, nothing crazy, but I try to have some fun with it.
And you have great stuff all over, a lot of reviews, some fun stuff like Master's Friend to Igor.
Yes.
Which, if you don't mind, I'm just going to pull up and show because it's 45 seconds.
Yeah, man,
he's a cool growing YouTuber.
Sometimes I make random stuff.
So what do we got here?
Master,
That's awesome.
Master comes, feed Igor.
Mr. Sacco!
Yes, master. Yes, master. Master, friend, master, master. Back to back.
Yes!
Oh God! Oh. That's what you
Nice.
miss out when you're not watching Mongo's Big Thing. So you have gems in there like that because clearly we're faced with someone who's a fantastic voice, good character. I would say, as someone who's dabbled in improv, really great character work. They tell you in improv always, it's you change something about your body, something about the way you speak, and all that's the way you hold your mouth, and all those stuff, all those pieces there.
I was just sold on Mr. Sacco.
Oh God, that was
He does a good job. He plays a part in my project too, and he did a great job. I let him kind of be creative with it and let him do what he wants to shape the image and character of the person, and he did a great job. And he got it to me quick too, so he's also efficient on.
It was a fun thing. It's a fun thing.
So, y'all got a lot to look for. I'm going to drop that link in the chat because Mongo is our most fledgling channel of the group here. So show him some love, show him some support. If everyone here goes and subs to Mongo right now, he's going to have over 100 subs by the end of this stream, and I would love to make that happen. So
Let's do it.
Tweet him.
I'm subscribed.
Everyone get on there right now and just tweet out if you're not subscribed to Mongo's Big Things. You should be.
So when I
Or if
typed
you don't feel like tweeting because it's work, you can just retweet.
when I started typing in Mongo's Big Thing, the first reply or whatever result, can't speak. Mongo's recipe, pan lasang pino. I don't know what it is.
If you're lazy to go find the link yourself, you can just post in the chat.
It's a recipe channel.
Mongo's. Everyone should probably subscribe to Mongo's Big Things, but only if you like fun. Drop that there in the chat. So if y'all don't feel like composing a tweet yourself or finding the link or pulling it out of the chat where I just dropped it, feel free to pop over to my Twitter and retweet. And my other tweet is 69 likes. It's the second number. Yeah, and like my funny and witty yet politically poignant tweets. Where are we? Catching up slowly on super chats. We are actually getting further behind. Oh, Stratos Radio Blues. We never answered this question because we got off on the Argonauts and that stuff. What's your favorite, what's your iconic scene of your childhood? I remember being terrified of the Skeleton Battalion and Jason and the Argonauts. Great film and effects. If you didn't remember that was what Stratos Radio Blues had asked of us. So iconic doesn't necessarily be your favorite, I guess, but something that sticks with you. I've already shared a few.
I'm going to personally take Star Wars out because that was just too many.
But a moment that stayed with you for whatever reason that changed the way maybe you watched film or inspired you or terrified you or just lives in your memory.
I'd say the scene in Tremors that's attacking Bert and his wife when they're in the basement and having to shoot all their guns at the at the graboid to try to kill him. I'd say that one stuck in my head pretty good as a kid. I like that.
It's such a fun movie.
When I was a kid and I saw Nightmare on Elm Street, the part where Freddy Krueger extends his arms, and then he rips his face off in a couple seconds later. That fucked with me. I was like, and then I saw it again when I was 16. I'm like, that's still creepy.
What? Anything really? Because I shared about the planet. I mean, maybe the Planet of Dinosaurs. Just that guy getting fucking gored, and all of its terrible claymation stop motion glory. That guy getting gored by the T-Rex. That frickin'.
I'm Batman. Stuck with me too. I used to try Batman.
Just that
whole scene. What are you? I'm Batman.
Also, everything from Batman Forever.
That really stuck with me in a positive way. I want to get a Hardee's cheeseburger and watch Batman Forever. I do this the first time I saw a Hardee's up the street.
Aww. Anything? What about the rest of you guys? Who hasn't answered yet?
I mean, there's a lot of things if you're talking about things that scared you or whatever kind of thing.
It stuck with you.
I mean,
scary, not scary.
Things like Labyrinth and Gremlins and things like that scared me the first time I saw them, but then again, I came around to love them later on. Absolutely. King Kong first scared the hell out of me too. Jaws, again, we talked about earlier, even though Jeff is terrified of it.
Jaws,
not anymore.
Never made me afraid of sharks in the ocean. it only made me afraid of sharks in the deep end of swimming pools.
How do you feel about land shark?
Land sharks.
Andy Graham.
Thank you, Tom.
The actual.
I'm not a land shark, ma'am. I'm a dolphin.
You don't know what now?
Land
Knock, knock.
Yeah.
Land shark.
Yeah.
I love it so much.
Didn't they bring that back on the 40th anniversary? I thought
Yes,
they did.
they did.
Yeah, because I remember getting
I
excited.
mean, they brought back Eddie Murphy, so why not land
I
shark?
don't like land sharks. I don't like them all.
You are a land shark, shit
I
pancake.
prefer dolphins too. Well, I prefer dolphins over dolphins. But that's so. Our cat talks funny. It's a thing that he does because I make it. And we were trying to explain we were talking about endorphins one day, and she pancake chimed in to ask what endorphins were, and he gets them confused with dolphins. So.
And another one that stuck with me is because Ice Pirates was another one I remember seeing as a kid in the theater.
Ice Pirates.
And there's a scene where that one dude gets his hand cut off. I think it was Ron Perlman. That always stuck with me too.
Nice. The face melting in Raiders legitimately creeped me out as a kid.
I remember the first time I saw it, I was like, "What?" Yeah. And then it was dinner time, and I didn't want to eat dinner.
That's definitely one that stuck with me. That definitely. And it didn't upset me or make me not want to watch it or anything, but it definitely was oh my god.
You know who else that's scared?
Yeah.
The Rock. He said on the first time he ever gave an Oscar, did an Oscar
him.
thing. He's like, "Yeah." And I wasn't the kid who was afraid of the end scene of Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Yes, I love him more now. I also love how in sync some people in our chat are, because in succession, back to back, Ginger Viking Jesus posted this and Shogun Orta.
Have you seen that scene?
I have never seen the Poltergeist. There's mine. Okay, we're everyone's getting on Rookie for what he hasn't seen. People in the chat being like, "You haven't seen it." I haven't seen the Poltergeist.
Let me tell you the parody of it. Even though, you know the scene though, right? The guy's looking in the mirror and he's like, "What's this?" He starts ripping his face off, and then he flashes back to normal. The best parody that ever was fucking Family Guy, where Peter's looking in the mirror and he rips off his face and he becomes Hank and he goes, propane, and it just ends. That's the whole scene. But it's fantastic.
Every now and then they do it right.
I died laughing when I saw that.
Not a particular fan of Family Guy, but I'll take that joke.
Propane.
Mongo Big Things is in the 60s now for subs. That is still not.
We're doing it, people.
Shoot. I mean, hey, I ain't complaining, but thanks in advance. I mean, shoot.
We're only at 98 likes on the stream too. We need to get things. I really like things to be over 100. The likes on my stream, the subscribers that Mongo has, all of these things. He's
the
full
amount of money in millions that somebody dropped off at our apartment.
Full of big things,
Yeah.
Things. They're big. Dope. So that's cool. Words, super chats, those things that we need to read about. Pete 1972, thank you for the super chats. Says, fun fact: The War of the Stars was the German title for the original Star Wars film. I didn't actually know that.
Krieg der Welt.
It even had a different title in France.
No, just War of the Worlds. My bad. Krieg der Sterne. That's Star Wars.
Wow.
Star Wars.
I think it's just the most literal translation you can get.
Yeah. The War of the Stars, because a lot of languages just
Because if Star Wars, you wanted to translate it, it'd be Sterne, Krieg, and.
But just because of the way, that's funny. I'll be interested to look at how that works. How different languages conjugate will affect the direct translation of certain movie titles. It'd be interesting to know, what's the weirdest interpretation of Star Wars or some other.
Oh, we could look. There's tons of books I have back home that are on Star Wars posters.
Yeah,
and it'll just have it, and then it tells you what the English.
That would be cool. With the literal English.
I gotta look it up. My favorite are the old Bond titles because they're different completely. One's Operation something. No James Bond title with the word Operation in it.
Yeah,
but they change Operation something else. Or
speaking of Jaws, they had to change the name Jaws 2 in France because it translated into shit. That's no joke. It did.
Oh my god, I love that. That makes me happy. We were discussing earlier today how one of our couple's goals is to film a documentary of us getting kicked out of places in Paris for being obnoxious tourists.
So it's for being Americans.
For being obnoxious Americans. So we're gonna go. What?
Just do that to yourself.
We're gonna go. We're gonna go. Edgelord is back at it.
Is that real? Did that really happen, Chili Bean?
No. Chili Bean, so this is the edgiest thing he said all night, or she, who knows? Because this reminds us that there is a Jaws 2 etc., etc.
What about Jaws 3 with Lou Gossett
No,
Jr.? Or Ed Begley Jr.?
so Chili Bean says yeah. Chili Bean says yeah, it happened. But
That's awesome.
no, so to
Do
me,
you
that's
want to watch a Mel Gibson movie after this show?
depends on what it is, but probably not.
It's a protest.
What that movie? I don't want to watch that movie or think about
It
it.
was the hand job joke.
No, I know that the movie from there. I don't want to watch that movie or
Neither do
think
I.
about that movie or think about hand jobs during that movie.
I've never even seen it, so
Uh,
I can never say that I've thought about Apocalypto and hand jobs together until now.
Chili Bean, I figured, but oh wait, because you got a hand job, so I guess it's safe to assume you're a dude.
I'm a dude.
He's a dude. She's a dude. We're all dudes. Hey, I'm creeping up. I'm at 99 likes now.
You
Guys are driving me
You
crazy.
need one like and $2 to have a nice round number.
That would be true. That would be very true.
Boys who are girls who like boys who are girls.
And I'm just gonna keep obnoxiously spamming the chat with Mongo's link until you guys do it. Also subscribe to the Rookie Critic, but he's I've plugged him before, so whatever.
Really?
Yeah, it's all good.
You as well. Everyone knows
I've
that.
plugged them before.
Oh, ha ha ha. You guys know where to find these guys. Also, all of their links are in the description for this video. So if you're not following the chat, or you want to pop over and make sure you're subbed to all these fantastic people, world-class bullshitters, Midnight's Edge After Dark, and Midnight's Edge. Mongo's big thanks to the Rookie Critic. Make sure you're subbed to all these.
Yeah, I'd say definitely with that too, because we're all doing a lot more content lately. There's a lot more things coming from all of us, and Mongo's you're gonna see Mongo grow. You're gonna be like, I was there before he had 100 subs, and with Midnight's Edge, you're gonna say I was there before he was more famous than Batman. And with Jesse and Jeff, you guys are going to be your own police force, your own TV show, your own all that stuff that you want. So,
and we're going to get kicked out of France together.
Yeah, we're going to get out of France. Our goal is actually to get kicked out of the country of France.
Yeah, that's what we talked about the show. I really hardcore without going to jail. I just want to commit every cultural faux pas.
We're legitimately going to walk around going, la baguette, Eiffel Tower,
yeah, cheese, like that.
Le cheese, le fromage, am I saying this right? And then we're going to get fries, and we're going to, freedom fries.
Oh. Belgium's greatest invention.
Exactly. We're just going to shit on
I know you haven't seen it, but there's a scene in National Lampoon's European Vacation where they do visit the Eiffel Tower, and they go to a restaurant afterwards, and the guy's like, hi, we want, blah, 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 blah. And the guy's like, I'm just going to give you dirty dishwater. You'll never know the difference. And then it goes and shows the fine French cuisine. Tom knows this part, and it just pop it out of a microwave and stick a French flag in it.
Yeah.
Nice. Fuck the French. French can suck it.
Look, kids, Big Ben.
But thanks, Pete1972, for that fun fact about Star Wars, because obviously we enjoyed that. And finally, remember we brought this up forever ago? Ginger Viking Jesus, what's your opinion on Rob Zombie's 31?
Fuck Rob Zombie. Every movie he made is shit.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah.
What do you guys in general? I've got to say, I don't think I've ever seen a Rob Zombie.
Worst date I ever went on. No, second worst date I ever went on was taking a girl to see Rob Zombie's Halloween 2.
Oh.
Horror movies.
Yeah.
Fucking steps on a guy's head repeatedly, and that just was a terrible night. Anyway.
Halloween 2 is a cinematic fucking cesspool. The only decent movie that Rob Zombie's ever made that's worth a shit, in my opinion, is Devil's Rejects.
Never seen it.
That movie makes me uncomfortable.
I've heard people like it though. I don't know. People like that movie sometimes, I think.
Do you like Brian Posehn, the comedian? He's real ugly, creepy look, but you know who he is. Okay. He gets fucking murdered point blank range in Devil's Rejects. It's really sad.
The closest I've gotten is I went in the Universal maze for House of a Thousand Corpses at Halloween Horror Nights last year. It was really good though, actually. It's a good maze.
I've seen that movie, and I would go to that maze because the house would be pretty fun.
Sometimes
the movie was okay.
Look, I saw Us, and it was, and I felt personally, we can talk about it or not, but I can see how Jordan Peele was trying to follow up, the Get Out hype and edginess and whatnot, and I think it was an interesting concept with a lot of holes in its construction and okay execution. But again, the maze was great. So there were some nice, good visual. The thing Us, I think, did well is there were some nice visual, like some of the kills and the gore was pretty neat. Did you guys see it?
Yeah, I saw that. It was, It was all right.
It was watchable. You know, I'm not going to put it on again,
Mhm.
but it was interesting. I have to say there are certain aspects of it. The twist at the ending, the twist in the ending, even though I suspected it from the beginning, stayed with me a little bit. It did stick with me a little bit. So I'll give him credit for that. I did like Get Out much better because I think when he was actually, I think what made that movie so good is not just the concept, but the balance of horror and comedy.
Get Out had me till that third act. It was like asking me to accept way too much in that final act.
I was so bored in the final act though because that whole the scene where he's breaking out was just so ridiculous. It was fucking hysterical. I mean, for me, it leaned into. I thought it did a nice job of really leaning into a big horror finish with a big comedy finish. And did it really pull it off as epically as it could have? I can see complaints or issues with the,
Well, I'm just talking more about with like the hypnosis thing and how the whole like flip-flopping of things without giving too much away for those who haven't seen it. But yeah, I mean, it had me up to the point and then it went just that one step too far kind of thing. And the ending's okay. It pays a lot of homage to Last House on the Left. I'm fine with that. But it was really well done. And then it was like, you took me just a little too far. But again, I understand why people love it. So that's just my personal opinion, obviously.
That's fair. And I mean, I can see that charisma. I do think they gave too much away, little too like on the nose. But this is what we're doing, how we're doing it, and they could have left a little more.
Yeah, it was a little
because it was one of those things where it's like the truth is always going to be lamer than whatever our minds concoct. So I think they did show too much and it took away from some of it. But motherfucking TSA is the hero of that film. Have you seen it?
I refuse to watch it.
Why do you refuse to watch it?
Because Jordan Peele thinks he's smarter than he really is, and I'm not going to give that guy my time or money.
I'm not going to disagree with that.
Fair.
He's kind of pretentious.
He's great on Key and Peele. I think he's funny as shit. His straight up comedy. I don't need his social commentary.
But that's why I actually
live in the real world. Buddy.
That's why I want to advocate for you to see Get Out, because I think this was the last thing he did before he bought into his own hype. Because remember, Get Out was this. It was like, oh, Jordan Peele's making a movie. Oh, what's going on? Oh, he's making this movie, and the more people learned about it, it built this huge hype train around it, and people saw it, and they're like, oh my god, blown away. So he really wasn't. I don't think he had the opportunity to buy in his own hype. I don't think hype existed before that.
I don't know. I get where Jeff's come from. I get a lot of shades of M. Night Shyamalan from him.
Absolutely, and he definitely falls into some of those pitfalls that Shyamalan does.
What was the other one he did? Us. That's
what we were just talking about. That's what we were just talking about before this.
I was just checking because I haven't seen the movie, so I don't know.
Yeah, well, that's what we were saying. It had its moments. It had some good violence in it. It had an interesting concept that could have been executed more effectively.
Look, I don't want to get it because Obi-Wan's like, don't spoil it for me. Nick told me the whole premise of the movie. It's all stupid as shit.
What I was going to say is that, like I said, the one twist where I won't give away anything at the end did live with me, like sit with me a little bit. And there was a certain creep factor that I think they got really. I think that's the thing is I think Jordan Peele is really good at certain things and not good at others. And because he buys into his own hype and thinks he's smarter than he is not able to recognize or fix the parts that need fixing.
And I really wish. I mean, I don't advocate any kind of cancel culture. He's just a celebrity. I wish would just disappear. Fucking hate you, dude. You're ruining the Twilight Zone. You are not Rod Serling. You don't have that.
Yeah, I haven't seen any of that.
Oh, dude, you want free? Dick pirated that shit. You want to watch the first season for free? I'll fucking send it to you.
I would rather not.
It is the most heavy-handed social commentary I've ever seen in a television show.
People in the chat are really not keen on Jordan Peele.
Well, that's why I was cringing when I heard he's doing Candyman. The only good thing I've heard about it is they kind of hid that it's actually kind of a quasi sequel, not a remake. But
interesting.
Now, is he directing that, or is he just producing it, Tom?
I don't remember if he's doing both or not.
I thought somebody else was directing. I saw the trailer. I was like, wow, that trailer actually looks cool. And then I realized, oh shit, this is a thing. What's his face? Jordan Peele film. So let's see, Candyman. Yeah,
but it got out that Tony Todd's in the movie too.
This
so
that
kind of
is so actually that's one thing. That's what I want to know. How involved is Jordan Peele in the actual production of the Twilight Zone thing? Is he just a host?
He hosts it, and I think he's the producer, and I think he may write on it too. That's very plausible.
Jordan Peele did not direct the new Candyman. It's directed by Nia.
Okay.
I thought it was some woman that was directing it.
Okay.
And I like his actor. I don't know how to say his name. Yahya Abdul Mateen II. Fucking Black Manta from Aquaman. That guy.
Oh, okay.
He's a really good actor.
I like him a lot.
Well, they should have called it like Curse of the Candyman or something, because the way the story looks like it's going to pan out. I hate it when they make a requel or whatever the hell you want to call it, a reboot sequel thing, and it's like the same name, like Halloween was. That was stupid.
Yeah, I hate that too.
Um,
Let's see, what did Jordan Peele do on the Twilight Zone?
but
It's funny when you Google Twilight Zone and Jordan Peele, you still get Rod Serling created it first off.
Well, Stratos, don't freak out. It's not really a remake, I found out. It's kind of a more reboot-cool kind of thing. Because Tony Todd is in it. But it's like this guy who gets like cursed with the Candyman kind of thing.
So Candyman is another movie I have not seen yet.
Real quick,
Same.
The first one's good, from the second one's meh, and I barely remember the third one.
Jordan Peele is developed right next to Simon Kinberg, so
Okay,
both
he's
of
the
their
creator.
names.
So he is culpable.
Yeah.
So he's fully culpable. Is what
Yeah.
you're saying. He's fully culpable. That's cool.
And he's the narrator, and I don't.
There is
know.
a lot. What in the chat if you hate Jordan Peele? Let's just let it out, guys, and whatever else you want to say
Look,
about it.
the reason I fucking hate him is because you were one thing and now you're something else, and people act like he's the voice of his people, this generation.
Well, that's
you're
one of the
not that
things, too, is,
fucking
like,
smart. You're a comedian. He's
You're a
great.
comedian. You did really good comedy. Comedy is one of the greatest vehicles, but I think people have completely forgotten. Comedy is probably the greatest vehicle for commentary. Satire, parody, all of these things, commentary, witty commentary, all of these things that fall under comedy. It really is like one of the best venues if you want to, make, because that's one of the things. The thing about comedy is you can get away with doing things in the name of comedy that you can't otherwise, that make people think. I'm not gonna spoil it for all y'all guys, but I was thinking of I have a sketch that I'm gonna try to get together. Maybe I'll try to shoot some up this week. But I gotta see about costuming and stuff like that though. The one that I talked to you
Yeah,
about.
what I need to cost. I know you're talking about.
Poignant one.
Just go to Amazon.
And that's a good idea. And the ending of my sketch is gonna be super
Here's all.
it's edgy.
I'm just reading the ones come up. People don't like that. That's just the celebrity, man.
I mean, I get him. I understand his appeal. But
Tom, it was nice knowing you. Can you get us a replacement for the High Council for that joke?
no, let me finish, dude. I get his.
Is that better?
Oh,
Damn.
my birthday.
Tom, it's not your birthday anymore. It's not your birthday anymore. You can't say shit like that on my stream.
Anyway, Tom, keep going, dude. I'm joking.
But I mean, especially when it comes to just being a black voice in films and all that kind of stuff, and I don't mind him switching over to the horror thing so much. That doesn't bother me, but it's the pretentious thing, like you're saying, Jeff. It's like, and not only that, it's like everybody's afraid of saying his shit stinks no matter what it is.
But that's the thing is like when he can go into horror and whatnot, but the blend of comedy and horror works so well in Get Out. I don't know why he isn't sticking with that avenue. He can be funny. People don't like to think he's funny in the chat. That's fine. I think he was very funny with Key and Peele.
I think you should stick with Keanu and Key and Peele. And look, Key and Peele is perfect. When we talk about race relations and shit, you do it under the guise of comedy. People
Honestly,
chuckle, they think about it, and they're not beat over the head with it.
I will encourage you to one day eventually watch Get Out and try to remove the noise and just watch it as a film, because it's using those liberties that you get as a comedy creator to make its points. And while I'm with Tom that it's not always there, it falls short sometimes of what it's really trying to get to. There are some great moments in it. There are some hysterically funny, bold moments in it that, again, they get away with under the name of comedy. And if you want to be this creator who's making commentaries, edgy things and whatnot, stay in comedy, because or keep that as part of your repertoire, because you can push that. You can make horror comedies. You can make things like that. I mean, one of my favorite movies ever is Tucker and Dale vs. Evil. Guys, kids! The
one that ran into the
fucking
he's like,
stick.
and then he's like, oh, because he sees the bee. He's like, oh, and then
that's my favorite moment. You realize the only one is that realization is he's bleeding to death on a stick. That, oh, you're not a crazy person chasing with a chainsaw. You're running away from bees.
I just gotta say, Doug Bradley left more because of the pay. He got insulted by what they were trying to pay him.
Oh, Hellraiser.
Yeah, and I don't blame him. They were gonna pay him next to nothing.
I met him once. He was not a friendly guy.
So, Mongo's Tom, have you seen Tucker and Dale vs. Evil?
Not all of it, but I know what it is. I've seen it.
Watch it tonight.
Rook. Unmute yourself because I need you to answer.
Oh, what was the question?
Tucker and Dale versus Evil.
Never heard of it.
Oh my god. How do you feel about Alan Tudyk? You love Alan Tudyk. You think he's amazing. Moving on. How do you feel about? I forget his name, but you
Tyler
like him
Labine.
Tyler Labine. It's fine. You love him too because he's hilarious and charming and very lovable, right? So you love all these people. You love these people.
Totally. I'm typing it up now so I can look it up later.
It's on Netflix. Watch it.
It is on Netflix.
Oh, yeah.
And it's a beautiful comedy of errors. It is a subversive.
A couple hillbillies gonna go do something. Okay.
It's so essentially it's a classic cabin in the woodsy slasher film, which is funny because both of those films, Cabin in the Woods and Tucker and Dale vs. Evil, subvert the horror genre, and they start almost the exact same way. They both start with the college kids stopping off at the creepy gas station in the middle of nowhere on the way out to the cabin or the place or the woods. There's like
this does look funny to the images that came up on the search. So that's on Netflix. I'll give that a watch.
So the whole thing is mostly told through the perspective of Tucker and Dale, the hillbillies, who are hearts of gold, lovable hillbillies who through a vast comedy of errors and find themselves in the middle of a slasher film.
Do you think they should make another one?
They are. Did you know that?
I didn't because I just asked you. But I don't think they should. I think the story is perfect.
Here's why I'm okay with it.
I don't see him break up with what's her face.
Here's why I'm okay with it. The thing that you understand is Alan Tudyk and
Tyler
Labine.
Just say the Canadian fellow.
Made an announcement on Facebook a while ago. Obviously, things probably got halted because the last year sometime they came out and they put a video and it's all over Facebook and stuff like that where they're just like, yeah, we're making a sequel. We're doing it for the fans because you guys love this film. We love this film. We're making a sequel. If they're not worried about blockbuster release or making money or shit like that, they want to make a follow up because they loved it. We love it, and they want to just keep playing in the world. So I'm okay with that. Like it's a fun sequel that's just for fun,
Fun sequel for fun? I'm sold.
And in case you didn't know, Alan Tudyk definitely has the money to go to say, hey, let's do independent projects for funsies. He did.
I don't even think like Tucker and Dale's a failure enough. I'm sure there's someone out there like with all the desperation for streaming content, Netflix could just buy it up if you have to.
I don't know who. I mean, I think somebody is invested. Netflix, I'm sure would be. They might even have already been the ones signing on to it. But yeah. Yes.
I'll watch that before the next stream for sure.
Oh my god, definitely. We'll ask the two of you who are cultured. What are your favorite kill? I guess that's your favorite kill.
No, it's not my favorite kill. It's my favorite scene because he just goes, "Oh."
What's your favorite death in that movie?
It might be when the girl catches fire.
Oh my god! Oh my god! That whole fucking scene is ridiculous.
Tucker and Dale's a flop.
It was.
It only made $4.7 million on a $5 million budget. I thought it was a hit. It's a great movie.
I don't remember it coming out in theaters. When did it even come out?
2010.
I saw it.
Their team came to a horror hound and gave away free shit. Aunt Pat wore a Tucker and Dale hat for like 2 years before it fucking rotted away.
This is great. Didn't make any fucking money, and they're making a sequel because people love it now.
Yeah.
If you like Tucker and Dale and the sequel comes out, buy it.
Support.
Like, look at Super Troopers made money. Super Troopers 2, right? Like, I'm not telling you to go blow your money. I know times are tough, but like, if you like shit, just spend money on it because they'll make more.
People will find out that you like it.
Your favorite shit would never end if people kept buying it and watching it.
Yeah.
50 seasons of some terrible NCIS show will exist because people keep watching it.
Clearly, Netflix releases their analytics to somebody because somehow they figured out people love this movie. And Mongo, do you have a favorite death in it?
I always like the wood chipper scene.
Yeah,
great.
I'll go with the stick. The running onto the stick, that's up there, but the wood chipper is one of my other ones. It's so fucking. Oh my god!
We should watch the kills tonight after we.
Oh my god, we should. I just fucking put on the movie while we're doing whatever afterwards. That's fine. Yeah, right. Yeah. I fucking love that movie. No, the stick is probably just because it's the first one, and it's so abrupt. And
a vacation house.
It's just so fucking out, and that's what tells you when that happens. And even us talking about it, Rook, you're not gonna be prepared for like the abruptness of that moment where you're just like, oh shit.
You can't spoil Tucker and Dale.
You can't, because that moment is the moment where you will find out exactly what this movie is about, and and you'll fucking die. Oh my god, Tom, you'll love it too. Why haven't you watched it front to back? We're not friends anymore.
I just haven't had a chance.
Whatever.
I'll watch it before Tom does.
Probably.
Being as a guy who understands your sensibilities, you'll really like this movie.
I'm sure I will. I've seen stuff about it before.
Did either of you guys check out Living in Oblivion, by the way? Have you had a chance to check that out yet? I know it's only been like a week. But that was the one. Rook and Tom and I were talking about this after hours. We were in the chat for a while after the show last week, and we were talking about a bunch of things. And Living in Oblivion is a great little, because we were all have had experience with filmmaking and stuff like that. If you've ever worked on a film set at all, or you have any interest in it, in low budget filmmaking and stuff, Living in Oblivion is phenomenal. It's got Steve Buscemi, it's got Peter Dinklage in it. It's a lot of fun, but it's a movie about this group of guys making a low budget film, and it's so fun. Wow. It's so fun. But I always think, whenever I think of Room Tone, I think of that movie. So Mongo, if you definitely check it out, you like movie and stuff. I don't know why I just turned into a cave person.
Me like movie. Me watch movie.
Because I think just for some reason the name Mongo, I always just think like,
here comes Mongo.
Yeah.
You can't run on saying Mongo. It's Mongo.
Wrestling series I watch called Botchamania, and they talk about Mongo, and the opening is "Here comes Mongo." So whenever Mongo's big thing, I think of wrestling. So.
I don't even know if I read, because he's just reading the super chat. That previous one, the Rob Zombie one, which
we covered Rob Zombie.
We got from Rob. There you go. But that super chat came from Ginger Viking Jesus, so I wanted to make sure that because we went from Rob Zombie's trash to Jordan Peele's trash to Tucker Dale vs. Evil's great. And this is apropos, considering I'm now almost an hour and a half behind. Beth says, read your super chats, Jesse. Thank you for the super chat. Reminding me to read my super chats, Beth. I hope you're still sticking around. I know it's getting late for some people. But of course, we're going to start getting our UK crowd, our UK early morning crowd in a minute. Alex, right? Dr. Alex should be here any minute now. And yeah, so thank you guys for bearing with me. I know most of you guys are used to useful. Most of you are probably
you guys are useful.
More useful than others.
Most of you guys are
useful to your queen.
Most of you guys are used to me being fairly prompt with super chats. I don't usually have the luxury of having an incredible panel of people having such incredible discussions and such wonderful listeners sending so many super chats that I get backlogged like this. So thank you, chat, for sticking around, for dropping those likes. We did hit 100. Hooray. We're still not at 100 from Mongo yet, so make sure you go subscribe. Spamming you with the link again. What else was I saying? Oh, yeah. So thank you guys again for bearing with me. Those of you who've sent super chats, who've been waiting. Oh, Beth's still here. Great. Who've been waiting patiently for me to get to them. I really appreciate that. Because, again, I know you're usually used to me being a little more up to date on them. And I'm getting there. So Pete1972, thank you again for the super chat. He says, another Maltese Falcon fan here in the house. Here's a fist bump, Jeff. The stuff that good movies are made of.
Yeah.
Hard to argue.
Humphrey Bogart reference.
Tough to argue with that. Bogey's pretty great, and I haven't seen the film yet. I'm just going to go on a limb and say it's probably good.
I rented it when I was in college because I was bored, and I got Five Guys because it was right next door to the Blockbuster. And I was like, I'm going to watch old movies tonight. And I rented that, and I sat there. I stared at the screen for however long. It's so good.
Good noirs are really
captivating. Is it a fun movie?
Oh, I never finished my little history lesson, and this is what a noir is. If anyone's still curious. So Maltese Falcon, classic old noir film. So these are all coming about, in the World War II. Not enough money for all the lights, and so they just scaled back on lights, and we're like, okay, well, what kind of films can we make with smaller sets, smaller budgets, fewer lights, different, fewer actors, even, whatever it was. So you had the voiceover because you got these iconic stars. These were your male actors that would carry the entire film, and so the noir genre started so many great tropes like that. Detective-y, voiceover
stuff, yeah.
That hard-boiled detective, the maverick detective going out on his own, and the femme fatale is a noir classic, trope. And then the classic, one of the big shots, because that was one of the things. How do you shoot in this lower light? So you did different kinds of shooting to utilize the light to its maximum, which was like the iconic film noir shot is shooting through blinds. So you have the shadow of the blinds on the face. You shoot light through the blinds. That way you still get this dramatic shadow on your actor's face with this one smaller light, to create that kind of effect.
I'm glad that shit exists for comics.
So
because noir comics are some of the coolest to look at. I wish they would mimic half of that shit.
And I love it. Like Sin City is very much that noir. I think that's actually it's great. It's a great genre blending piece because it's, first of all, it's a graphic novel, which is a noir style, but also an ensemble. Like what's the word I'm trying to think of? The way they tell the anecdotes and stuff.
You're talking the movie. I'm sorry. I'm instantly going back to the comic.
I haven't read.
Because the comic, each story
it tells its own book. Through. It's its own book and whatnot. Yeah, but even the way they tell the story, where even if each book is its own vignette, series of vignettes. That's what I'm thinking of. It's still set up so that it's like, rather than following one person and one mystery, you have these interconnected series of vignettes. I thought they pulled it together.
I thought it works great because you have the Bruce Willis Hardigan shit at the beginning and the end. Yeah. It's the perfect way to close it. You have the little bumper of Josh Hartnett as the cleaner or whatever he's called. But yeah, I think I like Sin City. I had one of my first dates to see that movie, so that was fun. But I think 2 gets unjustly shit on. It's fine. It's not great.
I've never seen it.
I'll watch it again.
People are probably holding up to the original and stuff like that.
Oh, I even held up to the original. I had a good time. Plus, Eva Green looks great. So.
There you go. But yeah, and I think that's great. Like that noir style, really, it was something that was born. You see this all the time in film. I love this about filmmaking. We don't have this. I'm hoping we're going to get. I'm getting ahead of my own self in my train of thought, because you're talking about a genre that was born out of necessity. All these decisions were made out of necessity, the necessity of the time, and it has created a genre that's fueled so many things to the point where it had a huge resurgence in the 70s with the neo noir, starting off with kicking off the iconic neo noir film, of course, is anybody the most iconic neo noir film?
Are you trying to say The Godfather or something?
Nope,
I don't
it's
know.
Not noir.
Wait, no.
I have no idea.
Guys, this is called
Cinephelia
for a reason. It almost has actually. I never realized Point Break does have certain noir elements to it.
Oh God, I wasn't trying to. I was just being.
No, it's weird. I know you're being funny.
Free will.
No, that's right. I think you were being funny, but you said that. I was like, wait a second. Well, be honest there.
Well, what's this movie?
Chinatown.
Oh.
Chinatown.
We don't care about it. It's just Chinatown.
Forget it.
It's just
Forget
Chinatown.
You should. You know what? Hearing you talk about noir has gotten me interested to check some more of those films out because I haven't really watched too many of those types of films.
Have you seen Chinatown?
No. That's what I'm saying. So I might check some of these out. The way you're describing them is kind of making me a little more interested, especially since trying to learn more about utilizing what I can with film anyway. So with the lighting alone, that sounds interesting to see.
Definitely go back and watch some of the originals for that. The original noirs. Maltese Falcon is a great suggestion. Big Sleep's another really good one. With I think that was Bogey as well, and I think it was his first time on. That might have been his first movie with Lauren Bacall. Where she was super skeeved to kiss him because he was so old, and then they got married. So these things happen. That seems such a stupid thing. Like Bogey was never really a look. Like I don't know how he ended up being the sexy man guy because he's just.
Standards at the time, Jesse.
I guess like the same way that Jack Nicholson sort of took over that mantle later, and he still has. Jack Nicholson was like a sex symbol for people. Seriously, it's a real thing.
He's the Joker to me.
Because that was something that came up on the Batman podcast. They asked everyone, did you find Jack Nicholson attractive?
You know that's a line from Billy Madison, right?
Did you find Jack Nicholson attractive?
There you go. Who's sexier, Jack Nicholson or Meg Ryan? Jack Nicholson now or Jack Nicholson 1984 or 74? And he thinks he goes Meg Ryan. It's just like a thing.
Well, because it came up because apparently on the podcast, a lot of their female guests were talking about how Cutie was back then and stuff like that.
Like before Joker, like he's kind of like
he's
old
kind
and
of
pudgy.
Joker. He's becoming the Jack Nicholson he is today, but because these people brought up how Cutie used to be and stuff like that.
I just love how the Joker used to be this like rail thin character with a giant chin, and then it's like on film, just dad bod.
Casablanca is not a noir, Sauron, but it is one of the greatest films ever made. So. It doesn't really hit the requirements for noir, though it is of the era. And if you haven't seen it, okay, have you guys seen Casablanca? Just put it out there.
Nope.
I have it.
You've seen it, right, Tom? You don't just
not yet.
Seriously?
No, I just haven't had a chance to watch it yet.
Weird.
I have no time to do shit. I've got an Xbox that's still in the box from Black Friday last year.
That one, by the way, not noir, so don't worry about it. Though Chinatown, Rook, you need to see that. Tom, have you seen Chinatown?
Oh yeah, that I've seen at least.
That's too Chinatown. Everything has a blank. Don't tell me has a blank.
Well, it's because it's got Jack Nicholson in it. He's cute.
You know what? Armin,
Oh, God.
I'm going to watch at least 5 of the movies suggested tonight before next week.
Anything with Jack Nicholson in it is great, except for that sequel to Terms of Endearment. Where I can't remember what the fuck was that called. It's so bad I don't remember.
But I did I not
Use
do
it, click
the
it.
show? There you go. Okay.
Yeah, some of his newer movies aren't the greatest either.
I like anger management.
For me, Chinatown is like everyone. I love anger management. Oh my god, that's definitely my favorite Adam Sandler film by far. But that would what was I saying? What was I saying words about? Jack Nicholson, Chinatown's a movie I think everyone should see once. Probably not more than once, but once. I've seen it twice. That's how I know you should probably just see it once. It's a great
Forget
film.
it, Jess. It's Chinatown.
Mm-hmm.
It's a great movie. It's bizarre, but it's a great movie. But yes, definitely that one for an excellent example of neo-noir. Casablanca, all you bitches go watch it. You're lying. You've seen it. I know you've seen it. That's all with you.
Yeah, duh.
I've seen enough bits and pieces of it that I kind of know. I mean,
You gotta actually, that's all. Everyone knows the lines and the iconic.
yeah, I mean,
from it and blah blah blah. It's legitimately an excellent movie, start to finish. It is fun. It is funny. It is very watchable. It is not boring or slow or dumb old movie. It's Louis Renault, who's the best ever. Yeah, fuck Bowie.
The Two Jakes was the sequel to Chinatown. I'm trying to remember the sequel to Terms of Endearment.
The Fat Man and Jake.
What? Okay.
No, there was a sequel to Chinatown. It's called The Two Jakes. It's
Didn't
got
know.
Jack Nicholson and Harvey Keitel in it. It's not very good. I know. You get your hopes up for it, and it's
It's
like,
bad. It's like, how'd you fuck up a movie with those guys?
I know, right? It's like, not only that, it's a sequel to fucking Chinatown of all things, and you got those two in it. How can it go wrong? Oh, that's just not that stupendous.
Realistically, oh god, Script Doctor. Yes, sorry. There we go. Yes, that part fucks me up.
Yep.
One of the things that stick with you. This wasn't really childhood. Obviously, I didn't see Chinatown when I was like 8 or anything, but that's one too. That one fucks me up. That when he gets his nostrils slit.
I think I want to say it's called The Morning Star or some stupid shit like that. The movie I'm thinking of.
But yeah, honestly, the problem that you had right there was trying to make a sequel to Chinatown. It's really
Well, yeah,
work.
but just the idea of those two together in a movie that's like a two detectives kind of thing is like, how can you fuck that up? You're right.
Yeah. We're actually almost caught up on super chats, guys. Believe it or not, people probably just stopped sending them when I stopped reading. But fuck, I'm going to go somewhere else.
Just to start up sending more again, guys.
Last
I'll
one.
scroll to this window right here.
I'll be able to go forever.
No, there's no way you can scroll up more than this one. The other one in the super StreamYard's window.
This one
is
goes the
worse.
furthest. I
There you
don't
go,
know
right
if.
So
Well, there's that one, but then
that's-
there's the Stratos Radio Blues one. I still
You
can't
should realistically be able to scroll down here.
read.
Again, no,
Oh,
this part.
this part. Oh, okay.
And-
There we go.
Yeah,
Okay.
You're only
perfect.
going to have trouble reading your last one.
My
It's
last one.
never
That's
gonna
fine
be-
because I can still get to that one.
Let's see. What's this?
Let me just make sure it's still in here. I'll see if I can pull it up here because it's.
You won't be able to.
No, this one doesn't go back nearly far enough.
No.
But I'll just go back. Okay, sorry, technical difficulties, guys. How did I just lose this one? Okay, there it is. Okay. So Edmondoto says, thank you for the super chat, by the way, Edmondato. I do this every time. Philadelphia, come for the riots, stay for the greased holes. Yes, that's our motto, actually. The city brotherly love. Come for the riots, stay for the greased holes. You'll love it. You'll love it all, start to finish. It's a good time and an easy landing. But yes. Beth says, mine aren't big enough to jiggle. That's okay, Beth. Just gain a bunch of coronavirus weight, and then they will be. That's what I did. Stratos Radio Blues says, if you guys were having a drinking party, you had to choose between watching 48 hours or the first rush hour, which would be the choice?
Rush Hour.
Rush Hour.
Horrible.
I've never seen
Rush Hour.
48 hours.
For as much as I love Eddie Murphy, Tom, I don't like his character Reggie Hammond at all.
Really?
Yeah,
I love 48 hours.
talk about a movie that doesn't age well. You could not show 48 hours. You should show. 48
Oh no.
Who did I promise? I promised this month that I would. we're gonna
$100 one.
I
Just do it.
Or we can actually, I think we're actually going to do that, like, originally before I planned an entire real stream. We were going to do that, like, tomorrow after, or maybe we were actually going to do it one of the nights. I think we were actually talking about doing that as instead of my Wednesday stream if I'm hosting Matriarchy. So maybe next week. So I'll be hosting Matriarchy during the day. Would you be game to do a second one? And that's a lot.
I mean, we're just watching X-Men. We've seen the movie. It's fine, but let's just have it be the two of us.
That's fine with me. So we are going to do a drunk Dark Phoenix watch party because we got a big super chat too.
You know what I could do is I could sit and sign my comments while we watch.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
I got Dark Phoenix and I still haven't watched it.
I watched it on an airplane, Tom. That's all I'll say. I'm going to save the review for Jesse's stream next week.
Delightful. I'm going to go with Rush Hour on Stratus Radio Blues' question just because I have never seen 48 Hours and don't know if I'd like it or not, but I know I like Rush Hour.
We'll watch it because it's Eddie Murphy pre-Trading Places. It's like his movie before the one with Dan Aykroyd that we watched. So it's a fine movie. It's Walter Hill, and his movies are all kind of the same. It's like this, they're gritty, very, not low budget, but they're just, I don't know, they feel like off-brand cereal. They have, they have big name actors in some of them, but his movies always just feel like slightly lesser than what else is out at the time, except for The Warriors.
Missed the mark a little.
Well, I didn't miss the mark. I just feel like it
fell a little short.
They feel dated. Like
I'm not going to disagree with Jeff on the dated part, but I don't agree that I think it's a very well put together film. I don't know. That's just me personally, though. But I do get the idea that it's dated. I can't argue with that, and especially some of the elements of the film. But again, those are elements of the time too. So.
Oh yeah, look it. I am not one of those people that says, "Oh, we shouldn't watch it" or "We shouldn't have it." No.
No, I didn't think you were saying that.
But no, I was just clarifying for the audience, not you. But like, there's just, I don't know, the spirit of the film is a lot more serious and dark than like other Eddie Murphy, which is like, look, Beverly Hills Cop has some serious moments, but it's funny and lighthearted. I just don't anything in 48 Hours is funny to me. Like the one where he's at the fucking hillbilly bar and all that shit. That's not funny to me. That's just like, okay, it's enjoyable to a degree, but I would rather watch almost any of his other big hits, like from that era, than I would watch 48 Hours. But the movie poster is cool. It's him giving a finger.
Oh, fun. That's always a good time.
And the second one's terrible.
Duly noted. Final super chat so far is from Beth. It says, your mug is on the way. And
see, what's funny is I'm surprised you don't like the second one because that one shifts the tone to more Eddie Murphy style.
Well, Tom, bad movies are just bad movies.
That's true. But I do like the joke about I was in a bus that flipped over 17 times. I lost my James Brown tape and I've got a headache. I love that one. Anyway, you were saying, I'm sorry, Jessica.
Oh, that's fine. I was just reading our final super chat till we're all caught up, which was from Beth, who says, your mug is on the way. And I was actually able to scroll all the way back up in one version of the live chat to find it. Where I also found, when people were talking about the scenes that stay with you, I missed earlier, Old School Jeremy said anything from Are You Afraid of the Dark? Which that was when that and Goosebumps also. I feel like if you watch those shows, everyone has a moment from those that stayed with you, whether it was like really long and creeped you out or not. But because I'll never, for whatever reason, the Are You Afraid of the Dark episode where they turned out they were trapped in a pinball machine. For some reason, that one sticks with me. Like, because it was a big realization moment too, where they suddenly realized what was happening. They were trapped in this pinball machine, and it was like a great reveal, and it kind of, for whatever reason, stuck with me.
That always, now as an adult, reminds me of Twilight Zone.
Yeah.
There's an episode called 5 Characters in Search of an Exit, and you can read these people that are trying to get out of this, like, they don't know where they are. They're just in this big room with no windows or anything. It turns out they're just fucking toys. They're toys in a child's
but that's
Christmas drive.
Because that was very Jean-Paul Sartre's No Exit-esque.
Probably back then, that's what they were.
They're probably riffing on it. But
have you ever seen Occurrence at Owl Creek Bridge?
Because that's the one. No Exit is the one where it's just the people in the room and
well, it's not. It's just called 5 Characters in Search of an Exit.
No, there's Jean-Paul Sartre.
Oh, I don't know.
I'm pretty
I don't
sure.
watch anything French. I want to get kicked out of their country. I don't do anything French. Why am I going to kick out of their country?
It's fine. It's existentialism.
That's not my type of stuff.
I love. Oh God, that was great because I really got into existentialism. When we read like Camus' The Stranger in high school, I was fucking down. Everyone else in my class was like, I hate this book. This is stupid. Why are we reading this? Like, this makes no sense. Whatever. And I was like, this book's amazing. I get it 100%. This makes 100% sense to me, which is probably a bad thing because if you've ever read Camus' The Stranger, it's about an interesting person who might be a psychopath, but it's fine. So this is not the existentialism stream, though, so we don't have to continue talking about my favorite works of existentialism.
Existentialism is like the code word for perspectives.
I gotta ask you, Jeff, how you feel about Golden Child?
But it's not, though, because
look, I'm aware. Like, here's the thing: you could show me intellectually complex things. I understand them. I just don't like them. Let me
put it this way: modern existentialism, yes, is pretentious bullshit. But are you familiar with like the history of the rise of existentialism and stuff like that?
No. The thing is, now I'm going to say something without this is not meant to you, so act like it doesn't exist. No, I don't like the people that are into this shit. That's why I don't like a lot of anime, because I don't like the people that are into this shit. I can get into a lot of this stuff. I hate the discussion around it. That's why I didn't watch Lord of the Rings.
You get a lot of high art people. You do get a lot of like high art people who are into existentialism too. But there's also like there's a lot to it. Like existentialism came out. I enjoy it because it's the serious side of theater of the absurd. I love theater of the absurd.
I did not like that movie we watched.
You also like need
could
more
barely
context.
comprehend it. But I don't want to watch it ever again. Like I don't like Tim Roth enough that I want to watch him in really ugly costumes.
But it was just it was. I mean, look, reading existentialism as a teenager is a great choice because every teenager is having an existential crisis. But like you like Edvard Munch's The Scream,
the painting.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. But I also hate high art because I don't want to discuss it with people.
But that painting is heralded as, as an existentialist painting, like the existentialist painting, even. But the thing is, what's cool about existentialism, what's fun about it is like, if you're going into like real existentialism, the way when it came out, because you had this whole crisis, in the Cuban Missile during the Cuban Missile Crisis era, the Cold War and all that stuff. When it's the post-nuclear world where suddenly with the invention of nuclear weapons and the dropping of a nuclear bomb, shifted the entire paradigm of human existence, and you had people living in this idea with this threat of the Cold War that you could get blown up to things at any minute, and so it sparked this whole movement in art of sort of questioning the meaning of existence. So many people were still dealing with the atrocities that had occurred during World War II, from the Holocaust to the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and it's visceral. That's what I like about original existential writers. It's really visceral. It's coming from a place not of like, I'm intelligently breaking down society and commenting on blah blah blah. It's people reacting in their weirdly verbose ways and very poetic ways, trying to put words to this dread they were feeling, this dread we now call existential dread.
The thing is, like, I just don't care about those people's dread. Like, I don't care about tortured artists or anything like that.
It's not about tortured artists, though. It's literally about a group of people trying to find the language to express this cultural zeitgeist, this feeling of impending doom that was pervasive in the entire culture, while also arguing for the futility of language to express anything at all, which I think is such a fun part of it. As someone who really likes wordplay, I'm into that kind of thing. It's not for everybody. I'm not gonna ever say like you have to like it, but I do think that it gets a bad rap because people are like, oh, existentials. Only wear my turtleneck sweater and snap and talk about existentialism.
Nobody snaps anymore.
I'm gonna do a poetry reading recently. Maybe
if it's not Death Poetry Jam, I just don't care.
Yeah. So yeah, existentialism. It's fun for me, but that's Kobe Borg. Thank you, supers, reviving the super chats. How dare you have a philosophical discussion without me? And the super chat I was reading was just Beth saying your mug is on the way. But yes, so we did get that one. Tom was interrupting me. So
are we almost ready? Because I'm going to go eat off camera while you do. I've been playing Mad Libs. I'm not sitting next to you. This is longer than the High Council now, so I got to go.
Shit. Yeah, you can go. Bye. Wait, Chronicus.
I'm coming back for that. I'm playing Mad Libs. I'm camera. I just don't feel like sitting here anymore.
That's fine. I don't blame you. You've been doing a lot of sitting.
It's hour 6 of streaming in a row.
I don't blame you at all. That's Jeff's hard limit. He's like, we are at the 6-hour mark. Goodbye,
honestly,
everybody.
if you go longer than the High Council, I'm just going to walk off because the High Council is too long.
Dude, I don't blame you 1 second. I do the same thing. Sean, we can have philosophical discussions tomorrow as well because both of the Seans coming on, I think, do enjoy these things. So,
sweet.
That's yeah. But anyway. I do think we are probably, because we have been going for 3 hours. And that's
Good start.
Mad Libs, it might be time for Mad Libs. It might be that time of night. So unless before we do, does anyone have any closing cinematic expressions they wanted to express?
Fuck Jordan Peele.
You can go get my sandwich. Oh, you have it. Can you do one thing for me? Can you take a pretty picture of it? Because I promised that I'll send some pics, but I never did.
It's not going to be a pretty picture. I'll send it.
It's fine. I don't care.
Just
I can't see you. I literally couldn't see you
I
because
caught it. So
pancake was in the way. All right. So, any final thoughts? I mean, you guys, I'll let you plug yourselves again before we go off camera and whatnot. But any final cinema thoughts or questions you wanted to ask or bring up, or subjects we haven't covered that you'd like to get to before we dive into Mad Libs?
I've been plugging myself since like hour 2.
Gross.
Oh.
About that.
Oh.
It's off camera, guys.
Yeah, I was going to bring up, you know how they're doing the Snyder Cut release soon, and everybody was talking about, wanting him to see his vision, and then everybody's talking about like the Air Cut or all these other, like Lord Miller Cut, all these other versions, and it's like, so what do you guys think about directors getting their full vision seen anyway? Because one of the first things I think of, I don't know if I brought this up last time, but it's like, if George Lucas had his full reign to just do his own movie, that would be a completely different movie than what we got for Star Wars. And then for any other type of films that we get, as much as I'd like to say that it's all the director, I mean, it's probably a studio, editors, all these different things that make it what we see and could be the reason as to why we love it so much. I think it's interesting to be able to see other versions of the same movie, but I just don't know. What do you guys think? 'Cause it sounds like there's going to be 5 different versions of movies coming down the line with everything that's released. This version, that version, this version.
So first, I just realized that this ticker has still been scrolling at the bottom for like forever. That's a great question. That's a great point to bring up, and it's interesting, especially Xenoworks. I don't agree with this at all. I don't know if you're being facetious or not. And that's what I love about film. I think is that it's not filmmaking is not groupthink. Filmmaking is also not one person's vision. I think when you try to make it that way, that's when you have things like the Star Wars prequels or The Last Jedi. Many other some of the places where I think Woody Allen falls really short in his filmmaking is no checks and balances. Some place where I think it's the same thing. I think Tarantino doesn't have enough checks and balances on his work. I think Jordan Peele right now doesn't have enough checks and balances on his work. And these things, right? The filmmaking is a beautiful collaborative process. I'll never forget. This was such a great exercise to do. The first day of my film acting course, because I'm a nerd and I went to summer school for film acting at college while I was in high school because that was fun for me. But the first day we sat down and we played Whisper Down the Lane. And what happens when you play Whisper Down the Lane? Your telephone, however you know the game, shit changes. It doesn't come out at one end the way it started at all. And this was their way of being like, this is the filmmaking process. They would joke like there was always a spot on the circle that they would pass it really quickly, and their teacher was like, those are the Teamsters. And that's when I learned what Teamsters were. But that's really where I learned really solidly how collaborative of a filmmaking of a process filmmaking is. It relies on so many moving parts and so many people. With little things like, hey, if Crafty doesn't come through with catering on a certain day and doesn't give you the food that you want and you need, might not get the performance you want out of your leading actor because they didn't have their, peeled grapes or whatever. So all of these things affect how a film happens. Your Teamsters don't get something you need to the location that you need it at, and now you can't shoot that scene, or you have to change something intrinsic about the scene. So these little things, sometimes in some cases mistakes, in other cases just a writer writes it. Very frequently the writer has no power once that script is out of their hands. A director directs it. The majority of directors have no power once that footage goes into the editing room. The big shot directors, they get that choice. A lot of them still choose not to. And a lot of the good directors take a step back. That editor comes in and puts it together. And the producers are in charge of finding the test screenings and watching the cuts themselves and showing it to, the other people in their business and saying, are we, is this good? Is this not? What do we want to change? It's a review process, basically. It's an entire long review process where multiple people put pieces together. You know, the screenwriter can't bring everything to the table. Neither can the cameraman or the sound editor or the director.
Sound, lighting, clothes, makeup, everything.
No single one of these people can bring the whole film to the table, but the film doesn't happen without a single one of them. And I think that's a great thing about filmmaking and why I love that. So back to your point, I think that it is important to maintain the integrity of theatrical releases. I understand why we get director's cuts when there's a big difference in vision, like on a Blade Runner, or when a filmmaker has to leave and isn't able to see it through, like Zack Snyder. And I'm okay if this is the exception. All right, there was extenuating circumstances, and for whatever reason, there were some important parts of a film that the director or the whoever didn't see their vision fully realized, and they'd like it to be because they think it actually adds something or changes something or brings it in respect. Basically, brings something that transforms the original piece enough that you're adding a different perspective. I would hate a world where everyone wants to release a director's cut. And it's like, well, I just cut this scene or changed that line. Like, no, shut up. I use this take where they inhale for 3 seconds instead of 2. And it changes the tenor of the whole scene. Like, fuck you. I like about the frequency that we have it now, this idea that, like, if for whatever reason, maybe due to a technical issue, someone having to leave, or a big creative split where it's like a smaller director without a lot of say going up against a studio that has a lot. Like, I'd want to see Peter Jackson's, cut of The Hobbit. I'd want to see Peter Jackson redo the entire Hobbit in his vision. So I'm fine if we get, again, in certain circumstances where it's gonna really add something, or there's a good reason why the director's vision wasn't actualized in the first place, and therefore it's relevant to see it. But if it's just like, I want everyone to see my vision, or we get into the snippy little directors coming out after movies, talking about, well, I want to do X, Y, and Z, hoping the fans are going to clamor for the, Joe Bob cut.
There's a downside to that too.
Uh-huh.
Fans will want terrible movies that flop to get second chances.
Yeah.
And everyone's going to say, well, X-Men, X-Men 3 wasn't that bad. Can we get the other, whatever? It's the Pandora's box. People are...
Yeah.
I kind of agree and disagree with a lot of things. I got a bit of a different take on it.
By all means.
There is a place, first off. I mean, you make a lot of great points there, obviously, Jesse, as you always do, but like Tarantino, I don't necessarily agree with so much in your point there, because I believe there is a place for filmmakers that have a really strong vision. Somebody like Tarantino, Scorsese, a lot of these guys who will write and direct. They are the ones who are the final decision and arbiters of whatever it is that gets put on the screen. But that's a little different when you're making a Tarantino or a Scorsese movie as opposed to Avengers or Star Wars. They are two completely different animals in the movie kingdom. And again, like, you're right, no movie is made by one person alone. And this is one of my favorite sayings in the world. It takes 100 things, actually more like 100,000 things, for a movie to go right, and only one thing to go wrong to take a movie completely off the rails. So it's one of those things where, like, Jesse's right, it takes a fucking army to make a movie, no matter what it is. But when you're looking at something like a Star Wars or an Avengers, you really do need a lot of creative minds involved, and somebody like a Kevin Feige to steer the ship, because otherwise it's going to turn into the DCEU, where you have a buttload of different visions conflicting with each other. As far as the director's cut thing goes, that just goes back to the whole beginning of DVD days and end of Laserdisc, where you had all kinds of directors getting to do their own director's cuts, and then you had specific movies that were filmed with unrated versions in mind that would come out on DVD later specifically, and as far as what Jeff says, he's got a point there, but it doesn't necessarily mean all these movies are going to be great. Do I think we're going to see this huge uptick in a bunch of movies that are old getting some kind of revamp to them? Maybe, maybe not, but I don't think you're going to see them nearly on the level of the Snyder cut or the Ayer cut, because the Snyder cut is something that the only thing it can be compared to was the Donner cut from back in the day, because that was the only thing that was like that extensive to where it was completely different and wasn't complete. Because even The Exorcist 4 had two completely different versions, but both versions were complete. So they eventually released them both. But yeah, I mean, they're completely different versions from two different directors. So Yeah, I mean, it's a rarity that I see something like the Snyder Cut happening again, but this idea of them filming with, extended cuts in mind down the line, I wouldn't be surprised. But in most cases, the cut that ends up in theaters is a cut that the director, the studio, and producers all agree on, like Jesse was saying before. So, I mean, you have unless you're somebody like a Steven Spielberg or a Chris Nolan or a Tarantino or a Scorsese that has final cut, which is a very big rarity. I mean, there's maybe 10, 12 directors in Hollywood who actually have that.
Yes, that's typically reserved for those who don't know. That's just the final cut is typically reserved for the executive producer.
Wow.
But yes, no, very true. And the other thing to your point, and why I don't necessarily share some of Jeff's trepidations about all of these, mediocre movies getting second cuts and second whatnots, is it's costing $30 million or whatever, ballpark $30 million to do the Snyder Cut, which is something
they're saying more now,
possibly more, which is something that Warner Brothers is going to throw money at, largely as a publicity stunt for HBO Max. I really think this is, because they all of a sudden they announced we're releasing the Snyder Cut a week before HBO Max goes live, and talking about how we're going to drop it on the platform and all this stuff. So to me, they basically took whatever money they're going to throw at the Snyder Cut, and they're like, "Well, you spent $40 million on PR for HBO Max,"
I'm not saying they're ever going to make it to that level, but what I'm saying is I think fans are going to go, well, Snyder Cut got a release. I want the alternate cut of Batman Forever, or I want the alternate cut of this. And it's just going to become another thing where people want this because it happened one specific time, and it's just going to always be a part of the conversation, like those retarded fan theories that James Bond's a code name. Like, people aren't going to let this one go.
Yeah,
but there is an alternate cut of Batman Forever.
So you're worried about So you're worried about like the fan entitlement that comes.
Like Ghostbusters 2016, they wanted a different version or something too after the Snyder Cut was
How about a good version? How do we do the good version of Ghostbusters 2016? Oh, right, we just go back and watch the original Ghostbusters.
No shit, right?
Mongo, do you have anything you wanted to add to it?
Yeah, Mongo, what's your thoughts?
Man, it's a big, complex topic, and it's been very interesting to hear all of this information, all these viewpoints, and it's something going to do some thinking on. I
love this answer. This answer is like, you guys are talking about a thing.
Right.
Well, let's just remember, not every director's cut is great.
And
some of them are a perfect example of why the movie got cut down in the first place. Look at Mallrats.
Oh yeah.
That director's cut.
Well, there's also things like I hate that this is the version that's on our server or whatnot. There's the extended version of Gladiator, and I think I might have seen some of these deleted scenes somewhere. I've never seen them integrated into the film, and I don't like it. Gladiator to me is a perfect film exactly as it is. It's one of Ridley Scott's.
Well, it can throw off the pacing. It can throw off sometimes how you feel about a character.
Character actions can be different. Yeah.
One of my things with Gladiator is every moment has purpose. Every moment is valuable and has meaning. And they add all this shit in there where I'm like, one scene so far, one scene adds one piece of information to the film that you can do without. It's a good piece of information, but it's not a necessary piece of information. There's something, if you're familiar with the movie, there's an extended scene where you actually see, because you hear Connie Nielsen's character talking about, I'm going to meet with this politician. Will you meet with my politician? And from context and from watching the movie, that she's meeting with Derek Jacobi's character. You just know that. You don't need to be told that. But then there's a fucking added scene where she's meeting with him and one of the other senators. Well, I don't need to know that they're conspiring.
Yeah.
They've already told me this information more effectively without showing me. And the only tidbit I think is valuable in there is they talk about, she mentions how her brother, Commodus the Emperor, has gone into the grain reserves, their future grain reserves, the stuff that's supposed to keep them from dying in the wintertime, to feed, the city, because he's not making any money. Anything to bring in money. Like, that's an interesting detail that paints Commodus in a slightly different light, or just it railroads home his character. I think it railroads home his character, and I like that as a detail, as an interesting detail about the world. But again, it's also like, you don't need that to know Commodus is a villainous bastard. Right. We have plenty of context to understand that Commodus is a selfish, short-sighted, villainous bastard. So
that's a great point, because I mean, I don't know how many times I've watched 10, 20 minutes worth of deleted scenes on a DVD or Blu-ray, and I can see why those scenes were deleted.
exactly.
There's usually only 1 or 2 times where I'm like, oh, that should have been left in there, or now that makes sense.
Yes.
And
Yeah,
very,
I
very
heard
rarely
in
is that
I heard in TLJ some of this, like there's like a scene with Finn and the stormtroopers before approaching Phasma or something, where he tries to reach out to them or something. Sounds like that could have been interesting, but
the one that they cut that was dumb was the one that I remember they cut that I ended up seeing at one point was this added scene on Octo with Rey and Luke. It's really stupid. It's funny because it's like the idea for the scene is really good. The execution is really retarded. But Luke trying to make a point to Rey, and again the whole Luke, the point he's trying to make, I'm like, if you wrote Luke more like this, of course they cut the one scene where Luke actually is like teaching her a good lesson. Like, of course they would. Why would you leave in the one scene that paints Luke in a really good way? Because the creepy little maid creatures, the little servant animals,
the fish people,
the fish people. It's fucking so weird. Everything on that fucking island is just weird. It's just to me that's like Ryan Johnson's like creepy like hentai porn fantasy.
Well, he is an independent director, so
titties and all. Oh my god, what the hell is wrong with this man? But anyway,
yeah, but yeah. So like, I guess what I was trying to get to is like, I want to be a filmmaker someday too, and like, I don't know if I'll be anywhere on the Hollywood scale or just in the indie area or something. But like, I wonder, I wonder if I write something and I share it. Like, so far I haven't had to like have somebody else edit my work. I haven't had anybody else make changes to the writing. But like, if I were to write it and then give it to the script doctor that we know, I'm pretty sure he'd trim a lot of stuff out or change something, which could actually make it better than what I had intended that I didn't even know. Like, simply just talking to Justin Proper and the script doctor here and there while I'm writing this right now, I've been going to them to bounce off ideas a little bit. And yeah, just a little suggestion can help tweak an idea that I had already, but it was just not going the right way. And then now there's this whole other thing I can kind of do. And, I wouldn't be able to do that without the discussion. And if we got my original version without, taking in any other people, could be a worse version. And
exactly.
I don't know. It's a huge learning thing. And, like how you're listing all the jobs people do, those are people that are supposed to be professionals or learning to be professionals, getting experience in that job field. So you got to trust them. And if you don't, it's like, I don't know, like if you're going into a battlefield and the leader's like, I have no idea if we're going to win, guys. Like, I don't trust you next to me. You're not going to be as confident. You got to be like, yeah, we can do this together. Come on. Let's go. You got to trust your team. Otherwise, you're going to fail.
Very true. And that's actually why I can do filmmaking and not certain other collaborations, is because everyone has their role, and that's important. Trusting their
cast and crew.
Yeah, that they're trusting your cast and crew and trust that they're going to do their jobs. I think it's a beautiful thing. But yeah, to your point, I'm working on a screenplay for a mob movie, actually, a mob movie set in the 30s. And I was pitching it to a friend who is a screenwriter and who has actually he wrote some like fluff holiday piece that I think got made into a Netflix Christmas movie or something like that. But he writes other things. That was just what sold. But guy's a legit screenwriter and stuff. And so I was just pitching him this, and he came up with something for me for my character that altered the entire character's. And I'm like, and it made the character so much better and so much more what I wanted from the character. Because I was telling a story where so it follows a man as a boy in Germany. He in Bavaria with the rise of Nazism and all that. This is my movie. It's like no one can be mad about this movie. The bad guys are literal Nazis. But actually, probably people will be mad because it's a straight white man is going to be the lead in it, and there's female characters maybe with like relevant speaking roles, and one of them wants to be a housewife, kind of like one of them really wants to be a housewife. Whatchamacallit. But yeah, anyway, people will be mad about it anyway because I deal with shades of gray and morality and stuff. And originally, in the beginning, it's an incident where some older schoolboys, some future Hitler Youth, very soon to be Hitler Youth, beat up and are going to kill a younger Jewish boy the same age as our antagonist. And he steps in stands up for the kid, saves his life. They reunite later in New York, and this guy ultimately becomes a hitman for the mob, and it's this whole thing because he becomes this off the books hitman because, and this is actually historically relevant. Sorry if I'm boring you, but it's whatever. It's my channel from a mom movie.
Sounds good to me.
But so one of the things he comes in, he doesn't want to, because he also doesn't want to be part of the mob. So it ends up being this thing. True story in New York. Meyer Lansky, who was one of the figureheads of organized crime at the time, and in a person who was Leppy Buchalter, but really the guy who did murder. I've done more research for this movie than I've done for anything ever in my entire life. I actually enjoyed doing for the first time. I enjoyed researching this shit. Just like reading books about. Oh god, it's so fun. Great book called Murder Inc. It's true crime. It's written by. It was put out not long after these trials too. It was put out like just in the 50s by one of the police officers who was at a lot of these interrogations when they were busting up Murder Inc. and busting up the syndicate, as they called it. And I fucking love organized crime. And Abe Rells, who was a big Kid Twist, was his mob name, was an intrinsic part of Murder Inc. And he had a photographic memory, and like to the T, to the point where he could tell you what he ate for breakfast on a day, 4 years ago, just before he went and killed Joe Schmo in New Jersey. And like just to the details. So you have this beautiful account. A lot of this stuff comes from him, and then some of the other guys who flipped. But you have this incredible, rich account by the guy who flipped on the mob that tells you, oh god, I'm geeking out now about this. I love this shit. So Meyer Lansky at the time, one of the Jewish mobsters, this is what got me all fascinated, is finding out that Murder Inc., the hitmen for the mob, the guys who were carrying out the hits for all of the different, families in the part that were part of this national syndicate. Which doesn't exist. There was never a syndicate. Who's syndicate? What? We didn't have a syndicate, but fucking wow, it's so great. And Lansky, the mayor of New York, came to Lansky and was like, "Look, German American Bund, which was the German American, they were the American Nazi sympathizers in this country, and they would have rallies, and they had a presence in a lot of major cities in America, and a lot of the mayors, they went to the mobsters and said some of them were a lot more lenient about what to do about it than they were with Lansky. But the guy just basically said, he was like, take care of this. I don't want these rallies. I don't want Nazi paraphernalia in my city. I don't want all this stuff. Take care of this. Don't kill anyone. I don't want to find any bodies. Take care of it. So my story comes in following this guy, Joe, Gentle Joe, as it were, who does not want to be part of the mob, does not want to be a contract killer and all this stuff, because it's just not who he is. And he believes in morality and being good, and but he hates Nazis. He hates Nazis, and so he finally ends up in an arrangement where he's off the books technically, but he can. Because there's no affiliation, and not everyone even knows about him. He's part of like a very small inner circle, so nobody can flip on him, per se, if anyone got caught. So he's totally off the books, totally, on the up and up with that stuff, and. But of course gets suckered into doing the contract kills, becoming a full-fledged member of Murder Inc. and just doing basic kills for people he's never met, whose names he doesn't even know, not what he signed up for essentially. But he has to because reasons. And he ultimately ends up having to kill. One of his hits is this former friend, is this best friend that the one he saved from the beginning of the film that becomes his best friend in New York, who really helps him get on his feet and all that stuff. Turns out was skimming from the mob. They put a hit on him. Joe's now wife is pregnant and is like, you gotta do this. We are going to have a baby. I need to be safe. We need to be safe effectively. It's tragic, etc. And Joe eventually goes down for it, has this iconic last speech in the courtroom, fade to black. Hooray. That's the skeleton outline. I can't put out more details because it's fun. And I'm excited to make this movie, as you can, finish writing this movie, as you can see. But the change, which is the reason I went on this entire tangent in the first place, which I'm not going to apologize for, because that's what the stream is about. It's being passionate about movies. Is in the beginning, he was supposed to just intervene and, help get the kid away, like punch one of these older kids in the face and get away. And so my friend said, what if he kills one of them in the beginning? What if this whole instead of this descent into darkness with a guy who started this good 100% moral, let's watch him get corrupted. That's fine, but we've seen it before. What if we see somebody who killed someone, went into this blinding rage, you took the knife from the kid and just stuck it in him, and has to fight and is fighting this inner darkness the entire film, and is trying to be fighting to eschew that, to live this straight and narrow, and slowly falling off of that until he reclaims his sense of morality and strength and whatnot at the very end. So I was like, that little change, I'm like, that intrinsically changed his entire character, and I love him so much better. So.
I agree. That is part of the roller coaster of writing, I suppose.
So when We Only Hurt the Bad Guys comes to theaters near you eventually, go see it. It's my movie.
Hell yeah. Sounds good.
And meanwhile, back at the ranch, Beth DeGue says sex doll. Thank you, Beth. I've added that to our Mad Libs already. Don't worry. And we had Mad Mardigan, who said, check out an old podcast, called Dead Authors Podcast. Paul F. Tompkins plays H.G. Wells interviewing authors played by other improv people. Episode 49 is Camus. Also sent that email. Thanks again. No problem, Mad Mardigan. I will forward that to Jeff as soon as we're off here. And or just read it out loud to him. I don't know. And I will check that out. I'm going to take a screenshot of this because that sounds like a lot of fun. It sounds very much up my alley. Night Vale, by the way, is the podcast I'm listening to right now, which is up everyone's alley because I said so. So, anybody else before we jump into Mad Libs? That was a great point, a great question, a great topic from Rook. So,
no, I think you could do almost a whole pod.
Nope, I think I'm all good.
Cool. Pete1972 says, sometimes a film isn't always changed with a new cut. Sometimes you can technically have the same cut, but with redone sound effects and color grading. Very true, Pete1972. And that's good. But typically when that happens, the studio is on board with that. It's not like a creative split where we're trying to give somebody else's vision. It's an updated, hey, we got better technology, or we figured out how to fix these things that we couldn't fix in post before. And
that's what Halloween is.
Yeah. And the studios typically... Oh, really?
It's got new sound effects. Just like literally, it's just the sound of like thunder. But they went back and fixed John Carpenter himself.
Yeah. So those are things where it's like, yeah, I think those, remastered cuts and stuff will still be a thing. But just make one final point that I was getting when we were talking about noir, and we had such great discussions about those films and whatnot, and the necessity of the brilliance and creativity born out of necessity, and how many brilliant things in filmmaking were, how much of the entire noir genre because of XYZ, how much of Star Wars because Lucas couldn't get his way on everything, he didn't have all the technology, how great The Godfather is because Coppola was backed into a corner and peer pressured into doing it by George Lucas. The little things like that, from tons and tons of in filmmaking history, certain things like examples are escaping me off on my head right now, but creatures that were not shown in full on screen because
they have to use what they can with what they got. I mean, that actually was kind of going to lead into what I was going to bring up if we were going to continue it, is that I think that filmmakers that have limits or restrictions will make a better film than somebody who has limitless options, because, you think about it like, oh, I could do whatever I want, a whole swimming pool of everything I want, but then you have no boundaries and nobody's telling you, hey, that's kind of a stupid idea or anything. But these people are like, okay, nope, you have to do it within this time, within this small area, within this budget, with these actors, with this equipment, whatever you got, you gotta do what you can. Lord of the Rings is a simple one where to get sounds for that squid monster in the Fellowship, they literally took a plunger to different areas in the forest and started whacking at water with arrows. They went to a bunch of different places to whiz arrows by. They had a whole football stadium do sounds for an army marching and stuff. And I mean, these are, I don't know what their budget was, but I assumed there's limitations on everything. And like you said with George Lucas, that's a big one, big limitations. If he had free reign, he just had millions of dollars to just poop into it. Yeah. Who knows what it could have been?
Well, honestly, one of the big limitations. Sorry, so is Tom?
I think Tom's mic's kind of low.
You're really quiet all of a sudden, Tom.
I don't know why, but okay. Is that better?
Yes.
A little louder.
Oh, there we go. Okay. I mean, like Jaws is a great example, like Star Wars you just brought up, but then again, the prequels are an example of somebody getting to go basically willy-nilly with their decisions, and we've seen the problems there. And then look at people like Michael Bay, great example of somebody who gets to go way too far with what they want to do and stuff like that. Yeah. I mean, limitations are not a bad thing always.
Not at all. I would say the biggest limitation in Lord of the Rings was their dedication to practical effects. They elected to. I mean, Peter Jackson elected to limit it himself in that way, and it was also limited by his dedication to the original works he was working off of, which led to that desire for the practical effects, because you just can't imagine a Tolkien world all in CGI. And that was someplace where the Hobbit went very
Well, and when the first 3 Lord of the Rings films came out, CGI wasn't still that advanced yet either.
you could,
Like, they invented a lot of stuff on them films.
Yeah.
and, you just couldn't do. I think, were they responsible for some of the crowd creation? Because I know they
Yep.
because they did it in other places. People
And facial recognition and the motion capture and
Just to say that
we're so used to that now. I forgot how revolutionary.
there's at least probably 2 or 3 things I'm forgetting, I'm sure.
Because then also now it's like, now if they want to film a battle, people will take 10, a horde of 10 and create your 100,000 person battle.
Right.
It's kind of absurdly gigantic, but your thousands of per person armies and whatnot. Whereas Lord of the Rings, straight up, they were like, let's get as many human beings as humanly possible, pack them into the space, and then repeat them 100 times.
They even made the elephants, the huge ones, look somewhat realistic. I mean, the trolls and ghosts were probably the most obvious CGI things, but they shoot them in such ways that it doesn't stand out too much. It's like
the scene. This one always stands. The scene where Legolas does that weird one-arm jump under the horse. That one.
Oh yeah, that's true. That looks so like that's a weird one.
Apparently, according to my friend Kelly, there was some actual move he was going to do, which I believe because he was really into horse and doing all that stuff. There was some actual move he was going to do to jump on the horse, like really cool. Obviously, that exact one is a little crazy, but he apparently did something where like he could sort of swing up. He figured out how to swing up onto a moving horse, but he had previously broken a rib from falling off a horse and was unable to perform said stuff.
But no, yeah, you're right, Jesse. You'd be surprised how much in those first 3 Lord of the Rings is actually practical compared to CGI. You're right.
Yes.
Even just trick shots of making the hobbits look smaller and stuff. All that stuff was done in camera a lot of the time.
Yeah, exactly. Just so much rather than doing anything else. It was a lot of just perspective shooting. We're putting other actors, if you're shooting a talkie scene, putting other actors, elevating them, sticking them in apple boxes, stuff like that. I think that's so cool. And even like with Hobbiton, all the set, part of it was the set was all built at that tiny size, and it was all shot with perspective to see when they were in the world. You shoot at a certain distance that's a longer distance than what it is, or closer, depending on how you want it to look. It affects the way you see the size of the people in the world. So,
well, it's just like, I'm sure you've heard this story before, Jesse, but I don't know if Rookie has or Mongo, but just to show you the difference between the Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit, Ian McKellen broke down on the set of the Hobbit and started crying because it was all being shot on green screens. And he got so sick and tired of not having somebody or something to act off of, to the point where he literally just broke down and just couldn't deal with it anymore for a while there. He just had like a breakdown. Like, that just shows you the difference in the 2 productions right there.
Yeah, well, I'll admit it is different because I have a green screen now myself, and it's like, just with that, I mean, mine's stationary. Like, on the set, they probably have like walls and ceilings.
Yeah, you're just built on a full of green screen. Yeah.
Right. But it's like, man, to just get the most, you don't know where you are really. You don't have any sense of anything. Can you get outside? Is there a breeze? Is there anything? But if you're in a location, you can kind of, feel the moment. You can kind of get settled into the scene as your character, as to where on green screen, you're just like, well, I'm on a green screen and we're looking funky. How's it going, man? All right, do my part, I guess. But very different. Very challenging.
It's such a testament. And people, I think, undersell certain action stars today, actors doing that shit today. And that also may have been one of the, issues, one of the downsides of the prequels, talking about some of the early movies that were shot largely on green screen, largely in these green rooms where you're like, what's happening?
I feel they used a lot of practical effects in there too, but I think that they should have, like with Lord of the Rings, there's I think there's a lot of CGI in Lord of the Rings, but they mix it so well with practical, and they frame it like they use the colors in certain ways so it doesn't stand out as much, so that it blends in with the environment. If the prequels were able to blend it better, I think they would have done fine. I don't know how they could have blended it better. But they can't make like a practical course. But
because you have things like a great example for Lord of the Rings was, because if you look at some of the and actually they even talked about some of the green screen were some of the challenges of shooting, Star Wars and whatnot. And because when they went for the green screen set, they went all the way. Yeah, there were CGI things in elsewhere, but when they went for a green screen action scene, they went full tilt. The big green room, everything is just green props, green this, green that. you know, that total, like Tom's background right there. But if you look at, say, like Lord of the Rings, let's take Orthanc, Saruman's tower, and Isengard. I was like blanking on the fucking, what is fucking Isengard? They didn't build Orthanc, a giant full-scale Orthanc or a gigantic Isengard. They had a model set that they shot for some, and I'm pretty sure what they did is they built a model set and they used it as their reference and didn't even CGI the world, took the model and superimposed that. And they might have CGI'd some of it or touched it with CGI and stuff like that. But they superimposed their CGI Isengard on top of an actual set they shot, you know? So they pulled back. I have pictures of the river valley where this was, and it's gorgeous. But all those mountains that wall in Isengard, you know, the natural backdrop, the natural beauty there is all real. It's all there. You can touch it, you can see it, you can smell it. And they just drop a little city on top of it. And then when you come into Gandalf riding into Isengard and talking with Saruman and being inside Orthanc, these are all practical sets that they built to be on. You know, he's not riding a pretend pony in front of a green screen. He's riding a real horse down a path. So a lot, that blending, that dedication to doing the practical. When you have to add in the CGI, you're not building an entire thing out of CGI anymore. You're taking a CGI thing and you're blurring the edges so it fits with the rest of the picture. And that's a lot. I think it looks a lot better than just fucking creating whatever, trying to build the world out of nothing.
And I'd say, going along with that, I think Die Hard, correct me if I'm wrong, don't they do like the explosion on the building? Isn't that like also like a model? Like they literally use like a model helicopter and like a model building to do that or something?
Yeah, that's all miniature. I mean, CGI wasn't really a thing until like Terminator 2. And even then it was still really fucking primitive. And then Jurassic Park was the first time you had really fully realized living creatures on screen that were computer generated. And then even then, a lot of people think, oh, it's wall to wall. No, it's like maybe, I think, 15 to 20% of it, it's actually CGI. The rest is practical.
Yeah, I mean, the original Jurassic Park, they built a fuck ton of dinosaurs, of good animatronics.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. And that mix of the real ones and the fake ones kind of those trick your eyes to kind of blend them as that's just the world anyway. And it's not, that one's clearly a CGI one. It's like, well, yeah, you could probably pick it out just knowing how computers work, but
but I'll tell you that for the times compared to even shit now, the first Jurassic Park stands up.
It does
a lot better than the other movies since.
It looks much better than the newer Jurassic Parks. Absolutely. And that's part of it's that, and that's like Tom and Rick are saying too. You take a CGI dinosaur and you're not sticking it in a CGI world. You're not green wall to wall. You're taking a CGI dinosaur and you're plopping that image onto real grass that you shot. Makes a difference.
I'd say even, Mongo, I don't know what you think about like the newer Godzilla compared to the older Godzillas. But, these ones being more computer generated compared to the, practical. I mean, that's actually one case where I'd say that CGI is probably more beneficial.
I think Mongo will agree when I say this. Shin Godzilla got the effects the best. CGI, but it looks like it pays homage to the classics, but it looks so damn real in some of the spots. It's just crazy. I'm sure that's what you're probably going to say.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Recently, I was watching the original 1954 movie Gojira, and I also, I like to watch it every now and then. And this time, I listened to it with the commentary track on, and it was very interesting. They were pointing out, multiple effects that they were doing. And they were very simple, like on one scene they set up a large, basically a big giant electric fence. They set up, giant electrical poles with wires to keep Godzilla away from I think it was Tokyo, whatever city it was. And basically, so they had these these cells painted where they had these photos of these power lines, and they put them onto the actual film of the the actual movie, and they were able to use that, and then just all these different things where they actually were explaining like how they did these effects back then and how they recreated miniatures out of like wood and then out of just wax and candle wax and all these things. And it was really interesting, really intriguing just to see the amount of things they were able to work around, like you guys were saying, all the things they were able to work around and make work with the resources that they had. And I guess, like with Shin Godzilla, it was amazing. It was a great experience. I got to see that in theaters when they were doing a limited run during the US back in 2016. But yeah, totally.
New Godzilla's okay.
Yeah, it loses a little bit of the magic, but I gotta really appreciate the sense of scale again. I love the the size difference, I guess. But, yeah.
Shit. Sorry.
Oh yeah. That's good. That's good.
our floor just shook, and I was like, "What was that?" That was
earthquake.
No, we kept putting our laundry bag down. How much laundry?
False alarm.
Mm-hmm. You're good. You're good.
I was straight. I was like, "What was?" I was like, "Oh, it's just all of the laundry we haven't done in like months." It's fine.
Quarantine laundry.
We've been streaming for almost 4 hours. Holy fuck! It doesn't feel like it.
I think it's time for some Mad Libs. What do you say?
I do too. And are you guys gonna be sad if we just keep it to Indiana Jones tonight? Just do one.
I'm good.
All right.
Sounds good.
Complaints because I think it'll be a good one. I'm feeling good about it. We already got 2 great suggestions from Beth tonight. We have Sex Dolls and Flying Purple People Eater in here, courtesy of Beth. Also, guys,
One-eyed, one-horn, flying purple people eater.
Subscribe to all these fantastic people here, including Jeff, even though he's not here anymore because it's past his bedtime. But that's fine. I actually.
Night, Jeff.
Yeah, I was like, go brush your teeth and go to bed. Like he's tired of it.
Go to bed, young
All
man.
streamed out.
Mad Libs, but it's I didn't realize how late it is too. We gotta get to bed because I gotta wake up and get a haircut tomorrow. This is going away.
Oh.
Supposed to my Patreon today, and so patrons, if you're able, I'm sorry, but I'll be better, I promise. But yes, in the meantime, just a refresher for the chat for everyone. So we have, I will be giving every 4th word to the chat. And that will be cycling through our guests to get the other suggestions. Don't be embarrassed, guests. I don't care if you know your parts of speech or not. We'll help you through it. There's no judgment. Nobody knows what an adjective is anyway, so it's fine. But who's the what's the what's? Yes, so we do that. Super chats will supersede the suggestion. Oh no, we're losing people because it's too late. It's too late for Xenoworks. It's too late for McFrozen Nuggets. Oh well. And we didn't get our fucking internationals in. So god damn it, UK. You guys are supposed to come in and take the place of all these.
No, they're all going back to work probably.
God damn it. So Jeff, did you want to play?
From over here, sure.
Okay, that's fine. So you will get chat. You'll get every 5th suggestion. Super chat supersedes suggestions, and yes. Otherwise, I'll pull your suggestion to the chat. So guys, when I do get chat, when I give you a suggestion, make sure you bring in drop them in the chat as quickly as possible, and we'll roll right through this. So Mongo, as our newest Mad Libber, you get the first word. You get a place. Oh, sorry. As chat. Sorry. 2, 3, 4, 5. You're starting us off with a plural noun chat, so work on your plural nouns. And apparently Maverick doesn't sleep either because they've got work in 2 hours. So a place, Mongo, any place, real or imaginary.
Okay. Australia.
Oh, perfect.
Australia. I got a thing for beachfront property.
All right, Rook, you get an adjective.
All right.
That describes a person, place, or thing.
Shut up, John.
Describes person, place, or thing. I was going to say
He's a writer. He should fucking know this.
It's a descriptor. Describes a noun.
All right. So just like one word or a couple words?
one word. If you have like a couple words that go together, that's fine. If you're like, big, smelly, ugly, red, I'm gonna be like, no, pick one. But if it's like things that go together.
Okay, yeah.
Squishy
I was going to say stanky dystopia, but
stanky, I think, is an adjective, ain't it?
Stanky. Stanky would be the adjective. Dystopia is a place.
Right.
oh, okay.
That was Mongo, but I'll take stanky.
Okay, stanky.
Stanky works.
Sorry, chat. Beth stole your word. This is
But
but I can make it one.
that's a continuation off of last time. Sandwiches were involved before.
Wet sandwiches. Oh God.
The dog peed on the basket.
Tom, since you're so good at them, you also get an adjective.
Let's see here. Slimy.
Slimy. Love it. Jeff.
Just check the phone. I'm tapping out. I don't want to play.
Oh, you don't want to play?
It's just taking a while.
That's fine. Okay, that's no
What's my
problem.
word gonna be anyway?
It was gonna be a noun.
Oh, never mind.
Do you want to give me? You don't want to give me a noun?
Dump. The garbage dump.
Oh, dump. Okay.
Trash heap.
Perfect. Love it.
There you go.
I'm going to ask you to listen when I read this because I think you're going to appreciate that.
How many words am I gonna have in this?
I can skip you if you want.
You just
That's not a problem. If you're tired, I don't care.
Yeah, that's all good.
Jeff needs his beauty sleep.
Look, it takes work. It takes effort to look that sexy all the time.
He's also tweeted out.
But let me see. So chat, wet sandwiches is your plural noun this time. But 1, 2, 3. So we're back to checking every fourth word. I can do this. This is not hard. Chat, you're working on a noun. So keep nouns coming to me. Put them in the chat. Write them things. And who are we on? Mongo gets another adjective. Or gets an adjective. You haven't had an adjective yet. You get an adjective. Never gets an adjective.
Muscly.
Ooh. That's a new one for us.
Muscly.
Muscly. Rookie, you are going to give us an adverb. That describes a verb.
And that is an action, so
it's the ly words, like quickly, hastily, fuckily, wienerly.
I gotcha.
What part is it?
Fartily.
Fartily. Ooh, even better. Oh, amazing. I get to cheat and see what's going to happen, so this is extra fun for me. Tom, an adjective again, please. Don't sound so excited.
No, I'm just thinking.
I'm teasing. Tom's probably for Jeff's tired after 6 hours. Tom's probably been streaming for 12 hours straight. So
tiny.
Cute. All right, and should we go to the chat? We've got peeled grape.
Not bad.
Peeled grape works.
Oh God. Moldy tripe.
George Clooney.
I kind of love that.
I think that works.
Normally, I don't take proper nouns for nouns, but in this particular instance, I think
it might work.
I think it might just work. And Beth came in with moldy tripe. Just as I wrote down George Clooney, we're at an impasse. You know what though? In this particular instance, I'm going to use both because I can just put a comma here, add in moldy tripe, and I think it's just going to make this better. But I'll let you guys be the judge of that at the end. And I need a better pen because this one doesn't like to write on this particular surface. So I
hate that problem.
God damn it. I hate when you're like, I'm not actually going to get through this task that I'm doing. Thank you, Beth. Moldy tripe is canon now. And Beth is really into moldy tripe apparently tonight. And chat, if you guys would like to work on an adjective, which will be your final word for the night, you can start on that. Mongo, you can begin on your verb ending in ing, and I'm just going to grab another pen real quick. I'm actually going to knock my light on the ground instead. That sounds way more fun.
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah.
Sounds like a plan.
Please stand by.
Oh, yeah.
How did this even fit here before? How did I do this?
Mad Libs will return right after this.
Yep, in just a moment, ladies and gentlemen. But that's all
Please
right.
try our home
Did
game.
Mongo ever think of a verb ending in ing? It's the
Crunching.
with an adverb.
Oh, okay.
Did you say crunching?
Well, Tom,
Crunching, yeah, crunching.
I don't know. Stay tuned and find out next. Mad Libs.
Crunchy.
Pancake demands my attention too. He's very sad because I spent more hours out of the house today than I have in like literally months.
He's like, you haven't paid attention to me all day.
I walked by him and he just grabbed my hand. He was like, "Where are you going, Mom? You're talking to me. You're not talking to me, and I don't know what to do."
Yeah, my cat will literally jump and attack our legs if we don't give him enough attention.
Oh, Pancake will just come over and be cute at you until you can't resist him anymore.
A bold strategy.
Possible. There is a good pen. Hooray! What is it? Crunching, Mongo? Is
Crunching, I think that's what he said.
Crunching. Amazing. Oh God. Okay. So everyone gets adjectives from here on out. So chat, you're not doing a very good job. Rookie critic, you get an adjective.
All right. The moon.
Also, I'm trying to figure out how Stratos Radio Blues changed his font, but it looks
Yeah,
awesome.
that's pretty cool.
The moon's not an adjective.
Moon is not an adjective. Moony could be.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Sorry. I thought it was placed for a sec. So,
Cheesy?
how about melty?
I went to melty. Ooh, I like it. I have to say, Tom, cheesy is exactly where my mind went to, because as all educated folk know, the
moon's made out of cheese.
Well, it's made out of cheese. That's why I said the moon, of course, because cheesy.
You guys all know you two are not too young to know. Well, Mongo, you look like you're closer to
Actually, I'm pretty young. Actually, I was born in '94, so yeah.
Yeah, he's my age,
I'm
man.
a baby, you know.
I thought you were my age. I guess you go to the Rook's age.
That's literally my age, though. I was born in '94 as well, my friend.
Yo.
Well, I was gonna ask, you guys are younger than my sister. Holy shit. But I was wondering if that has persisted, 6 years down the line or 4 years down the line for my generation, the commonly held knowledge that the moon is made of cheese.
Yeah, and it gave the man in the moon a strange disease.
Yeah. Tom, I'm not sure to give you the last, or I'm meddling a little bit, but I think you guys will appreciate me
I don't care.
for it. Tom, you're finishing us off with an adjective, please.
Well, since we didn't use cheesy,
Oh no, everyone gets an adjective. We use melt. Or did you? Oh, cheesy was your adjective, right?
I can. No, I was just asking. Yeah, if you didn't use it, go ahead.
I did not. Do you want to?
Yeah, it might go with melty.
It might, or it might go on its own.
Cheesy is always good.
Agreed.
Yes.
Except for when it leads to constipation.
Well, we don't talk about that.
No, maybe. Okay. Maybe I'm actually gonna keep you where you were. I'm not gonna meddle. I'm just gonna let the chips fall where they may, and grab an adjective from the chat. We got hairless, gangrenous, and sparkly. Are our choices. I like gangrenous a lot.
I do too.
But also, Beth has monopolized. Beth is just the fourth player in this chat in this game.
Pretty much.
I got to give it to her on this one. Gangrenous works.
Gangrenous is just too good. Sorry, guys.
It's too
You
fun.
got to be real
word.
creative when you're in the chat,
We do have some pretty good suggestions. Most of them are probably asleep. But
Soggy just came in. Yeah.
Soggy's a good one too. We'll stick with gangrenous though. It's on paper.
It's in pen, folks. It's permanent.
It's legitimate.
All right. Jeff. Rolling over. He's like, I'm asleep now. I don't care. All right, that's too bad. He's missing a great one. Mad Libs, chilled monkey brains, and other delicacies.
Yum.
You ready?
Mm-hmm.
Looking for a vacation to get away from all the sex dolls? Oh, sorry. Let me finish that sentence. Looking for a vacation to get away from all the sex dolls in your high-stress job. Then come stay at Pancot Palace, deep in the heart of Australia. And Stanky come here often. Just recently, we entertained the slimy archaeologist Indiana Jones and the dump Willie Scott. Our kitchen boasts the best wet sandwiches in the world.
Yes.
With our world-famous 4-course meal. first you'll be presented with the appetizer, Flying Purple People Eater Surprise. You can eat both the inside and the outside of this muscly delicacy. Next,
That works.
there's a dish of fartily fried beetles.
Yes.
Just crack them open and enjoy. Parts and all. The third dish is a tiny soup made up of cubes of moldy tripe and George Clooney and eyeballs. I like how the eyeballs is like the normal.
You almost should have just put it George Clooney's eyeballs, but yeah.
Yeah, George Clooney's eyeballs. There you go.
Yum, yum, yum.
Cubes of George Clooney moldy tripe and eyeballs. It's like the eyeballs is the most normal thing in your goddamn soup.
Right.
Award-crushing chefs use all parts. Make sure you save room for dessert. Melty monkey brains. They taste just like candy and look almost as cheesy. So don't let another day go by. Book your gangrenous vacation now.
Nice.
Oh, this is a great
Chilled monkey brains.
This is a question for the ages, because we know that they make the best wet sandwiches. Stratos Radio Blues wants to know, how would the best wet sandwich taste? Still terrible. With that, with just over a minute before the stream officially reaches 4 hours, everybody let us know where we can find. Let's go around. We'll start with, we'll go Rookie Critic and down and over. So, Rook, where can they find you?
All right. Well, I am at the Rookie Critic, everybody, and I am kind of a noob when it comes to some films. So I'm seeing a lot of classic and popular films for the first time, and we'll be putting up reviews at some point one of these days. And I'm currently working on a film project with a lot of YouTubers to cameo in it and play as characters. And I play as a bunch of them myself, over 20 Jeff characters, variations of the Jeff name. And very much like the skit format, so I'll look forward to that. Also, I do stop motion Rotten Tomatoes. So if you like stop motion stuff and you hate Rotten Tomatoes, then check out the Stop Motion Tomatoes.
Ooh, definitely check out all of these things. Rookie Critic is brilliant and funny, so subscribe and look at all that stuff. And Mongo, where can we find you?
Alrighty, well, yeah, I'm Mongo. I'm just a man, an average man, doing all the things the best I can. But you can find me here on YouTube, Mongo's Big Thinks. Pretty easy to find, I sing, I do some things here and there. I watch some movies. I share some thoughts on those. I'm just an average dude, just, with a hobby. And, yeah, you can find me on Twitter, too. Mongo's Big Thinks. Easy to find.
As I say, it's a great name. A lot of people make this mistake when they're starting out, because if you like, most channels with under 100 subs are almost impossible to search by their channel title, because they'll have stupid generic titles and find them. And you type in Mongo's Big Things, this guy pops up right away. So voice, great branding, A+ for that. Just
Thank you.
People can easily call you Mongo. If you have an abbreviated name, it's easier for people to get to know you as well.
Yeah, that's very true too. And people have a thing they can call you by, because you have your title of your thing, But I used to get that a lot before more people kind of knew. I still do occasionally. People refer to me as Mindless. Kind of like that. I'm like, I'll take Mindless as a nickname. I'm fine with that. And Tom, where can the sexy bitches and skanky hoes find you?
Evidently, I don't sleep, and that's kind of true. In about an hour, I'll have been up for about 24 hours. You can find me at Midnight's Edge After Dark, hanging out anywhere you can.
Literally any stream in the Fandom Menace. Just like click around. If you're not sure where Tom is, find out everyone who's live.
If they leave the door open or have a doggy door that fits my fat ass, I'll be there.
If Tom lived any closer to us, he'd just live on our couch. Like literally, if you lived one state closer, if he was in like, I don't know, South Dakota or something, he'd just live on our couch.
Maybe.
And you can always find me. I know Jeff tapped out, but you can always find him, World Class Bullshitters, everywhere. And you can find me, Mindless Entertainment, almost everywhere. It's Jesse Milestone on Twitter, because that was the Twitter account that got traction first and the end. You can find me there posting genius musings like what I'm about to post, which is I literally had a beer for dinner. Yes, I mean literally. Yes, I'm quite proud of myself. Thank you for asking. I'm channeling my inner Ron Swanson. Jeff has never seen Parks and Rec. I've got him hooked now. And for those who know me well, those who don't know me will postulate all sorts of absurd answers, like you're April Ludgate or you're John Ralphio. I get that one like more than I've gotten on more than once. But those who truly know me know that there's only one. I only have one spirit animal on that show, and that is the ever constant Ron Swanson. And this watch, so I realized even more how I relate to him when he said, "I prefer to stay angry. I find it relaxes me." And I don't think I've ever related more to any statement ever. So that's me. Anyway, you can find me all the places. You can find me talking too much since I don't have an off switch anymore. I have this problem. Serious. It's like I can't finish a sentence because if another thought, I'm like turns out apparently coronavirus meant that I contracted ADHD like hardcore, and it's terrible. But somehow we made it to the end. We got to from A to B, A to Z even with a great alphabet in between. I'm not trying to call you guys gay. I'm just, looking at that. But yes. And if you were all gay, this would be a double alphabet stream because we would have. Anyway, I'm going to stop now. Go to bed. And I love you guys. You were all of you were awesome. Any one of you is welcome on Mindless Entertainment.
He's still a growing one.
I'm one of those big boy fans one of these days, but we'll keep him back on to keep interrogating him until he opens up. We're gonna have a great stream tomorrow. We got Sean's coming on. Your very favorite Flaming TP from the chat, as well as Go Big Boy or Go Home. Sean Firefart, as we like to call him, and we're gonna be getting some hot topics. Taking the gun, they're taking our guns away, yeah, so that'll be fun. That's my really great way to end. I can't end things anymore. That's why I'm still talking, because instead of being like, the end, goodbye, and I'm like Corona Kiss because he's asleep, I'm just like, okay, so at some point I stop talking and click end broadcast, right? And that time will be now. And Shabiki! This is why I haven't ended it yet, because we haven't had a
Yep. Gotta get the kitty cat.
Yeah.
Kitty cat. Hey, so your cat doesn't mind being held. Wow, mine will freak out.
Forget it. This guy, I can do this with him and get him upside down.
Like a baby. Yeah, I can hold that with my cat for a few seconds before
he'll stay for a little bit. If I bring him over, I hung a toy from the door jamb. And if I bring him over, I had to like tie it together because it broke. If I bring him to the yarn, because like arm height is perfect height for the knots, he loves to play with that. He'll do that forever. He'll stay in my arms upside down. And if I try to take him away from him, he'll reach for him, like, bring me back, Mom, bring me back. But Jake, on the other hand, if you get him in a comfortable position, he'll go like kind of upside down or sideways in your arms or even on his belly. If you get him in a comfortable position, he will lounge in your arms till the end of time.
Wow.
It's adorable. And then the other cats, especially Han hates being picked up now. He used to love it, or not love it. He used to tolerate it, and now he kind of hates it. Lando just likes to sit on your shoulders. It is what it is.
Heck yeah.
But this is the part where I say goodnight and click end broadcast. So good night, world.
Good night, world.
Fare thee well, chat. Thank you for being an awesome chat. The end.